Hello everyone, I'm Top Romance. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will motivate me to create more quality videos. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. 5 hours ago at the engagement party, Lam Tuet Nhu held a glass of wine, parents, sister, and Lak Duong. Cheers to everyone. Lak Duong remained silent, clearly unhappy. He glanced at Lam Tien Nguyen in front. Lam Tien Nguyen crossed her arms with a gloomy expression. Lam Tuet Nhu held Lak Duong's hand tightly. She glanced at Lam Tien Nguyen. The mother approached Lak Duong with a glass of wine. Lak Duong responded, "Parents?" The mother turned to Lam Tien Nguyen and said, "Girl, your sister and brother-in-law are toasting you." Lam Tien Nguyen frowned and thought to herself, "A whore and a dog. Perfect match forever." Lam Tuet Nhu held her glass towards Tien Nguyen. "Sister, won't you give your blessings to me and Lak Duong?" Lam Tien Nguyen held her glass and said coldly, "I wish you both 100 years of harmony." Then Lam Tien Nguyen drank all the wine in her glass. Lam Tuet Nhu smiled. "Thank you, sister." She leaned on Lak Duong's shoulder. "With sister's blessing, Lak Duong and I will surely be happy for life." Lam Tuet Nhu took Lak Duong's arm and left. Lam Tien Nguyen thought to herself, "This kind of engagement party I'm forced to attend. Isn't it because they hate me?" She glanced at her parents. "They usually don't pay attention to me. Today they keep me close by their side. Are they afraid I'll cause trouble?" Lam Tien Nguyen put down her glass. "Parents, I'm a bit tired, so I'll leave first." The mother immediately grabbed Tien Nguyen's hand, threatening, "No, you're not allowed to leave." The wine glass on the table fell to the ground. With a sound, Lam Tien Nguyen asked, bewildered, "Why?" She touched her forehead, staggering unsteadily. "My head hurts so much." "Why suddenly?" Lam Tien Nguyen panted. "It's so hot. Could it be?" She glanced at the spilled wine on the floor, then widened her eyes in fear. Was there something wrong with that wine? The mother pulled Lam Tien Nguyen's hand, cunningly asking a few questions to Tien Nguyen. "What's wrong, dear? Are you not feeling well? Let me take you to a room to rest." Lam Tien Nguyen said firmly, "Let go. Let me go." The mother immediately slapped her face. Lam Tien Nguyen frowned. The mother crossed her arms, threatening, "You damn girl. We're doing this for your own good. Chairman Do's interest in you is your blessing. If he agrees, then you can help the Mok family secure a big business deal. How dare you disobey?" Lam Tien Nguyen thought to herself, "Is Chairman Do the real estate tycoon? Not to mention Chairman Do's age, he's old enough to be my father. And they say this man is notorious for toying with young girls. Those who've been toyed with by him, aren't they living worse than death?" Tien Nguyen smirked. "And they still proudly claim it's for my own good." The mother said smugly, "Good that you've come to your senses. As long as you obediently listen, after marrying Chairman Do, you'll be a wealthy madam. The rest of your life will be worry-free." Before she finished, Lam Tien Nguyen pushed her mother hard. She was startled. Tien Nguyen quickly turned and ran away. The mother gaped, then frowned in anger. She immediately chased after Tien Nguyen. "Stop right there." Tien Nguyen could barely stand. She worried. "No, I can't let myself be caught like this. If I'm caught, I'm surely dead. My whole life will be ruined." Tien Nguyen saw an open door ahead. The door was open. She quickly ran to it and went inside. She slammed the door shut and quickly locked it. Tien Nguyen leaned against the door and slid down. She sat panting. "It's so hot, so uncomfortable." Lam Tien Nguyen trembled, unable to stand up. "Someone's here, I must leave now." Suddenly, the door opened. Luk Trak Uyen, holding a face towel, asked, "Who are you?" Lam Tien Nguyen could barely stand. "I'm sorry, I didn't know someone was here." Tien Nguyen staggered and fell towards Luk Trash Uyen. Luk Trash Uyen's face turned pale as he dodged. "Are you doing this on purpose?" he asked. Tien Nguyen's face touched Luk Trash Uyen's chest. No, I was just trying to leave." Luk Trach Uyen lifted her chin. He frowned as he looked at Tien Nguyen. "Wait a moment," he said. Then Luk Trash Uyen moved closer and kissed Tien Nguyen's lips. He gently pushed her away. Lam Tien Nguyen fell onto the bed. She widened her eyes in shock. "What are you doing?" Luk Trach Uyen said, "Since you're here, don't leave." A while later, the two were sleeping soundly on the bed. Tien Nguyen slowly opened her eyes and sat up. "I'm dead drunk." Tien Nguyen stared at Luk Trach Uyen. Luk Trash Uyen was sound asleep, unaware of anything. Tien Nguyen let out a long sigh. At least it wasn't that bastard Chairman Do. There was shouting outside. "Only this room is left. That damned girl must be in this room." "Lam Tien Nguyen, you wretched girl, open the door now." Tien Nguyen frowned. "Damn it, did they deliberately bring people here to trap me?" The room was in disarray. Tien Nguyen tiptoed out but suddenly collapsed. "Ah, it hurts. That beast." Tien Nguyen grabbed her clothes and put them on. Luckily, the clothes weren't torn. Suddenly, Luk Trash Uyen grabbed Tien Nguyen's wrist. He frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" Lam Tien Nguyen looked a bit worried. "They're looking for me." "In a moment, hide in the room. Wait until we leave, then go out." Luk Trash Uyen suggested, "I can help you." Tien Nguyen was startled. "Who is this person? Why does he have such an aura?" She asked back, "What's your request?" Luk Trash Uyen replied, kiss me. Tien Wet was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Luke Tra Uyen said sternly, don't make me repeat myself. Tien Wet's face turned bright red. We've already slept together anyway. It's just a kiss. It won't hurt. Think of it as being bitten by a dog. She quickly pressed her lips against Luke Tra Uyen's. Lam Tien Wet forced a smile. Well, we've kissed anyway. He didn't say how long it should last. Luke Tra Uyen's face turned pale. He covered his mouth with his hand and smirked. He immediately made a phone call, ordering to deal with the people outside the door. Lam Tien Wet stood behind, covering her mouth to hide her laughter. Suddenly, Luke Tra Uyen pulled Tien Wet's hand. She panicked. Luke Tra Uyen forcefully kissed her. The messy room echoed with sounds of and A while later, in the bathroom of an apartment, Lam Tien Wet sat hunched over, dejected. She recalled the events of that day. Luckily, she had escaped before he woke up. She hoped to never have anything to do with him again. Lam Tien Wet was sad. She lowered her head and cried silently. And then it became like this. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Tududu anxiously entered. Why are you at home with the lights off? Tien Wet looked at Tududu, her eyes brimming with tears. Tududu hugged Tien Wet tightly. What happened? Tududu comforted her. It's okay now. It's okay. I'm here. Tien Wet sobbed as she explained. They want to marry me off to that real estate chairman too. And they even drugged me. Tien Wet's tears streamed down. Even though I'm an adopted child after all these years. Even if you raise a dog, you should have some affection for it. Why do they treat me like this? Is it because I'm not good enough? Tududu shed tears of sympathy for her friend. It's not your fault. You've done very well. It's because they're not good people. Tien Wet collapsed onto Tududu's shoulder. Tududu panicked. Nwet. Tien Wet whimpered. It's so hot. You have a fever. Tududu frantically grabbed her phone. We need to get you to the hospital quickly. Tududu searched for Lak Duong's number. Is Nwet still unable to let go of this person? Tududu quickly called him. Hello, Lak Duong. Nwet is sick. I can't handle it alone. Can you come here and help? Lam Tuet Nhu answered the phone. Oh, she's sick, is she? Shouldn't you be looking for a doctor? Lak Duong from our family isn't a doctor. What do you need him for? Tududu was shocked to hear her. Lam Tuet Nhu. Why is it you? Lam Tuet Nhu gloated. What's wrong with it being me? Please don't call Lak Duong anymore. He's already engaged, understand? Lam Ting Wet keeps clinging to my sister's fiancé like this. It's causing me a lot of trouble. Tududu angrily threw down the phone. Damn woman. You think I want to call you? The phone shattered. At that moment, a doorbell rang. Tududu angrily exclaimed, it's so noisy. She frowned and opened the door. Who's there? An assistant and some bodyguards stood at the door. He smiled and asked, Is Miss Lam Tien Wet here? Tududu frowned. Who are you? The bodyguards lined up in 2 rows. The assistant replied, Our chairman is looking for Miss Lam. The bodyguards stood in 2 rows. Luke Tra Uyen strode in confidently. Where is that woman? Tududu backed away nervously. Who are you? Luke Tra Uyen said sternly, Call her out here. Tududu asked, You mean Nwet? She gaped and said, She's sick. She can't see visitors. If you have something to say, tell me. Before she could finish speaking, Luke Tra Uyen gently pushed Tududu aside. Move. Tududu was bewildered. Huh? Luke Tra Uyen glanced around. Water was overflowing from the bathroom. He walked in. Tududu shouted, You can't go in. Stop. Lam Ting Wet was sitting in the bathroom. She trembled. Luke Tra Uyen quickly grabbed a cloth and wrapped it around Lam Tien Wet, gently lifting her up. Tududu was angry. She pointed. How dare you come in like this? Luke Tra Uyen said tensely. She's burning up with fever. You just left her like this. Tududu stammered. Luke Tra Uyen said. I'm taking her to the hospital. You can follow us. Tududu stood dazed. Oh, okay. Tududu rubbed her head, questioning herself. Who is this person, really? Why did I suddenly lose my senses and not dare to resist him? Luke Tra Uyen hurriedly carried Tien Wet to the hospital. The butler saw this and smiled. The chairman's panicked appearance was truly rare. It was indeed uncommon. As soon as he got the news, he rushed over. Who on earth was this woman who suddenly appeared? Then the car immediately drove off. In the car, Luke Tra Uyen stared at Tien Wet without taking his eyes off her. Tien Wet shivered. Luke Tra Uyen said tensely, Drive faster. Yes, Chairman. The butler smiled. But it seems we're already at top speed. The car carrying Tien Wet and the ones behind immediately sped to the hospital. The cars behind suddenly had a chain collision. Luke Tra Uyen entered the hospital with a stern face. The nurses saw him and bowed, greeting him. Hello, Chairman Luck. Chairman Luck, hello. Greetings, Chairman Luck. Luke Tra Uyen placed Tien Wet down. Examine her. Luke Tra Uyen stood behind, arms crossed, glaring. The nurse's hand holding the thermometer trembled. She nervously said, Chairman Luck, this young lady just has a cold and fever. There's nothing serious. The fever will subside with treatment. She anxiously lowered her head, trembling so much that she pricked Tien Wet, causing her to bleed. Luke Tra Uyen immediately stomped on the chair, breaking it. The nurse was terrified. A moment later, Luke Trash Uyen sat anxiously beside Tien Viet, taking care of her. In the hospital room, Luke Trash Uyen sat anxiously beside Tien Viet's bed. To Dudu cautiously said, "You're Chairman Luke, right? Thank you for this time. There's nothing else to worry about now. Why don't you go back first? I can stay here." Luke Trash Uyen glanced at her. To Dudu nervously broke into a sweat. She pointed at herself. I'll go out to buy some things for Nguyet Nguyet. Please make yourself at home." Luke Trach Uyen silently looked at Tien Yun Nguyet lying on the hospital bed. He thought to himself, she's just an ordinary woman. Why does she attract so much attention? The scene outside was quiet. Birds chirped while the hospital room remained silent. Tien Nguyet slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, Lak Duong was holding her hand tightly. Tien Nguyet asked confusedly, "Who is it?" Dudu. Lak Duong leaned over and asked, "Nguyet Nguyet, you're awake. Are you feeling better?" Tien Nguyet froze. She sat up in panic. Lak Duong, "Why are you here?" Lak Duong showed a worried expression. "I'm sorry, Nguyet Nguyet. Tuet Nhu took my phone. That's why I couldn't receive your calls." Tien Nguyet coldly turned away. "I don't know what you're talking about." Lak Duong grasped Tien Nguyet's hand tightly. He hurriedly explained, "Not being there for you in time was my fault. I was wrong. But after I checked the call log, I came here immediately. Please don't be angry with me. Okay." Tien Nguyet didn't care about Lak Duong's words. She pulled her hand away. "I don't understand what you're saying. We've broken up. Let go of my hand." Lak Duong continued speaking, almost pleading. "Please, Nguyet Nguyet, don't be like this. You clearly know that you're the one I love." Tien Nguyet frowned. "Love me." She recalled that moment. Tien Nguyet's eyes widened as she remembered Tuet Nhu smiling in Lak Duong's arms. "Is this how you show your love for me?" Tien Nguyet lowered her head and turned away. "I can't accept your love." Lak Duong immediately hugged Tien Nguyet. "No, Nguyet Nguyet, I miss you so much. Please don't leave me." Tien Nguyet angrily struggled. "Let go of me." Tien Nguyet covered Lak Duong's mouth to stop him from trying to kiss her. At that moment, Dudu walked in. "What are you doing?" Dudu quickly pushed Lak Duong away. "Stay away from Nguyet Nguyet." She angrily shielded Tien Nguyet. Lak Duong said, "This doesn't concern you. Get out of the way." Suddenly, Tuet Nhu approached Lak Duong. She pretended to be innocent and asked, "What are you all doing?" Meanwhile, at the Luke Corporation office building, Luke Trach Uyen was holding a notebook, staring intently. The assistant standing behind thought, "He's been staring at this page for half an hour without turning it. Can he see through the paper?" The assistant smiled and said, "It's almost time to leave. Do you need to visit Miss Mock at the hospital?" Luke Trach Uyen quickly stood up, adjusted his tie, and said, "Well, since you've mentioned it, then let's go take a look." The assistant smiled slightly. Lak Duong turned away awkwardly. Tuet Nhu approached Lak Duong and said coyly, "Lak Duong, you're here to visit her too. Why didn't you wait for me to come along?" She glanced at Lam Tien Nguyet. "Sister, you should have just called me if you needed something. Is your brother-in-law as close to you as your little sister here?" Dudu stood in front of Lam Tien Nguyet. "This is." Lam Tien Nguyet pulled her hand back. "Dudu." She smiled and said, "If you've all finished visiting, can you leave now? You two are disturbing my rest." Tuet Nhu quickly pulled Lak Duong away. "Then we won't disturb your recovery anymore." "Oh right, Mom said you should come back home tomorrow." Lam Tien Nguyet replied, "I know." Lak Duong still lingered reluctantly. "Then I'll visit you next time." Tuet Nhu glared at him coldly. Lam Tien Nguyet ignored them and turned away. Dudu held her hand. "Nguyet Nguyet, I'm sorry. Last night, I took the initiative to call Lak Duong." Lam Tien Nguyet asked in surprise, "So did Lak Duong bring me to the hospital last night?" Dudu quickly denied, "Of course not." Lak Duong didn't answer the phone. It was an unfamiliar man. I think he was some kind of CEO. Very imposing. And very handsome, too. He watched over you for a long time and just left. I think he's not normal when it comes to you. Lam Tien Nguyet pondered. Could it be him? Dudu looked intently at Lam Tien Nguyet. "I was wrong. Nguyet Nguyet, I shouldn't have called Lak Duong. Otherwise, that Lam Tuet Nhu wouldn't have had an excuse to bother you." Lam Tien Nguyet patted Dudu's head. "Silly, how could I blame you? You were just worried about me." Lam Tien Nguyet became concerned. "But I don't know when Lak Duong will come to bother me again. It's better to leave soon." Dudu replied, "Okay, I'll go handle the discharge procedures now. Let's leave quickly." At this moment, outside, the nurses were all very excited. "Look, CEO Luck is here again. CEO Luck is so handsome." Luke Trach Uyen was admired wherever he went. "Hello, CEO Luck, CEO Luck." The assistant beside him chuckled inwardly. He had specifically stopped on the way to bring food for that young lady. It seems Luke Corporation is about to have a new son. Luck Trach Uyen, holding the lunchbox, thought to himself, "Will she like it?" As the door opened, the room was empty. Luke Trash Uyen's face darkened. The assistant beside him could only force a smile. He turned to ask the nurse, "Where's the young lady who was in this room last night?" The nurse stammered, She left after her IV drip at noon." Luke Trak Uyen, upon hearing this, angrily threw the lunchbox to his assistant. "It's yours." The assistant also disliked it and threw it away directly. Then he quickly left. Lak Duong sat in the car, bewildered. That was Luke Trach Uyen from Luck Corporation. How could such a person appear here at this time? Tuyet Nhu spoke up. "Lak Duong, what are you thinking about?" "Lak Duong, are you angry with me?" Lak Duong awkwardly replied. "How could that be? Of course not." Tuyet Nhu then cried, appearing vulnerable. "I know you like my sister. I'm sorry if I hadn't accidentally drunk that glass of wine that time." Lak Duong gently caressed her cheek to comfort Tuyet Nhu. "Don't say any more. I was wrong too. I'll take good care of you." Tuyet Nhu smiled outwardly and replied, "Yes." But inwardly, she thought viciously, "Lam Tien Nguyet, even if you don't like it, I'll still take everything that's yours." The next day at the Lam family villa, the atmosphere at the dining table was tense. Old Mr. Lam and his wife exchanged glances. The wife spoke up. "Tien Nguyet, you're not a child anymore. Your father and I have arranged a very suitable marriage for you. The man's age is very compatible with yours. He's also a PhD who studied abroad. This Saturday afternoon, you should go meet him." Lam Tien Nguyet laughed coldly. Indeed, this was their real purpose for inviting her to dinner. Lam Tien Nguyet turned and replied, "I don't want to get married right now." The woman angrily slammed the table. "This is not up to you. Your act of running away that night has made CEO Thusai. Do hold a grudge against the Lam family. We lost a big business deal because of you. We can overlook that. But this time you must go whether you want to or not." Lam Tien Nguyet angrily slammed the table. "For business, you don't care about drugging me, forcing me to serve that old man who likes to toy with girls." Lam Tien Nguyet turned away. "I won't go anywhere. If you want to go yourselves." The woman then played the emotional card. "The Lam family has raised you for so many years. It's not charity. You think you don't have to give anything back. It's time for you to repay the Lam family." Lam Tien Nguyet trembled with anger. Her hands clenched as she coldly turned back and said, "Does this mean that after this, I'll have nothing to do with the Lam family anymore?" The woman, hearing this, became a bit scared. "That's right." Lam Tien Nguyet turned away. "I understand. I'll go." At this moment, Tuyet Nhu appeared out of nowhere, calling, "Mom, why are you introducing such a good match to Lam Tien Nguyet? He's even a PhD." The woman immediately said, "Silly child, I'm helping you. Although you're engaged to Lak Duong, Lam Tien Nguyet is still working at Lak Corporation. We can't allow any chance for her and Lak Duong to rekindle their old relationship." Tuyet Nhu smiled upon hearing this. "Don't worry, Mom. I won't let her have that opportunity." Outside, as Lam Tien Nguyet was leaving, she thought to herself, "From now on, nothing will bind me anymore." The next day at Lak Corporation, everyone in the company was buzzing with gossip. At this moment, Lam Tien Nguyet and Todudu walked in. Noticing the strange atmosphere, Lam Tien Nguyet was confused. "I was just on leave for 2 days. Why is the atmosphere so weird as soon as I arrive?" Other employees were still actively whispering, "She's young, what can't she do? She wants to be the third wheel and ruin others' relationships. Isn't that right?" Fortunately, in the end, CEO Lak is still with CEO Mok. Lam Tien Nguyet listened in silence. Todudu angrily shouted, "What do you all understand here? Stop gossiping." The two quickly turned back, stammering, Sister Lam?" Lam Tien Nguyet pulled Todudu away. "Let's just work." Todudu hesitated, but the gossiping woman angrily snorted. "Humph, what's she pretending for?" After sitting at her desk, Lam Tien Nguyet focused on finding out what had happened. She clicked the mouse once and the screen displayed. Then Lam Tien Nguyet scrolled down to read the comments. Todudu angrily said, "Who on earth posted this? It's completely twisting the facts. Have the guts to come out." Lam Tien Nguyet remained silent. "I want to see what images have turned me into the third wheel." The engagement photos of Tuyet Nhu and Lak Duong appeared. At the same time, there were also photos of Lam Tien Nguyet and Lak Duong. She silently recalled Lak Duong's words. "Clearly, we were legitimate lovers. Why do we have to act like we're secretly in love?" Lam Tien Nguyet smiled and replied, "We're still students, so we should take it slow. You're so handsome. I don't want to become a target for other girls at school." Lak Duong gently rubbed her nose. "Only you are so smart." Back to reality, Lam Tien Nguyet smiled wryly. "So at that time, Lam Tuyet Nhu had already started plotting against me. What a scheme." Todudu, angry on Lam Tien Nguyet's behalf, turned away. "This is too much. Too much. Nguyet, wait here. I'll go find the network manager to take it down." Lam Tien Nguyet wanted to stop her, calling Dudu, but it was too late. Lam Tien Nguyet felt helpless. If someone didn't intentionally spread this gossip, it couldn't have caused such a big commotion in the company. At this moment, a colleague came over to mock her. "Lam Tien Nguyet, have you seen the forum yet? How can you still have the face to sit here? When are you planning to leave Lak Corporation?" Lam Tien Nguyet smiled slightly and replied, "If someone like you is still at the company, how could I leave leave, the colleague retorted. After doing such a thing, you still have the nerve to stay here. Why hasn't CEO Lam come to find you? It's just that he doesn't want to make a scene. Be sensible and leave on your own. Lam Tianwet replied, how can a few photos determine that I'm the third wheel? In that case, I also have photos of you at a bar. Does that prove you're selling yourself? The woman gritted her teeth in anger, warning, you better leave on your own. Don't wait until it becomes so messy you can't clean it up. You'll be the one losing face. At this moment, another colleague came over. Sister Nuet, don't mind what others say. I believe in you. Lam Tien Nuet gently patted the young girl's head. I won't mind, she said. The girl then added, Sister Nuet, wherever you go in the future, I'll follow you. Lam Tien Nuet smiled. When did I say I wanted to leave? Even if I leave, it won't be now. Before I go, I'll make sure those behind this pay the price. That night, Lam Tien Nuet opened her computer and messaged someone. Are you there? Yes. Sis, you finally remembered me. The other side asked, do you need something, sis? Aren't you that high-level hacker or something? I need your help with something. Just say it, sis. I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly for you. Lam Tien Wit then explained the situation. Lam Tien Wit smiled. Tomorrow, wait and see the good show. At the bar, Van Tu Mak was looking at her phone and smiling happily. Namlak saw this and was surprised. The other two just kept drinking. Namlak backed away fearfully. Van Tu Mak, has spring arrived? Van Tu Mak frowned. Don't think I don't know what you're saying. Today this young master is in a good mood. I won't argue with you guys. My sister has contacted me. You guys enjoy yourselves, I'm leaving first, she said, then stood up and left. Namlak looked confused. She's gone. What do you think? Who's this sister Van Tu Mak mentioned? Who could make Van Tu Mak so obedient? A cold-looking guy replied, who knows? Namlak sighed. How boring, then turned to Luk Trach Uyen. Luk Trach Uyen, you called us here and haven't said anything. Just drinking. What's going on? Looking at Luk Trach Uyen's solemn expression, Namlak grumbled irritably. Luk Trach Uyen finally spoke. How do you pursue a girl? Namlak choked on his drink. Namlak wiped his mouth and asked suspiciously, did I hear that right? Then he laughed. You ancient tree, wanting to pursue a girl. You're still too green. Luk Trach Uyen chuckled. Namlak looked confused. What do you mean, not? The guy next to him patted Namlak's shoulder. All right, let's talk business. Namlak then said, is there even a need to think about it? Not to mention your status, just with your face, all girls would be lining up for you. Luk Trach Uyen thought for a moment and said, she's not that kind of person. Namlak laughed. They're all the same. You just don't understand women enough. That's why you find it strange. Namlak leaned close to Luk Trach Uyen and whispered, let me teach you. It's like this. The next morning, Lam Tin Wit arrived at the company. The atmosphere was even stranger. Is that kid really trustworthy? Just as she sat down, a colleague called out, Sister Nyet, quick, look at the big news. The person who posted yesterday has retracted their statement. Du looked on in amazement. Her colleague scrolled down. Photos of 3 people appeared, and there was even a video. Lam Tien Nuet's face darkened. This couldn't be. The colleague was about to click to watch. Lam Tien Nuet hurriedly stopped her. Wait. The video showed intimate scenes between Lak Duong and Lam Tuet Nu. Lam Tien Nuet quickly grabbed the phone. The colleague blushed embarrassedly. Miss Lam, she. Lam Tien Nuet helplessly held her head. What background does that guy have? Even this was uncovered by him. This is going to be big trouble. Meanwhile, in Lam Tuet Nu's office, she threw documents at her subordinate's face and angrily slammed the table. What good deed have you done? The subordinate panicked. I don't know, I really didn't post this. Lam Tuet Nu was furious, her face contorted. Not you. You dare say this forum account isn't yours. The subordinate anxiously opened her phone to check. But after entering the password, the screen displayed incorrect password. I can't even log in. No matter how many times I repeat the password, it says it's wrong. She became tense. Where on earth did Lam Tien Wet get such mystical powers? Lam Tuet Nu shouted, go quickly. Call someone to take that down immediately. She replied anxiously, but it's basically impossible to delete. Lam Tuet Nu slammed the table hard. I don't care why I'm paying you. Get out and figure out a way for me. She hurriedly left. Yes, Miss Lam. Lam Tuet Nu worried. Damn it, it can't be. Lam Tien Wit is the real mistress. Lam Tien Wit must be the one behind this. I'll teach her a lesson. Then Lam Tuet Nu opened the door to go out. Everyone in the company was discussing non-stop. Unable to bear it, she returned to her room, slammed the door shut, her whole body trembling and breathing heavily. Then she took out her phone and texted her mother. Outside, the discussions continued. Lam Tien Wet felt uncomfortable and said to Todudu beside her, hey, you should be honest now. What's really going on? Lam Tien Wet hesitated. Do you remember last time when I went to the orphanage alone? don't you remember? We originally agreed to go together, but on the way, I suddenly had something to do, Lam Tingwit recounted. Actually, that afternoon on the way back, I met a beggar. Tududu looked puzzled. A beggar? Yes, he was very dirty all over. There was also a strange smell on him, but his eyes were very clear and beautiful. He looked like he had been hungry for a long time, so I gave him some food. He wanted me to leave a way to contact me, saying he wanted to repay me, so I gave it to him. Tududu, hearing this, excitedly shouted, "He asked, and you just gave it to him. What if he's a scammer?" Lam Tianwet said, "I only gave him my QQ account. I'm not stupid. Besides, he didn't seem like a scammer to me." Van Tuma laughed loudly and said, "Young lady, I will definitely repay you according to your wishes." Lam Tingwit continued, "He sounded like more of an idiot." Tududu clicked her tongue. He really is an idiot. So what happened next? A long time passed after that. I had already forgotten about it when he added me as a friend. He said he wasn't a beggar, just came to this place to find relatives. He encountered a thief, which is why he ended up like that. We only chatted online. When this incident happened, I just remembered that he accidentally revealed he was a hacker. So I asked him. Unexpectedly, he agreed right away, and that's what happened. Tududu then said, "Coming to Namthan to find relatives and encountering a thief. Only you would believe such an excuse. I think this person isn't simple. You should stay away from him for me." Lam Tingwet tried to comfort Tududu. "All right, I understand. Don't be angry anymore." At this moment, another employee rushed in to announce, "Madame Locke has arrived. Everyone, please go out quickly." Everyone was wondering why they were called outside. Who knows? Maybe there's something important to say. Oh, that's right. Lam Tianwet, Madame Locke specifically instructed that you must come out. You can't be missing. Hearing this, Lam Tianwet looked confused. What could Madame Locke's purpose be? At this moment, the hall was extremely noisy and bustling. Everyone was looking up at Madame Locke. Lam Tianwet and Todudu saw this and stepped aside. The two girls' faces were bewildered. The two guys standing nearby were constantly worried. Madame Locke approached, took Lam Tuetnu's hand and said, "In the future, remember to come to Lakra to play. If anything happens, you can always find me. Don't let things happen and make yourself sad." Lam Tuetnu gently replied, "Yes." Lam Tianwet and Todudu stood pensively watching them talk. Madame Locke spoke softly. "If it weren't for your mother telling me, I wouldn't have known you suffered so much injustice at Lakthi." Lam Tuetnu gently touched the hand caressing her cheek. Her face feigned a pitiful look. "Yes, Auntie. When I have time, I'll come to Lakra to visit you. Don't find me annoying then." Madame Locke smiled and said, "I'd be more than happy if you could come. How could I find you annoying?" As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to Lam Tianwet and Todudu with a hateful glare. "If in the future, company employees still speak nonsense, you don't need to ask for my or Lak Duong's opinion." Her face frowned noticeably. "Just fire them directly." Todudu was startled upon hearing this. Her face showed confusion. "What's this about?" Lam Tianwet stood beside her with a gloomy expression. She held Todudu's hand, signaling her not to speak further. She was shocked. Clearly, Madame Locke walked over and deliberately bumped her shoulder into Lam Tianwet. She looked smug. Some people should recognize their status early on. Don't dream of unrealistic things. Lam Tianwet couldn't say anything in her heart. She recalled how Madame Locke had threatened her before. She had calmly folded her arms and said viciously, "You're just an adopted daughter of the Lam family, an orphan with no father or mother. How are you worthy of our Lak Duong?" She sat there dazed, listening to her criticism. "But the precious things that don't belong to you, don't even think about them." After recalling this incident, Lam Tianwet stood pensively in the hall. Tududu and those nearby silently watched her. Lam Tuetnu looked down on Lam Tianwet. "Come to my office in a bit. Everyone else, disperse." The nearby employees started discussing. A girl chatted with the guy next to her. "Is this Madame Locke here specifically to back up Director Lam? Hasn't she seen the video on the forum?" The guy replied, "You dare mention the forum. If you don't want to lose your job, don't say anything. That video basically doesn't show faces clearly. Who knows who it really is?" The girl looked at Lam Tianwet and Todudu, thinking to herself, "Anyway, everyone has seen Madame Locke's attitude now. We'd better keep our distance from her." The gray-haired girl with a small face, her eyes showing a bit of fear, ran to hold Lam Tianwet's hand. Lam Tianwet smiled and patted the girl's head. "It's okay, I'm used to it." Tududu, facing Lam Tianwet, shouted, Nguyet, why don't we leave together? This place basically can't continue like this." Lam Tianwet said dejectedly, but Tududu was very determined. "No buts. Originally, it was Lak Duong's suggestion that we came to Lak Thi. Now that you two have broken up, we have even less reason to stay." Lam Tianwet, accommodating her, calmly replied, "All right, Let's quit now then. The gray-haired girl excitedly said, I want to. I want to too. I want to go with you two sisters. Lam Tianwet gently said, Silly, you're an intern from school. What quitting? Aren't you going back to school next month? Be good and stay here. The girl smiled and quickly agreed. Okay then, after I graduate, I'll come find you two sisters. Dudu said happily. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. A moment later, Lam Tianwet stood pensively in front of the office door, looking at her resignation letter. She raised her hand to knock on Lam Tuetnu's office door. Her knocking made a crying sound. She entered the room. With a serious expression, she placed the letter on the desk. I'm here to resign. Lam Tuetnu gently stroked her hair, smiling smugly. Resign. She took the letter and tore it in half, throwing it in the trash. With an arrogant look at Lam Tianwet, she said, You think Lakhthi is a place you can come and go as you please. She lightly placed her dirty hand on her chin. You can leave, but there's a condition. She must have thought of a trap to humiliate Lam Tianwet. Lam Tuetnu stated her condition. There's a dinner tonight you must attend. This is your last task at Lakhthi. Lam Tianwet angrily placed her hands on the desk. If I attend this dinner with you tonight, you'll let me go, including Dudu. Lam Tuetnu said fine. I've long disliked that girl anyway. Lam Tianwet agreed. All right, I'll go. Later that night, at the Diep Group's gathering, inside the magnificent castle, lights shimmered brilliantly. Two beautiful young women were offering drinks to Chairman Tran. He had his arm around the waist of the black-haired girl. She coaxed, Have another drink. The girl beside her chimed in. Chairman Tran, drink up. Hearing these sweet words, he replied, All right, all right, all right. At the same time, Lam Tianwet looked at his ugly, pot-bellied figure with a disdainful expression. In her mind, she thought, Is this the dinner Lam Tuetnu mentioned? Since when did Lakhthi become like this? Lam Tuetnu, wearing a stylish red dress, held a glass of wine. Not wanting to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she struck up a conversation with Chairman Tran. She sat close to him, raising her wine glass, and said, I've heard so much about you, Chairman Tran. I'd like to propose a toast. Chairman Tran's lecherous expression intensified. He replied, Chairman Lam, you're too kind. You're so young yet already in the position of CEO. Your future is truly promising. Lam Tuetnu smiled. Chairman Tran, you're too polite. He then hugged a girl beside him tightly. Hearing Lam Tuetnu's words, he thought to himself, Heh, she seems quite arrogant. It must be pleasurable to sleep with her. Too bad she's from Lakhthi. It might be troublesome to touch her. The girl in Chairman Tran's arms was being held too tightly. She protested. Ah, Chairman Tran, you're hurting me. He looked at her with a lewd expression and said, Ha ha, don't you like it this way? Lam Tuetnu looked at Chairman Tran with contempt. In her heart, she thought, Damn fat pig, doesn't even look at himself in the mirror. How dare he look at me with those disgusting eyes? If it weren't for other reasons, this young lady wouldn't even bother staying here any longer. Lam Tianwet sat on the opposite chair looking a bit sad. Lam Tuetnu schemed, Miss Tianwet, why are you just sitting there? Come here quickly and offer a toast to Chairman Tran. Her beautiful face and platinum blonde hair lit up the entire party. When Chairman Tran saw her, he seemed to have never seen anyone so beautiful before. His face turned red, and his lustful expression was obvious. He asked, I don't know who this lady is. Lam Tuetnu, sitting nearby, quickly replied, This is our company's project director. She's also a great beauty. The ugly old man responded, Yes, 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 she's too beautiful. He waved his hand, quickly dismissing the girl serving drinks beside him. You, move aside. Then he coaxed, Lam Tianwet, right? Come sit over here. Lam Tianwet came to sit next to him. She was uncomfortable and couldn't force a smile. Chairman Tran hurriedly said, Miss Tianwet, you're so young, yet already a project director. It's truly admirable. Lam Tuetnu, holding a wine glass, arrogantly said, Of course, Tianwet performs excellently in our company. Moreover, she's very much favored by our Chairman Lak. Hearing Lam Tuetnu say this, he became extremely pleased. So she's also a woman who uses her body to climb up. I don't need to be polite then. This Chairman Tran offered a glass of wine to Lam Tianwet. Come. Chairman Tran toast to Miss Tianwet. He handed the wine glass to Lam Tianwet. She accepted it without suspicion. Just endure this last time, and Dudu and I will be free. She quickly drank the glass of wine. Chairman Tran acted as if he had caught a big fish. He said, Ha ha, excellent drinking capacity. Come on, let's have 3 more rounds. Lam Tianwet became uneasy. Her face turned red. Feeling unwell, she stood up and said, Excuse me, I need to use the restroom for a moment. The lecherous Chairman Tran replied, All right. Lam Tuetnu, sitting nearby, asked him, So what do you think? She's not bad, right? He clearly showed his desire for Lam Tianwet. Not bad at all. It seems you understand me best, young lady. Tuyet Nu schemed with a cunning look. With an arrogant expression, she said, Chairman Tran, are you letting her go like that? Aren't you afraid the fat sheep will escape? He raised his wine glass to his mouth, looking smug. Don't worry, she won't escape. Meanwhile, Lam Tianwet was stumbling towards the restroom. Perhaps due to drinking too much, she felt tired. Her limbs were unsteady. At that moment, two thugs approached her. The red-haired one said, Chairman Tran said it's her. The blonde one, with a cigarette in his mouth, seemed smarter and said, who cares? When the lights are off, who knows who's who? Just grab her and go. In the public restroom, the sound of rushing water could be heard. Lam Tianwet raised her hand to her face. She gazed at her drunken face in the mirror, thinking she couldn't go back anymore. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feeling uncomfortable, she leaned on the sink, looking weak. I should go home, she thought. She staggered as she walked. Just as she reached the door, a figure appeared out of nowhere. She bumped into them with a thud. Lam Tianwet's face scrunched up. She touched her nose and asked, did I hit a wall? It hurts, but she felt strange. She reached out to touch the imaginary wall, saying, why is this wall so warm? It turned out that wall was actually Luke Trak Uyen. He stared at her in shock. The manager beside him saw this and chuckled. Another one offered to you. Luke Trak Uyen looked at Lam Tianwet with a hateful expression. The manager only felt sorry for the girl. What a pity she encountered a man who doesn't understand romance. Luke Trak Uyen grabbed Lam Tianwet's hand angrily and asked, had enough. She frowned and said, it hurts. Luke Trach Uyen clearly saw her beautiful face and froze. He exclaimed, you? Lam Tingwet, confused, had a question mark in her head. Luke Trach Uyen's manager stood beside them, enjoying the show. The manager thought, oh, isn't this Miss Lam that the CEO has been longing for? Suddenly, Luke Trach Uyen released Lam Tianwet's hand. Luke Trach Uyen asked awkwardly, are you all right? Tianwet replied with a groan, it hurts. The assistant smiled and suggested, CEO, Miss Lam is drunk. How about we take her home? Luke Trash Uyen gently patted Tianwet's head. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, the assistant standing there saw no one. Luke Trash Uyen had carried Tianwet away. He said sternly, aren't you coming? The assistant turned and smiled helplessly. Luke Trash Uyen carefully carried Tianwet back. The assistant followed behind. Tianwet touched Luke Trash Uyen's chest, blushing, and said, it's beating. The assistant leaned down and told Tianwet, a beating heart is normal. Tianwet shyly said, but it's beating very fast. Luke Trak Uyen was stunned. He glanced at the talkative assistant. The assistant fell silent. Then Luke Trak Uyen carried Tianwet away. Stay and clean everything up. The assistant bowed. Yes, CEO. Have a safe trip. He watched Luke Trak Uyen with amusement. Luke Trak Uyen's steps were unsteady. Luke Trak Uyen's ears turned bright red. The assistant saw this and smiled. A moment later, security guards dealt with two men in the room. The assistant wiped his hands and said, go. He glared. How do you want to die? The two beaten men trembled. This script isn't right. Why are you beating us? You want to kill us. Shouldn't you ask the person behind this? Thaklao III leaned on his hand and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, kid, you're still the same. Full of mischief. The security guard saw him and quickly bowed. Boss. Lux CEO's assistant smirked. Heh, Thaklao III. Thaklao III then said, all right, stop scaring them. The two beaten men glanced at him. Thaklao III angrily used his fist to threaten these two. Speak up now. Sneaking around outside the bathroom. What were you doing? Peeking at someone's daughter. The blonde guy fearfully held his head and confessed, I'll talk. It was CEO Tran. CEO Tran from Tran Real Estate. Look, CEO's assistant said, wrong timing. Tran Corporation should be bankrupt now. Thaklao III gaped, looking helpless. Did you steal the boss's lines? Thaklao III frowned. These two are useless now, right? The blonde guy heard this and felt even more helpless. The assistant waved his hand. The two men cried, spare our lives. Thaklao III grabbed these two by the head. I'll take them away. Don't worry, it'll be absolutely clean. Meanwhile, on CEO Tran's side, an assistant rushed in frantically to report. It's not good, CEO Tran. The assistant leaned close and whispered to CEO Tran. CEO Tran was stunned. What? You're saying the people we sent out are all gone? Lam Tuetnu, sitting nearby, frowned and asked, what happened? CEO Tran replied, that woman has run away. The people I sent out haven't returned either. Lam Tuetnu's eyes widened. How is that possible? She's just an orphan with no power or influence. How could she not be caught? CEO Tran angrily shouted at Lam Tuetnu. You're asking me. Who should I ask? This was your arrangement. You owe me an explanation. Lam Tuet Nhu slowly picked up her handbag, intending to shirk responsibility and leave. If things have changed, let's end it here today. CEO Tron grabbed her hand. Stay. You're joking, right? CEO Tron lifted Tuet Nhu's chin. If she's run away, then you stay. Tuet Nhu was irritated. Do you know what you're saying? I'm the daughter-in-law of the Lak family. CEO Tran made a few more threats. If you don't agree, then we don't need to negotiate this contract anymore. Lam Tuet Nhu bit her lip lightly. It wasn't easy to gain a stable position in Lak Corporation. To make that Lak madam look up to her a bit, how could she let it end like this? CEO Tran continued shamelessly. What are you pretending for? It's not like this is your first time doing this. Lam Tuet Nhu lowered her head, enduring. CEO Tran teased, just be obedient and listen. No one will know about this. The scene changes to Luke Trashuian's villa. Luke Trashuian gently put Tuet Nhu down. He softly stroked her hair. Lam Tien Wet drowsily mumbled, She made a retching sound. Luke Trashuian covered his mouth and stepped back. Ugh, ugh. He blushed, his whole body smelling of alcohol. Luke Trashuian picked up a shirt, forced to change clothes. He reached his hand towards Lam Tien Wet. Suddenly there was a slap. Luke Trashuian froze. Lam Tien Wet turned away. She was sleeping so deeply she knew nothing. Luke Trashuian looked at her, stunned. He slowly reached his hand towards Lam Tien Wet again. Slapping sounds kept ringing out. Slap, slap, slap. 1 hour later, Luke Trashuian hugged Lam Tien Wet, sleeping soundly. Early the next morning, Lam Tien Wet slowly opened her eyes in Luke Trashuian's arms. She touched him with her hand. This feeling, it's hard. What is it? Lam Tien Wet sat up in panic. She sweated, looking at the clothes she was wearing. What happened last night? Suddenly, Lam Tien Wet's eyes widened, thinking of CEO Tran. It can't be. She lowered her head in fear. Luke Trashuian frowned, sitting up. What's all the noise about? Meanwhile, on Thach Lao 3's side, the two men were kneeling. Thach Lao 3 smiled with a satisfied expression. Clean enough. Lam Ting Wiet covered her mouth. She blushed so hard her nose bled. Luke Trashuian rubbed his head, looking confused. Lam Ting Wiet turned and said, you're not the person from before. She frowned, remembering that beast. Luke Trashuian turned to leave. If you're awake, get ready and come downstairs. Lam Ting Wiet curiously said, wait a moment. What exactly happened last night? At this moment, a row of outfits was brought in. Lam Ting Wiet gasped, wow. Aunt An, the housekeeper, smiled. Miss Lam is full of energy so early in the morning. Lam Tien Wet looked confused. I'm Aunt Anne, she replied. I'm young Master Luke's housekeeper. Miss Lam, you can call me Aunt Anne. These are clothes young Master Luke asked me to prepare for you. Please see if they're to your liking. Seeing the underwear, Tien Wiet panicked. What? Even these were prepared. Aunt Anne covered her mouth and chuckled. All chosen by young Master Luke himself. By the way, the clothes Miss Lam is wearing now, young Master Luke changed them personally. Lam Tien Wit angrily thought, that beast surnamed Luck. Aunt Anne clapped her hands. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and help the noble lady change clothes. The maids responded, yes. As soon as the words were spoken, several maids rushed to help Lam Tien Wiet change. Lam Tien Wiet struggled. Wait, I can do it myself. Don't take off my clothes. A moment later, the clothes were changed. Tien Wiet was helpless and couldn't resist. So early in the morning, like this. Are we going to a Miss China selection or what? At this time, Luke Trak Uyen was distracted at the dining table. Lam Tien Wiet gently walked down the stairs. Lam Tien Wiet was coming down the stairs. She thought to herself, why does it feel like I'm carrying a heavy burden? Lam Tien Wiet looked towards Luke Trash Uyen, who was enjoying his breakfast. Maybe it's just an illusion. She slowly sat down at the dining table. Luke Trash Uyen stared at her. Lam Tien Wiet asked softly, what exactly happened between us last night? Luke Trash Uyen coldly replied, you got drunk and kept clinging to me, not letting go. Lam Tien Wiet panicked. No way last night. She helplessly patted her head, really. Lam Tien Wiet blushed. Covering her body with both hands, she asked, then why did you take off my clothes and put a men's shirt on me, you pervert? Luke Trashuian raised his voice. You smelled of alcohol all over. I couldn't stand it. Lam Tien Wiet angrily said, you? She stood up to leave. I've caused enough trouble for CEO Luke. I'm really sorry. I'll leave right away. Luke Trashuian quickly grabbed Lam Tien Wiet's hand. Sit down. Finish eating before you go. Lam Tien Wiet sighed. Fine, I'll eat. As she ate, she thought to herself, why am I even listening to this beast? At this moment, a dog with wide eyes approached. It rushed towards Lam Tien Wiet. Lam Tien Wiet was startled. What's this? A dog. It turned out to be a husky. The dog's name was Bebe. It stuck out its tongue, looking at Lam Tien Wiet. Lam Tien Wiet thought to herself, and what kind of two-in-one name is this? Bibi angrily barked repeatedly. It looked at Luke Trash Uyen as if wanting to say accusingly, "Woof woof, who is this woman? I've only been gone for a few days, and you've already found someone else. Don't you love me anymore?" Lam Tianwet's jaw dropped. Is this a serious translation? Bibi continued to bark loudly. Woof woof, you definitely don't love me anymore. You've changed your heart, you're a bad person. Lam Tianwet bent down to greet Bibi. Hello, your name is Bibi, right? Bibi smiled at Lam Tianwet. So pretty. Lam Tianwet thought to herself, even inner thoughts can be translated into words. Bibi wagged its tail. Woof woof woof. Bibi's eyes became sharper. This woman's scent is indeed sweet and deadly. Suddenly, Luke Trahuyen pulled Bibi aside. Enough mischief. Bibi whimpered. Whine woof whine woof whine. Bad person, let me go. I want that big sister to hug me. Luke Trahuyen glared. Bibi sweated. Whine whine. Lam Tianwet glanced at Bibi's prosthetic legs. She was shocked. Did something unexpected happen to its legs? Luke Trahuyen replied, perhaps. When I found it, it was already like this. He recalled the story from that day. In the car, the assistant was driving. Luke Trahuyen rested his hand. What's that? The assistant replied, it seems to be a dog. Bibi was covered in blood all over its body. It trembled in the cold night. There was still a collar around its neck. It seemed like something unexpected had happened, and it had been abandoned. Luke Trahuyen coldly ignored it. Troublesome. The assistant quickly said, Sorry, CEO. We'll avoid it quickly. Luke Trahuyen said sternly, Stop the car. The assistant turned to see Luke Trahuyen slowly getting out of the car. Bibi lay shivering on the road. Seeing Luke Trahuyen approach, it raised its head. Luke Trahuyen stood before Bebe, holding an umbrella. The assistant also quickly approached. He smiled. Let me carry it for you, sir. It's very dirty. Luke Trahuyen picked up the dog and said, You drive. In the car, Luke Trahuyen ordered, Call a vet to the villa. The assistant asked, Do you want to keep it, sir? Luke Trahuyen rested his chin and replied, The villa is too cold already. The assistant looked at Luke Trahuyen and followed along. Luke Trahuyen gently stroked the puppy. Seeing this action from CEO Luke, the assistant unconsciously smiled. As the car slowly moved, the assistant said, Looking closely, it resembles you a lot, CEO Luck. Let's name it Bebe. What do you think? Luke Trahuyen frowned. Be quiet. The puppy's eyes sparkled as it barked once, woof whine. The assistant smiled. It agrees too. Luke Trahuyen remained silent. Now at Luke Trahuyen's house, the maid touched Bebe while it was eating. It's spilling food outside again. Bad dog, Bebe barked. Lam Tianwet smiled. Meeting you must be its luck. Luke Trahuyen glanced at Lam Tianwet. He smiled. Meeting you is also my luck. Lam Tianwet asked Luke Trahuyen confusedly, What did you just say? Luke Trahuyen coldly replied, Nothing. Lam Tianwet looked at him and thought, This person is so strange. Just then, the maid pointed and reported anxiously, Young master, Miss Luke, she's here. Luke Trahuyen said solemnly, Send her away. The maid replied, But she's already. Luke Nahan stormed in, pushing the maid aside. What's wrong with your servant here? How dare she block me? Fire her quickly. Luke Nahan looked at Lam Tianwet. Who are you? Why are you in my brother's villa? Lam Tianwet thought, Is this his sister? Their temperaments are so different. Lam Tianwet replied, I am. Before she could finish, Luke Nahan interrupted, I don't care who you are. Get out of here right now. Luke Trahuyen frowned, Nahan. He pulled Luke Nahan's arm to go outside. Luke Nahan said, Brother, I'm your sister. Where did this vixen come from? You already have a fiancé. Hearing this, Lam Tianwet was stunned. So he's already engaged. Luke Nahan broke free. She frowned and said loudly, Brother, look at her appearance. She can't even compare to a single hair of Sister Nuka. Shameless homewrecker. Lam Tianwet coldly said, Please control your sister. If not, next time we meet, I won't mind teaching her a lesson myself. Lam Tianwet quickly left. I've already troubled you last night. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Luke Trahuyen hurriedly spoke up. Wait, Luke Nahan pulled Luke Trahuyen's arm. I'm not wrong. She is a shameless homewrecker. The only sister-in-law I accept is Sister Nuka. She can't compare to Sister Nuka at all. Luke Nahan stuck out her tongue. Luke Trahuyen stared blankly as Lam Tianwet left. A moment later, Luke Trahuyen grabbed Luke Nahan's arm. Ouch, you're hurting me. Luke Trahuyen pushed hard, causing Luke Nahan to fall to the ground. Don't ever step foot in here again. Luke Nahan looked at Luke Trahuyen in disbelief and asked, I'm your own sister. You're treating your own sister like this because of some vixen. Hearing this, Luke Trahuyen became furious. He grabbed her mouth tightly. Frowning, if I ever hear you use this mouth to mention her again, then your tongue won't need to be kept either. Luke Nahan was terrified and thought to herself, Is he serious? This madman. Luke Trahuyen quickly stood up. He turned to go inside, leaving Luke Nahan still sitting there. He walked away slowly. Also, I don't know who this fiancé you're talking about is. Then, he took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands clean. He reminded Luke Nahan that his affairs don't need their interference. You'd better go back and warn them. After saying this, he turned sharply and glared at Luke Nyahan, threatening, if not, the consequences will be severe. Luke Nyahan was still sitting on the ground. She really didn't expect this to happen. She revealed a confused expression and thought to herself, clearly, I'm his sister, but he's helping that outsider, that vixen. What kind of love potion did she give him? She couldn't think further. I must tell Sister Nuka about this. She took out her phone, preparing to call Nuka. She thought to herself, as long as my brother meets Sister Nuka, he'll know only Sister Nuka is the best. Just as Luke Nyahan finished thinking, she heard dog barks coming from somewhere. Woof, woof, woof. A large gray and white dog growled, looking at Luke Nyahan. She was so scared that she leaned back and screamed. Ah, she then said, it's this stupid dog. It hasn't been thrown out yet. Her face was filled with fear. Stay away from me, you filthy thing. Even your owner doesn't recognize you. The dog became increasingly aggressive. It barked louder than before. Woof, woof, woof. Luke Nyahan startled and cursed, stupid dog. One day I'll turn you into minced meat. She then ran away quickly. The dog stood there still growling and gnashing its teeth. Lam Tingwit looked at her phone sadly. She looked and thought, who is this person? Luke Trachuyen seems to be his name. On her phone screen was information about Luke Trachuyen. She was surprised, so it's the Luck Group. It felt very troublesome. Just as she finished thinking, Luke Trachuyen suddenly drove up and stopped right in front of her. The car made a screeching sound. While she was very surprised, Luke Trachuyen had already lowered the car window and told her to get in. Lam Tianwit waved her hand. No need, Mr. Luke. I can call a car myself. He sat in the car, glaring at her. She thought fearfully, what does he mean by not saying anything and not leaving? She turned her face away, not looking at him. She thought, he's really strange, just ignore him. Suddenly, half an hour later, for some unknown reason, she was still standing there, and he was still sitting in the car, waiting for her. Then she got in the car. With an annoyed expression, her mind kept thinking, what kind of rundown place is this? It's been half a day and not even the shadow of a car can be seen. She pulled the seatbelt, saying to him with an annoyed expression, my apartment complex. Thank you. Luke Trachuyen sat beside her, driving. After hearing her, he smiled gently. Meanwhile, Tuyet Nu just woke up. She sat on the bed, dizzy and disoriented, pressing her lips tightly, while her eyes widened. Why should I have to entertain that old man? The person who should be here is clearly Lam Tien Wet, that hussy. Then her phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. She picked it up and spoke into the phone. Auntie. On the other end, the aunt enthusiastically asked, Tuyet Nu, aren't you at the company? Tuyet Nu fearfully replied, I'm not feeling well today, so. Before she could finish, the aunt asked, well, since Lak Duong is on a business trip, I trusted you to manage the company. Don't let me down. The aunt continued hurriedly, you must contract. He signed Tron. He's have always cooperated smoothly before. You won't have any problems, right? Tuyet Nu nervously replied, it's all been discussed and settled. Don't worry, Auntie. After saying this, she threw the phone on the bed and angrily shouted, that old hag talks so easily. She's just looking down on me behind my back. She bit her thumb hard and thought to herself, in a few days, Lak Duong will be back. Before that, I must thoroughly deal with that obstacle, Lam Ting Wet. At this moment, Luke Trachuyen and Lam Ting Wet were sitting in the car. The two of them were silent like this, when suddenly Lam Tien Wet pointed at Luke Trachuyen's phone. She looked at him and said, your phone has been vibrating since earlier. Are you sure it's not urgent? Luke Trachuyen quickly turned off his phone and told her, it's not important. Lam Tien Wet glanced at him with a cold expression and said, just now, your sister mentioned a fiancé. Before she could finish, Luke Trachuyen interrupted her. You don't need to mind that. Lam Tien Wet was stunned and thought, this is typical playboy talk. The red flag at home doesn't fall, but the colorful flags outside flutter freely, torn but unfaded. Her mind was filled with images of Luke Trachuyen flirting with so many girls, and the words someone's fiancé weighed heavily on her mind. She was annoyed. I must stay away from this playboy a bit. Luke Trachuyen sat beside her with a puzzled expression. Why does she keep looking at me? He was completely unaware of the fiancé issue that someone couldn't let go of. The two remained silent like this. At that time, Luke Trachuyen hadn't realized that the word fiancé had started his long journey of pursuing a wife. Right now, at the Luck Group, Luke Trachuyen seemed to have forgotten that in the meeting room, there were still many employees waiting for him. They remained silent, not saying a word, feeling extremely uneasy. The manager was trying to call him. The employees anxiously asked. Mr. Luke still hasn't answered. The meeting was supposed to be at 9 o'clock, and it's already 10 now. The manager said, the CEO is quite busy, but thought to himself, busy chasing girls. The manager smiled lightly and reminded them, he's probably on his way. He thought to himself, he might still be in bed. The manager showed a slightly annoyed expression. Please be patient and wait a bit longer. Thank you. Lam Tian-Wet had returned to the apartment. Du anxiously shouted at her. Where did you go last night? Do you know I've been looking for you all night? Why was your phone turned off? Lam Tian-Wet, trembling and sweating, replied, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Last night my phone ran out of battery, so it automatically shut down. Du pointed at Lam Tian-Wet. Do you know how worried I was about you? She forced a smile. Ha ha, I got drunk, so I stayed at a friend's house for the night. Du suspiciously crossed her arms and asked, which friend? Lam Tian-Wet pointed and said, it's someone you don't know. She gently hugged Du's arm. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I have some good news for you. Our resignation letters have been approved. Du looked straight at her face. Is Lam Tian-Wet really that nice? Lam Tian-Wet replied, if we want to leave, what can she do about it? Anyway, our contracts are about to expire. She smiled brightly, her eyes lighting up. That's not important. What I want to say is, Du, let's open a shop together. Du was surprised. Open a shop. She pulled Dudu's hand. Come with me. The two went to an elegant shop. Lam Tian-Wet pointed at the shop. Didn't you say you wanted to open your own cake shop? Let's open it together. Du stood beside her, staring in amazement. Then she ran to look inside the shop, excitedly saying, Nguyet, is all this from you? Lam Tian-Nguyet said, I've already prepared the capital, just waiting for your agreement, then we can rent this shop. She put her hand on her chest, emphasizing, I'll be in charge of managing the shop and logistics. Everything else is up to you. We'll split the profits 50-50. Du frowned. No, I don't have any money. Lam Tian-Nguyet held Dudu's hand gently. I'll invest the money. You'll be the technical partner. I can only rely on your skills to make the shop successful. Don't refuse me. Du heard this and happily replied, Okay, thank you, Nwet. The shop owner saw the two of them and asked, Miss Lam, do you find it satisfactory? Du replied, Aunt Tuyet, we've decided to rent this place. Aunt Tuyet smiled happily. Great, but my son is still away and will return tomorrow. Can you sign the contract then? Lam Tian-Wet said, Sure, Aunt Tuyet, we'll come back tomorrow. Just as she finished speaking, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and saw Tuyet calling. She thought, Tuyet, why is she calling me? As soon as Lam Tian-Wet answered, the voice on the other end responded, Don't forget the blind date tomorrow. At 3 p.m. sharp, you must be there on time. She put her hand on her forehead, suddenly remembering. If she hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about this. She replied to Tuyet, I know, I'll be there on time. Then she hung up. Du looked at Lam Tian-Nguyet with a worried expression. What's wrong, Nguyet? Is the Lam family causing you trouble again? Nguyet replied, It's nothing. It's not a big deal. Oh, right, Du, I might need your help with something. Du asked curiously, What is it? At around 3 p.m. the next day, at a restaurant, the blind date candidate that Tuyet had chosen for Lam Tian-Nguyet was sitting in a chair waiting. He looked at his watch impatiently. It's time already. Why hasn't she arrived yet? He recalled the words and image that Tuyet had shown him. That adopted daughter of mine doesn't have many advantages, but she's very beautiful. She looks good in photos, but in person, she's even more beautiful. You'll definitely like her. Go on the blind date and you'll see. After recalling this, his lustful expression became evident. Never mind, I'll wait a bit longer. When she arrives, I must tell her off. Suddenly, a girl pushed open the door, revealing her hand. The staff and other customers looked at her with fearful expressions, everyone becoming more cautious. It turned out she had black hair and green eyes, with a face full of freckles. She was dressed very casually, looking no different from a country girl. Lam Tian-Nguyet looked around aimlessly. Liet, who came for the blind date with Lam Tian-Nguyet, looked at her with a contemptuous expression. In this day and age, how can someone be so rustic? The girl smiled brightly, her face as joyful as a flower as she looked at him. He frowned. It can't be. Lam Tian-Nguyet approached the table where the blind date was sitting and extended her hand in greeting. Hello. I'm Lam Tian-Nguyet. You're Liet, right? He was startled, his mouth agape. You're Lam Tian-Nguyet? She nodded. That's right. She smiled mischievously, thinking to herself, Are you satisfied with the person you've met? She recalled the scene of Du doing her makeup. This is the result of asking Du to do my makeup. It took 3 whole hours to finish. Liet held Lam Tian-Nguyet's photo, looking doubtful. It can't be. He could hardly believe that the person in the photo and the one sitting in front of him were the same. He handed the photo to Lam Tian-Nguyet and asked, Is this you? Lam Tian-Nguyet shyly replied, Nowadays all images are photoshopped. Everyone does it. She continued, Besides, Besides, the photo isn't that different from the real person. He was too angry to speak. Where does this dinosaur girl get such confidence from? Lam Tianwet thought to herself, please, before criticizing others, you should take a look at yourself first. She started a conversation with him. I heard that Mr. To, you're a PhD who studied abroad and returned, right? And now you're also the director of a hospital. Talit replied with a smug expression, that's correct. Lam Tianwet cheerfully said, then it seems we're very compatible. An outstanding man like you definitely needs a gentle homemaker, someone who can be a full-time wife. Talit seemed to really dislike her. His face darkened, ugly and unemployed. There should be a limit to not knowing one's place. Doesn't Aunt Mao think anything of me? Why would she introduce this kind of person to me? Meanwhile, Luke Trok Uyen stood on the stairs, silent, watching Talit and Lam Tianwet talk. The handsome Nam Lak, with purple hair standing beside her, asked, you've been distracted for a while now. What are you looking at? He looked down to where Talit was sitting. Don't tell me you're looking at that table. 2 country bumpkins on a date. What's worth watching? Luke Trash Uyen walked down to the table, ignoring his words. Namlak looked at Luke Trash Uyen and asked, where are you going? At the table below, Lam Tianwet was looking at Talit. She sat calmly. I wonder if Mr. To has any requirements for his other half. Talit didn't even look at her. He rested his chin on his hand, looking elsewhere. The requirements aren't too high. It turned out he was eyeing a girl with a shapely figure, every curve in the right place. He answered Lam Tianwet's question. Busty, firm behind, fair skin, that's enough. Lam Tianwet tried to entice him. Well then, I'm perfect for you. Mr. Tu, when do you think would be appropriate to schedule the wedding? Talit gritted his teeth and grunted. Listen here, you dinosaur girl. You know yourself, so please stop. I've been patient with you for a long time. He stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Can you have some self-awareness? An ugly person like you. How are you worthy of me? As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the glass of water in front of Lam Tianwet. He sneered at her. If you're ugly, don't go out scaring people. Today, I'll help you wash your face so you can see yourself clearly. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, gripping Talit's wrist tightly. Unable to move, he exclaimed, why is Luke Trahuyan gripping my hand so hard? His face extremely displeased. He wanted to see clearly who it was. Talit was sweating in fear. Unable to move, he thought, who is this person? They look somewhat familiar. Luke Trahuyan, angrier, gripped even tighter. He frowned and asked, who is he? Lam Tianwet, sitting opposite, was equally stunned. She stammered, sir, you've mistaken me for someone else. I don't know you. She felt a bit uneasy inside. It can't be. How could he possibly recognize me? Her face scrunched up. She held her head, thinking, could it be that my image in his heart has always been like this? Why are you dazed? Could it be? Luke Trash Uyen emanated a murderous aura. Lam Tianwet couldn't understand. This resentful face, like catching someone in the act, what's it about? Talit suddenly realized. His face filled with fear. Luke Trash Uyen, you're the CEO of Luck Corporation. He quickly withdrew his hand and bowed politely. Hello, Mr. Luck. It's an honor to meet you here. Luke Trash Uyen ignored him. He asked absently, what's your relationship? Lam Tianwet quickly replied, can't you see? We're on a blind date. Hearing this, he glared at Talit. Oh, a blind date. Talit was startled. He became increasingly afraid of Luke Trash Uyen's anger. He waved his hands in denial. No. I don't know her at all. I was just passing by, he said and quickly ran away. I won't bother you anymore. Please continue your conversation. Lam Tianwet waved her hand. Oh, wait. Luke Trash Uyen looked straight at her and asked, what's wrong? Can't bear to let him go. She had no choice but to say, no. Then he took Lam Tianwet's hand. Let's go. She didn't understand. Huh? Where? Namlak, standing on the stairs above, had seen everything and angrily called out, Luke Trash Uyen, have you forgotten something? What about me? Lam Tianwet pointed at Namlak. She looked at Luke Trash Uyen and said, I think someone's calling you. He held her hand and led her away, looking quite adorable. He ignored his friend calling him. No, you must have misheard. She could only follow along. Oh, Namlak crossed his arms, watching the two leave angrily, letting out a frustrated mumps. Namlak suddenly had a bold idea. Got it. His eyes lit up. Then he took out his phone and secretly photographed Luke Trash Uyen and Lam Tianwet. Looking at her, that woman's figure isn't bad at all. If it weren't for the scary face, one might have been fooled by the figure from behind. Namlak sent the photo and a message to the friends group chat. Smiling, he said, hey, good things should be shared with everyone. Meanwhile, at the Ko family villa, the light brown and wooden-colored mansion, along with the clear weather, green trees, created a sense of tranquility inside the villa. A handsome young man with platinum blonde hair and delicate features was intently reading a book. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked it up, his azure eyes looking at the screen. It turned out to be a message from his friend Namlak. The 1,000-year flower has bloomed, and it's very special too. Attached was a photo from behind of Luc Trash Uyen and Lam Tien Nguyet. In the group chat, one friend replied to the message, "Ha ha ha, Nam, it's a shame you didn't become a reporter. Wow, Luke has a girlfriend now. How did he get ahead of me?" Annoyed, the platinum-haired young man replied with a question mark. Suddenly, he widened his eyes curiously. He zoomed in on the photo Namlak sent in the group chat. He smiled, reassuring himself, if my little sister could come back, she'd probably be this big by now. The platinum-haired brother looked at a photo on the table. It was a picture of the two siblings happily together. He gently stroked the image of his sister. "Where are you, after all this time?" Taliet patted his head. He couldn't believe that someone like Luc Trach Uyen had such heavy tastes. Taliet suddenly saw a girl wearing a red dress with a curvy waist. "Isn't this the beauty from earlier?" He approached her, smiling, and said, "Beautiful, add me on WeChat." She turned around. It turned out to be a man smoking a cigarette with an open mouth. Taliet was suddenly speechless, not knowing what to say. At a luxurious hotel, Lam Ting Wet followed Luc Trach Uyen. She looked around in bewilderment. This is the legendary Tu Thing Cash luxury hotel, isn't it? The venue for parties of the wealthy. Lam Tien Yue glanced secretly at Luc Trach Uyen and thought to herself, I can't believe he brought me to this place. Well, it's only natural. After all, he is CEO Luc. The staff members, upon seeing Luc Trach Uyen, bowed their heads respectfully. Welcome, esteemed guest. Lam Tingwet thought again. As expected of staff at a high-end hotel, they're all so beautiful. Luc Trayen was lost in thought. He looked towards Lam Tianguet, noticing her simple attire. Lam Tianguet blushed and coughed once. Luc Trach Uyen turned back to look at her. He showed a puzzled expression. Lam Tianguet was dumbfounded. Because my makeup is too rustic, I feel a bit embarrassed. How could she possibly say this out loud? Luc Trach Uyen was silently looking at Lam Tianguet when he suddenly remembered Namlak's words. First, you must make women happy. That means showing affection in public. Confirm her position. Luc Trach Uyen glanced at the crowd. Then he approached Lam Tianguet. She panicked. What are you doing? Suddenly, Luc Trach Uyen kissed Lam Tianguet. Her face turned red as a bean. The crowd behind gasped in excitement. Wow. Lam Tianguet pushed Luc Trach Uyen away. Luc Trach Uyen frowned. Are you angry? Why? Lam Tianguet wiped her mouth with her hand. She turned to look at the staff. They displayed professional smiles. Lam Tianguet angrily scolded Luc Trach Uyen. Of course I'm angry. You already have a fiancé, you scoundrel. She huffed and turned away. Luc Trach Uyen stepped forward and grabbed Lam Tianguet's hand. Explain clearly. Lam Tianguet was irritated. You. Coincidentally, Lam Tuet Nhu and Lac Duong arrived. Lam Tianguet quickly pulled Luc Trach Uyen's hand. Why is he here too? Luc Trach Uyen leaned over Lam Tianguet. Lam Tianguet thought, this is bad. We absolutely can't let them see my rustic appearance right now. Luc Trach Uyen and Lam Tianguet were face to face. Lam Tianguet stared at him. This face. She reacted quickly, pulling his tie to bring him closer. The reputation is too high. Being recognized would be just as troublesome. Luc Trach Uyen suddenly smiled. He touched Lam Tianguet's lips. So you like it this way? No, it's not. Huh, do as you please. Luc Trach Uyen then kissed Lam Tianguet's lips. Lac Duong and Lam Tuet Nhu walked by, but they didn't recognize that it was Lam Tianguet. Lam Tuet Nhu covered her mouth and complained. Young people nowadays are so brazen and direct. Lam Tuet Nhu glanced at Lam Tianguet's dress. She quickly criticized, the taste is nothing special. Lac Duong coughed once. Dear, stop talking. Let's go quickly. Suddenly, Lam Tuet Nhu noticed the two people. Platinum blonde hair. Lam Tuet Nhu and Lac Duong then left. Lam Tianguet angrily pulled Luc Trach Uyen's shirt. The staff member nearby bowed her head and said, Esteemed guest, room 9999 has been prepared for you. Please follow me. Lam Tianguet pushed Luc Trach Uyen 999. Right, you go ahead. I'll use the restroom and join you in a bit. The staff member pointed, but the restroom is this way. Lam Tianguet scratched her head. Oh, this way. Ha ha ha. She waved at Luc Trach Uyen. You can order first. I'll be right back. Ha ha. After Luc Trach Uyen, Lam Tianguet secretly peeked out. She tiptoed away. Who'd want to have dinner with a pervert like you anyway? Wait, stop. Suddenly, someone's hand stopped Lam Tianguet. Lam Tianguet panicked. What are you doing? Thatch Lao 3 smiled, with a group of imposing bodyguards behind him. I'm sorry, Miss Lam. Mr. Luke instructed that you can't leave here for now. Lam Tianwet was angry. You're Luke Trachuyan's man. What right does he have to restrict my freedom? She then rammed into Thak Lao 3. I'm leaving anyway. Thak Lao 3 panicked, stammering, wait. Don't be like that. Behind her, Lam Tuet Nhu and Lak Duong entered. Lam Tuet Nhu called out, it really is Big Sister. Lam Tingwet turned around and saw them, stunned. Didn't these two already leave? Why did they come back? Lam Tuet Nhu asked contemptuously, how are you here, sister? With your financial capability, coming to a place like this must be difficult, right? And that awful makeup too. Hearing this, Lam Tianwet angrily huffed. Is that any of your business? I'm just concerned about you, sister. Who was that man? You were dragging and pulling each other in front of the restaurant. It's so embarrassing, sister. You're not being kept by that man, are you? Suddenly, Lak Duong angrily shouted, shut up. Lam Tuet Nhu was startled. I'm sorry. I was just concerned about my sister. Lak Duong loudly scolded Lam Tianwet. Why didn't you stay put at Lak Corporation? Do you know I just returned from a business trip and heard you wanted to resign? Do you know how worried I was about you? Besides Lak Corporation, where else can you go? Lam Tianwet immediately replied to Lak Duong. Are you looking down on me? Lak Duong, confused, answered, I didn't mean that. I just want to take good care of you. Lam Tuet Nhu, standing behind, frowned. What am I if you're taking care of her? She stepped forward. That's right, sister. You should come back. It's not easy to live out there now. Working at Lak Corporation, Lak Duong and I can both take care of you. Lam Tianwet was angry. No need. Lak Duong grabbed Lam Tianwet's hand. That can be discussed later. Come back with me first. If you want to eat here in the future, I can bring you. Lam Tianwet struggled. Let go of me, Lak Duong. Don't assume everyone thinks like you. Thak Lao 3 got angry at this point. He stood in front of Lak Duong, threateningly. Didn't you hear? She told you to let go. This is Mr. Luke's close associate. It's not your place to be rude, kid. Lak Duong shook off Thak Lao 3's hand. Who are you anyway? This is none of your business. Thak Lao 3 looked stern. Lam Tianwet patted Thak Lao 3. He's right. This is my boyfriend. Hearing Lam Tianwet say this, all three of them were shocked. Lam Tianwet said fiercely, have you seen my boyfriend's body? If you don't leave, he'll make you crawl out of here. Thak Lao 3 waved his hands in frantic refusal. No. Wait. Thak Lao 3's hair stood on end, covered in sweat. At that moment, Luke Trakuyan heard this and fell into an angry silence. Boyfriend. Lam Tingwet's jaw dropped. Oh no, why did he come here? She pushed Lak Duong and Lam Tuet Nhu away hard. She rushed straight towards Luke Trach Uyen. Absolutely can't let them see this guy's face. She lunged towards Luke Trash Uyen. Luke Trash Uyen was extremely startled. The scene before him was utterly bewildering. Lam Tianwet, red-faced, resigned herself. What the hell am I doing? Lam Tianwet said sadly to Luke Trach Uyen, I don't want to see them. Can you help me drive them away? Luke Trach Uyen gently replied, His sharp gaze turned towards Thak Lao 3. Thak Lao 3 sternly invited the two to leave. A group of bodyguards appeared from behind. Lam Tianwet, blushing, said, Please take me to the room I booked. There are too many people here. It's so embarrassing. The bodyguards ushered Lak Duong and Lam Tuet Nhu out of there. Lak Duong kept turning his head, calling, Nguyet. Lam Tuet Nhu frowned. That person. Who is that person? I must find out. Determined not to give Lam Tianwet a chance to hide herself in the hotel room, it was so embarrassing. She even lost one of her shoes. What a disaster. She was anxious and uneasy because her feet were missing one shoe. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. A cheerful staff member held a box and approached Luke Trach Uyen. Sir, here are the size 38 women's shoes you requested. Luke Trach Uyen nodded slightly. Lam Tianwet, sitting on the other side, thought to herself, how did he know I wear size 38 shoes? She reached out to take the shoes Luke Trach Uyen offered. Thank you so much. Luke Trach Uyen recalled Namlak's second suggestion, agreeing to do things for women. A man's support is the hardest to resist. Just agree to tie her shoelaces for her. She will absolutely soften her heart. So Luke Troyan knelt down, He knelt down and lifted Lam Tianwet's foot. Lam Tianwet immediately used her foot to push Luke Trach Uyen's face. Thanks, I can do it myself. A moment later at the dining table, Lam Tianwet held the menu, looking at Luke Trach Uyen. This meal, in the end, I couldn't escape it. Luke Trach Uyen thought about Namlak's third advice, which was also the most important point to capture a woman's heart. You must capture her stomach. Namlak waved his hand. You can't be a chef, so try to understand her preferences well. Match her taste preferences. Luke Trach Uyen coughed a few times. The smiling staff member said to Lam Tianwet, I almost forgot, we have this menu too. Lam Tianwet took the menu and said cheerfully, Your restaurant even has hot pot, such a common dish. The staff member replied, Winter is coming, so we've added new dishes. But she actually thought, we didn't have it it before, but Mr. Luke is the customer. Whatever he wants, we must provide. Lam Tingwei asked Luke Trachuyen, can you handle spicy food? She told the staff, then 1 extra spicy beef hot pot and 1 portion of each of these dishes. The staff smiled. Yes, please wait a moment. Soon after, the beef hot pot was served. Lam Tianwet said while chewing, don't keep staring at me like that. Hurry up and eat. Luke Trachuyen gently picked up some food and put it in his mouth. 1 hour later, the table was clean, not a single vegetable left. Lam Tianwet thought in panic. Oh no, I forgot to control my food intake. Luke Trachuyen sighed softly. Lam Tianwet looked at Luke Trachuyen. Why is he so serious? Could it be that he's scared after seeing me eat? Lam Tianwet smiled. She pointed and pretended, actually, I don't usually eat like this. Haha, as expected of a high-class hotel. Even the hot pot is different from usual. Luke Trachuyen remained silent. Lam Tianwet pouted, annoyed, and ignored him. Then she stood up. I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me a moment. After Lam Tianwet closed the door, Luke Trachuyen grabbed a glass of water and drank hurriedly. His throat was so spicy that red spots appeared on his neck. In a room of a luxurious hotel, Luke Trachuyen quickly grabbed a bottle of medicine. He poured a few pills into his hand and swallowed them quickly. Luke Trachuyen glanced anxiously towards the door. Why hasn't she returned yet? He immediately picked up his jacket and went out. At this moment, Lam Tianwet was wiping her hands in the restroom. Suddenly, a hand reached in and grabbed her wrist. Lam Tianwet was angry when she saw this person was Lak Duong. Why is it you? How did you get in here? Lak Duong looked at her with pleading eyes. Can we talk? Lam Tianwet coldly replied, talk about what? Lak Duong raised his voice. Who was that man outside earlier and the one who came after? Lak Duong clenched his fist. Why are you living with so many men? Even if it's for revenge, you can't degrade yourself like this. Lam Tianwet slapped Lak Duong right across the face. Stop dreaming. Who do you think you are? If this is what you wanted to say, then we don't need to talk anymore. Lak Duong gently grabbed Lam Tianwet's hand again. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about you like that. Can we start over? I know you love me. Lam Tianwet angrily turned away. Love you. What about Lam Tuet Nu? What about your engagement to her? Lak Duong insisted firmly. I'll break off the engagement with her now. Lam Tianwet smirked. Can you stop being so childish? Do you think the marriage alliance between 2 families is like a children's game? You can't just say you're giving up and it's over. Besides, what you've done, I can never forgive. Lam Tianwet gently shook off Lak Duong's hand. Then she turned to leave. Face the truth. It's been over between us for a long time. Suddenly, she ran into Luke Trachuyen. Luke Trachuyen looked confused. Before he could say anything, Lam Tianwet quickly covered Luke Trachuyen's mouth with her hand. That was close. They almost ran into each other. Lam Tianwet pulled Luke Trachuyen away. I was just about to look for you. Since you're here, let's go. Luke Trachuyen felt uneasy and glanced back. A moment later, in the car, Lam Tianwet asked, It's so warm in the car. Why are your buttons fastened so tightly? Isn't it uncomfortable? Luke Trachuyen replied, It's fine. I'm used to it. However, it didn't hide the red marks on his hand. Lam Tianwet asked, puzzled, What happened to your hand? Luke Trachuyen pushed Lam Tianwet's hand away. It's nothing. Don't talk. It'll affect my driving. Lam Tianwet thought to herself, It's been strange since earlier, huh? She puffed her cheeks and said, Oh, all right. The car stopped at Lam Tianwet's apartment building. Lam Tianwet got out. Looking into the car, she said to Luke Trachuyen, I'll go up first. Drive safely. Luke Trachuyen replied, Okay, see you tomorrow. Lam Tianwet waved, See you tomorrow. Suddenly, she snapped out of it. Blushing, she thought, What see you tomorrow? I've completely fallen into his rhythm. It should be never see you again. Luke Trachuyen watched Lam Tianwet leave. Then he picked up his phone. I'm heading to Debak Kam Kung. Only now did Luke Trachuyen loosen his collar. His neck was covered in red marks. At Luke Trachuyen's house, Namlak walked in frowning, looking at his watch. It's so late. What trick is this Luke Trachuyen up to now? A voice echoed in a room. Don't move, I won't use force. I told you not to move. In Luke Trachuyen's room, Namlak was applying medicine to him. Namlak angrily shouted, Why are you moving? Luke Trachuyen said, Your hands are too cold. Namlak angrily retorted, I hope you freeze to death. You know you're allergic to spicy food, but still ate it. I'm so free that you called me here in the middle of the night. Luke Trachuyen replied with annoyance, I took the medicine you prescribed, but it didn't work. Namlak became furious. It's a slow-acting medicine. You think it's some miracle drug. Without my medicine, you would have been hospitalized by now. Luke Trachuyen zoned out, not listening. You meddlesome idiot. A moment later, Namlak gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally, it's done. Namlak slowly sat down. Use this special medicine. It'll take effect in a few hours. Otherwise, don't even think about meeting anyone tomorrow. Luke Trachuyen angrily stood up. Namlak raised his voice, surprised that Luke Trachuyen seemed to be kicking him out. You can't be serious. I came here in the middle of the night to help you, and this is how you treat me. Namlak tossed and turned, annoying Luke Trachuyen. I'm not getting up, not getting up. Let's see how mad this neat freak gets. Luke Trachuyen approached and pulled Namlak's shirt. You should know when to stop. Namlak glanced at something. Huh? What's this? A strand of hair under the pillow. Namlak picked up the long platinum blonde hair. This is a woman's hair. Well, Luke Trachuyen, you've learned to bring women home, huh? Come on, spill the beans. Luke Trachuyen froze, recalling when Lam Tien Wiet slept here. He blushed shyly while Namlak looked confused. Namlak propped himself up on Luke Trachuyen's bed. He smirked slightly. Luke Trachuyen, irritated, quickly kicked Namlak out of his house, then immediately slammed the door shut. Namlak turned his head to look at him, angrily flailing. We're through, Luke Trachuyen. You've officially lost me. We're done. Namlak's curses echoed. Come out here, you trash. If you've got the guts, open the door. Meanwhile, Luke Trachuyen lay in his room. He covered his ears and slept soundly, unbothered. That evening at Lam Tien Wiet's apartment, Lam Tien Wiet rummaged around looking for her necklace. Dudu, have you seen my jade necklace? Dudu peeked in from outside, the one you usually wear. Lam Tien Wiet replied, yes, that's the one. Oh no, I hope I didn't drop it in that guy's car. Dudu held out the necklace. Is this it? It was in the washing machine. Lam Tien Wiet reached out. Yes, that's great. I'm so glad it's not lost. Dudu then asked, is this necklace very important to you? I've seen you wearing it since we first met. Lam Tien Wiet cherished the necklace. It's very important. Actually, I don't know who gave it to me. The hospital director said I was already wearing it when I was brought to the hospital. Lam Tien Wiet looked at the necklace in her hand. Only when I see it clearly can I think that I wasn't abandoned. Maybe my family hasn't given up on me yet. Dudu quickly said a comforting sentence to her friend. I'm sure of it. No matter what, you still have me, right? Lam Tien Wiet clasped her hands, wanting to apologize to her friend. That's right. Tomorrow, you might have to go sign the contract by yourself. I have something I need to do. Dudu replied. Okay, but I'm a bit curious. What is it? Lam Tien Wiet hesitated. Well, the screen showed a message thread with Van Tu Mac. Big sis, how was what I did? Are you satisfied? Lam Tien Wiet replied. Very good, thank you. You're really talented. Van Tu Mac responded. Hey, so do I get a reward? For example, can I invite you for a meal? Lam Tien Wiet messaged back. Of course, but I should be the one treating you. Thank you for helping me with such a big matter. I'm busy on Saturday. How about Sunday lunch at a restaurant? Van Tu Mac replied. Okay, it's decided then. No meeting, no leaving. Van Tu Mac smiled with eyes narrowed. That's right. Van Tu Mac pushed the menu towards Lam Tien Wiet. Order whatever you want. It's my treat today. Feel free to choose. Van Tu Mac smiled at Lam Tien Wiet. Lam Tien Wiet held the menu, thinking to herself, she looks like she might be underage. It's so different from that time. I almost didn't dare to recognize her just now. Lam Tien Wiet ventured to ask, may I ask how old you are? Van Tu Mac smiled, 24. Lam Tien Wiet's eyes welled up with tears. So she's a year older than me again. She couldn't recognize her at all. At this moment, two girls approached. One girl held out her phone towards Van Tu Mac. Can we add you on QQ, brother? Van Tu Mac smiled. But I've never used QQ. Lam Tien Wiet thought to herself, glaring. Liar. Then who's been talking to me all this time? The girl blushed, flustered. It's okay. We can exchange phone numbers instead. Van Tu Mac looked at Lam Tien Wiet and said, but if I do that, my girlfriend might get jealous. Lam Tien Wiet was bewildered, not understanding. The other girl felt guilty. I'm sorry, I thought you were siblings. Lam Tien Wiet panicked. Siblings. Those words felt like a knife through her. Lam Tien Wiet frowned. Without my permission, you used me as a shield. You'll have to compensate for that. The girl from earlier gently patted her friend's shoulder to console her, who had just been rejected. Van Tu Mac smiled brightly and said, but I can't afford to compensate. So, can we turn this act into reality? Lam Tien Wiet blushed shyly. What nonsense are you talking about? Van Tu Mac laughed. I'm just kidding. Suddenly, Van Tu Mac said seriously, however, if it were real with you, it wouldn't be bad. Lam Tien Wiet's face turned bright red. She thought to herself, maybe she's just joking. This kid is so quick-witted. I basically can't tell which of her words are true. It's hard to deal with. Lam Tien Wiet looked at Van Tu Mac, who was calmly eating her food. Your bangs are covering your eyes completely. Isn't it uncomfortable to eat like that? Van Tu Mac stroked her hair. Usually, I use hair clips. I forgot to bring them today. Lam Tien Wiet held out a hair tie. I have a hair tie. Do you want to tie it up first? Lam Tingwet smiled. It might be a bit childish if you don't mind, but in reality, Lam Tingwet thought, however, I feel it really suits your style. Bantu Mac happily took the hair tie. Of course I don't mind. I like everything you give me, but I've finished eating, so I don't need it now. The young girl put the tie on her wrist. Let's consider this as a love token you've given me. Lam Tingwet shyly said. Van Tumak winked. Just kidding. A while later, on the street, Van Tumak looked at Lam Tianwet invitingly. Are you free this afternoon? Can we go watch a movie together? Lam Tianwet hesitated, but Van Tumak pleaded, come on, I've already bought the tickets. Hey, that's playing dirty. Lam Tianwet agreed, though not too happily. All right then. Van Tumak excitedly jumped up and down. The two happily walked together. Van Tumak carefully tried to hold Lam Tianwet's hand, when suddenly a phone call came in. Lam Tianwet answered the phone. Hello, Dudu, what's up? Dudu shouted. Nguyet, the store we wanted to rent has been vandalized. Now the store owner won't rent it to us anymore. He's deducting the deposit and wants us to pay for damages too. Lam Tianwet replied, I'm coming right now. Wait for me. At the store Lam Tianwet and Todudu wanted to rent, it had now become a mess. The angry store owner shouted, look at my store. It's been wrecked like this because of you girls. You still want your deposit back? No way. Todudu angrily replied, how is your store being vandalized related to me? This contract hasn't even been signed yet. The store owner frowned. Didn't you hear what that kid just said? Two thugs were yelling for Lam Tianwet to come out. This shameless woman going around seducing men, and you still want to open a shop. Don't even think about it. I'll wreck every shop you open. Todudu pulled the owner back. That's slander. The man continued shouting, I don't care about you. Get out, get out, get out. Don't stay here and bother me. Lam Tianwet held out her hand to stop him. What are you doing? She stood in front of Todudu and said to the man, please show some respect. The man raised his fist. Well, this woman still dares to come. Van Tumak glared at him, gritting her teeth. I'm fine. You girls get out of here quickly. Lam Tingwet said firmly, we can compensate for the store's damages. You can deduct it from the deposit. But initially we agreed on a 3-year lease. You can't cancel it. The man smirked. Has the contract been signed yet? What's there to cancel? Let me tell you, this is my store. I won't rent it to you girls. Di Tuyet stood behind, saying nothing. Di Tuyet, she lowered her head. This store is in my son's name. He's the owner. Don't ask anymore. Todudu spoke loudly. Even if you keep our deposit, there's still money left over. If you don't return the excess, that's infringing on someone else's property. I'll have to sue you. The owner seemed smug. Let's see if you can win that lawsuit. Lam Tingwet turned around. Let's go, Dudu. We'll rent somewhere else. The man stood there, taunting. I bet within 10 kilometers, no one will dare rent a store to you. Just give up. Hearing him say this, Lam Tingwet clenched her fist. Van Tumak glanced behind. The man fearfully turned away. Fragile like a woman, yet daring to act tough. The scene changes. Todudu said to Lam Tianwet, let's go check out other stores. Lam Tingwet replied, it won't work. As that person said, clearly someone is opposing us, and it's very likely Lam Tiet knew. We can't beat Lam Ra. Todudu then said, if they're so good, we won't open a store anymore, but I can't swallow this anger. Van Tumak poked her head out, pointing at herself, saying, I can help, sister. Todudu asked, who's this? Lam Tianwet answered, this is the hacker I told you about before who helped me. She turned to ask Van Tumak, but how do you want to help me? This matter can also be solved using hacking techniques. Van Tumak confidently said, of course, there's nothing a hacker can't solve. At night, a group gathered. One of them said, boss, you finally remembered us. Van Tumak smiled. Stop wasting words. Is everyone here? Then she lifted her helmet. Let's go then. In the quiet night, a group of people gathered. You're really something. Paying people to wreck your own store and then renovating it again. This little loss is nothing. Someone else is paying for it. Remembering that girl's cowardly face this morning is just hilarious. Next time there's such a good job, remember to call us again, okay? Suddenly, a loud noise startled everyone. What's that sound? One of them observed fearfully. There are people coming this way. A lot of people. The group looked up. What the hell are you talking about? He was shocked. It was a group of cool motorcycles approaching. The others were frightened. They're not coming for us, are they? No, they're not stopping. Quick, back up. Van Tumak drove straight at them, hitting one directly. Money scattered everywhere. The motorcycle landed. The next morning, Lam Tianwet looked at her phone screen. A sum of money was sent with an apology. I was wrong yesterday. I'm sorry. I've returned all your deposit. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Lam Tianwet turned to ask Van Tumak, did you do this? What did you do to him? Van Tumak turned away embarrassed. Of course, I used hacker methods. threatened him, intimidated him. Then he got scared. Van Tu Mac recalled last night when those people were terrified. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Van Tu Mac kicked him hard in the face. You should say this to them. If they don't forgive you, I'll strip you naked and hang you outside, let you experience some intimidation. Understand? Lam Ting Wiet then said, You've helped me again. I don't know how to thank you. Van Tiomac smiled. We're friends. Friends should help each other in difficult times. Why keep score, right? Lam Tingwit smiled and nodded softly. Van Tiomac then pulled her hand. However, I didn't come to you today to talk about those things. She pointed to the store ahead. Look, what do you think of this store? Lam Tingwet was excited. It's beautiful, right on the main road. Let's go inside. If you like it, rent it. Lam Tingwet worried. Wait a minute. This is Tindio's high-rise. Is it really okay? Van Tiomac replied, This is my friend's store. No need to be formal. At this moment, someone took a photo of the two. The scene changes to Lam Tuet Nhu. This is the investigation result you asked for recently about whether any men have appeared around Lam Tien Nguyen. He handed over the photo. Lam Tuet Nhu angrily said, You investigated for days, and this is all you got. We can't even see the man's face clearly. The man nervously explained, Because at night in that area, our people couldn't easily get in. That man was too strong. We couldn't get close. Then he pointed towards Lam Tuet Nhu. But I can assure you we've been tracking for a while. The man appearing next to Lam Tien Nguyen is only this one. Lam Tuet Nhu flipped through the photos. So this might be that man. Who is this man? Why is there so little information? The man then said, It seems this person knows some hacking techniques. A lot of information couldn't be found. However, we found out that 3 years ago he established YT Company. It's very small in scale, perhaps not worth worrying about. Lam Tuet Nhu scornfully threw the file onto the table. So he's just a young rascal. She turned to Tong Yet. Lam Tien Nguyen can only match with this type. Mother, call Toliet here. That plan can start now. Toliet was stunned when he heard it. He shouted, Aunt, what are you saying? You want me to marry that ugly woman? No way. Tingwet frowned and said, Toliet, don't forget who has been helping the Tuff family all these years. Toliet remained silent. Lam Tuet Nhu then said, Although Lam Tien Nguyen is only an adopted child of the Lam family, she's still recorded in the family tree. She'll get what she's supposed to have. Tingwet patted Toliet's shoulder to comfort him. Silly nephew, don't you understand? As long as you marry Lam Tien Nguyen, Lam Corporation will have a place for you. Toliet hesitated, thinking of Luke Trach Uyen. But doesn't that girl already have someone by her side? Lam Tuet Nhu laughed scornfully. You mean that man called Van Mac? She then showed the photo. Don't worry, I've already investigated him. He's just the owner of a small, shabby company, nothing more. Not worth worrying about. Toliet looked doubtful. Van Mac? Are you sure it's him? Lam Tuet Nhu confidently replied, Of course. During this time, the only man appearing beside her is this one. Toliet thought to himself, She's changed men so quickly. Well, someone like Luke Trach Uyen couldn't possibly be interested in that ugly woman. He probably got bored of her. Thinking this, he said, All right, I agree. At worst, we'll get married and keep her indoors. Don't let her go out to meet people, that's all. Lam Tuet Nhu said, However, that Van Mac seems to have some influence. We need Cousin to handle it a bit. Don't let him ruin things. I understand. I'll arrange it. Tunguyet then said, But that Lam Tien Nguyet girl won't obediently agree. What should we do to make her agree? Toliet boasted, That's not a problem at all. That girl will be smitten the moment she sees me. She'll regret not marrying me sooner. Lam Tuet Nhu went to her mother's side and whispered, Is this cousin of mine brain damaged, right? It's possible. The scene changes to Lam Tien Nguyet. After hearing everything, she angrily slammed the table. No way. This is not up for discussion. Tien pulled her back, trying to persuade her. Mother is only thinking of what's best for you. You've already met him. He truly has excellent conditions. That Toliet boy said he liked you the moment he saw you. If you marry him, he'll surely take good care of you. Lam Tien Nguyet frowned and pulled her hand away. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Don't even try. The woman then shouted, This is your parents' decision. You'll marry whether you want to or not. Lam Tien Nguyet laughed scornfully. Have you forgotten? As long as I go to a matchmaking meeting, I'll no longer have any relationship with this family. I've recorded it. Don't try to deny it. Tinyet was furious. You ungrateful child. Lam Tinyet turned away. I've already separated my household registration. From now on, you and I have no relationship. A loud shout rang out. Wait, Lam Titnyu took out a necklace. Lam Tingwet, you may not take the money, but you don't want this jade necklace either. Lam Tingwet was stunned. That's my jade necklace. Why do you have it? I clearly. She touched her chest. I've always been wearing it. Lam Tuet Nhu sneered. Don't you see that the necklace you're wearing looks very coarse? Have you never suspected it might be fake? Lam Tingwit trembled, clutching the necklace around her neck. But I thought, so that's how it is. Lam Titnyu continued. Isn't it strange? How did this necklace end up in my hands? You were young then. Perhaps you don't remember. Lam Tingwit trembled all over. No, I remember. Young Lam Tianguet cried, "Don't give it to sister. Give it back to me." Lam Tuet Nhu also cried loudly, "No, this is my house. Everything here belongs to me. You get out." Later, the door opened. Tinguet came in. "Nhu, be good. Don't be like that. Quickly return it to your sister." Lam Tuet Nhu stubbornly refused. "I don't want to. I don't want to. She's not my sister." Tinguet then said, "Don't misbehave." Later, Tinguet gave Lam Tianguet a necklace. "Mom has helped you get it back. This time, you must take good care of it." Lam Tianguet smiled. "Yes, thank you, Mom." Because of this incident, I naively considered this place home for a long time. I saw those people as important family members. But it turns out that from that moment on, everything was just a scam. Lam Tianguet then threw the necklace from her neck. "If you never saw me as your daughter," tears streamed down her face. "Why did you adopt me in the first place?" Tinguet looked away. Lam Tianguet quickly wiped her tears. She took large steps towards Lam Tuet Nhu sitting on the floor. Lam Tianguet frowned and extended her hand towards Lam Tuet Nhu. "Give it back to me." Lam Tuet Nhu smirked. "Sure, I'll give it back. Just agree to marry Toliet and I'll return it to you." Suddenly, there was a slapping sound. Lam Tianguet forcefully pushed Lam Tuet Nhu onto a nearby chair. She reached out to grab the necklace. Lam Tuet Nhu shouted, "Mom, Mom, why are you just standing there? Come help me quickly." Tinguet immediately snatched the necklace. She held the necklace towards the window, threatening loudly, "Stop right now, or I'll throw this necklace out the window." Lam Tianguet gritted her teeth and stood up. She glared at Lam Tuet Nhu. Lam Tuet Nhu mocked, "You useless thing, what can you do?" Before she could finish, Lam Tuet Nhu received a hard slap from Lam Tianguet. Slap. Tinguet was furious. "Lam Tianguet, how dare you?" Lam Tianguet said to Tinguet, "What wouldn't I dare to do? If you have the guts, throw the necklace out, then you'll have nothing left to threaten me with." Lam Tuet Nhu screamed and charged at Lam Tianguet. Lam Tianguet pushed her away, saying, "Calm down a bit." This caused Lam Tuet Nhu to fall to the ground. She glared at the mother and daughter, saying, "Marriage, huh? Fine, I'll do as you wish. But if by then you still don't return my belongings, we'll all go to hell together." With that, Lam Tianguet turned to leave. Lam Tuet Nhu shouted, "3 days. Within 3 days, if I don't see your marriage certificate with Toliet, I'll grind this jade piece into powder." Lam Tianguet coldly replied, "Understood." A moment later, Lam Tianguet, that wretched woman. Tinguet gently wiped Lam Tuet Nhu's face. Lam Tuet Nhu angrily screamed repeatedly, "Lam Tianguet is driving me crazy." Tinguet then said to Tuet Nhu, "Didn't you say when you were little that you threw away the jade necklace because you were afraid it would break her heart? It was just a fake necklace to fool her. But why did you?" Lam Tuet Nhu, with one cheek flushed red, grumpily replied to Tinguet, "Mom, is this the time to ask about that? Brother is about to return. He absolutely won't agree to marry Lam Tianguet to Toliet." The mother then said, "That's right. Since childhood, your brother has cared for Lam Tianguet the most." Lam Tuet Nhu frowned. "So we must seize the time. We must force Lam Tianguet to the end so that she can never turn back." At Lam Tianguet's apartment, she paced back and forth, muttering to herself, "I can't let go and fall into their trap like this. I must think of something." She recalled Lam Tuet Nhu's words. "Within 3 days, if I don't see your marriage certificate with Toliet, I'll grind this jade piece into powder." Lam Tianguet's eyes widened. That's it. She only said she needs to see the marriage certificate. He will definitely help me. On the quiet night street, Van Tu Mac, hand-stroking his hair, the young man was listening to a phone call from Lam Tianguet. "What's up, big sis? Missing me already?" Lam Tianguet said, "I want to ask you for a favor. Can you make a marriage certificate?" Van Tu Mac replied, "A marriage certificate? Of course I can. But what do you need it for?" Lam Tianguet hesitated. Van Tu Mac smiled. "It's okay. It's okay. If it's inconvenient, you don't need to tell me. I'll help you, but..." The young man paused. Then he set his condition to Lam Tianguet. "Big sis, can you wait for me a bit? I have something I need to handle first." A group of people approached Van Tu Mac. The leader smirked. "Van Mac, right? We've been waiting for you for a long time." Lam Tianguet panicked on the phone. "What? Wait. Hello. Hello." She looked at the phone in confusion. Why so rushed? Could something have happened? The scene shifts to Van Tu Mac's location. The thugs approached him with clubs in hand. "Toliet threatened, kid. You've been clinging to someone you shouldn't cling to. Be a good boy and come with us." Van Tu Mac showed no fear. He smiled and said, "Bring it on." Toliet, hearing this challenge, became angry. Refusing the easy way, choosing the hard way. Teach him a good lesson. The thugs charged with their clubs. Van Tu Mac quickly dodged one's attack. He glanced to the side. Quick as lightning, he blocked the club coming at him. Van Tu Mac calmly snatched the club from the thug's hand and looked at them defiantly. Van Tu Mac glared at Toliet. Toliet, terrified, broke into a cold sweat. "What are you going to do? Don't come here. You guys, hurry up and stop him." Bang! Van Tumac quickly blocked the club. The hair tie Lam Tien Wet gave him snapped, then it fell down. The hair tie broke and fell to the ground. Van Tumac suddenly froze. He reached for the hair tie, unaware that Talit was raising a club towards him. A splash of blood. Talit gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn brat, standing there dazed. What are you doing? Hurry up and drag him into the car. Yes, Van Tumac was injured, blood streaming down his forehead, but in his hand he still held the hair tie that Lam Tien Wet had given him. At Lam Tien Wet's apartment, she called Van Tumac multiple times, but there was no answer. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Lam Tien Wet looked at the phone and thought, since that day, every time I call, it's switched off. Could something really have happened? It's already the third day. What should I do? Lam Tien Wet paused. She speculated. Could it be that I really have to marry that Toliet? At this moment, the phone rang. The incoming call was from Luke Trash Uyen. Lam Tien Wet thought, why is it him? She picked up, what is it? Luke Trash Uyen replied, look out the window. Lam Tien Wet quickly pulled open the window. Just as Luke Trash Uyen opened the car door and got out, I want to meet you at the apartment. Lam Tien Wet asked, suddenly looking for me. Is something wrong? Luke Trash Uyen said, have you encountered any trouble? I can help you. Lam Tien Wet frowned. Are you investigating me? Luke Trash Uyen, with a sad face, said, I'm sorry, but then he took out a stack of photos. I had no choice but to do this. Lam Tien Wet took the photos in her hand. Someone is following you. Luke Trash Uyen said worriedly, I know you don't like it, so I didn't investigate further. But if you need anything, just say it. Lam Tien Wet coldly said, you can help, right? But why? Not for free, I assume. What do you want from me this time? Luke Trash Uyen replied, I don't know why I'm pursuing you. Lam Tien Wet immediately said, oh, then let's get married. She thought, isn't that what men want? Isn't that what they're after? Just mention marriage and they'll shut up immediately. Luke Trash Uyen said, okay. Lam Tien Wet stared at him blankly. What? She shouted. What are you saying? Luke Trash Uyen calmly asked, now what? He reached out to Lam Tien Wet. Let's go, hurry up. Lam Tien Wet blushed. Wait, where are we going? Luke Trash Uyen replied, to get married. The Civil Affairs Office is about to close. Lam Tien Wet raised her voice. No, that's not right. Don't you already have a fiancé? Luke Trash Uyen's face turned serious. I've already told you. Don't take it to heart. He leaned closer. Don't you believe me? It's all right. In a bit, when we get the marriage certificate, everything will be clear. Lam Tien Wet's face turned red. What certificate? Who said they wanted to get a certificate? Lam Tien Wet's phone in hand rang with an incoming call. It's over. The final deadline is here. This cursed life. She lowered her head with a thoughtful expression. There's no more time. Now I really need a marriage certificate to deal with this. She looked at Luke Trash Uyen and said seriously, no matter what, right now I really need a marriage certificate. If you agree to compromise and marry me. Luke Trash Uyen's eyes showed discomfort. He reached out and touched Lam Tien Wet's waist. Your marriage to me, even if it can't start with love, will end only with death. Luke Trash Uyen pressed. So, do you still want to continue? Lam Tien Wet held her phone in hand. Her face looked full of confusion. You're about to decide. Outside the parking lot, several metal containers were scattered about. Van Tumac slowly moved. He uncomfortably stretched forward. From behind, someone spoke up. Ha, awake already? Looking for your phone? I. Liet kicked Van Tumac, then grabbed his hair. Van Tumac's phone was held up to his face gleefully. Too bad your phone was smashed long ago, he smirked. Weren't you so powerful before? Why are you scared now? Be a good boy and call me father to spare your life. I'll consider letting you go. Van Tumac smiled without fear. Liet angrily asked, what are you smiling at? Van Tumac replied, I'm smiling because you shouldn't have smashed that phone. Liet frowned. What did you say? Suddenly there was a sound. Click, click, click. The thugs turned around. Someone ordered fast food. Come out and get it. Liet and the thugs gaped in surprise. Lam Tien Wet held a marriage certificate in her hand. Person certified, Lam Tien Wet. Registration date, 2/2/2020. Marriage certificate number 04. She frowned embarrassedly. I was clearly smiling the whole time. Why did it turn out like this? Could it be that marriage certificates have to look like this? On the other side, Luke Trash Uyen was beaming with joy. Lam Tien Wet forced a smile. The photographer was sweating, thinking to himself, are these two here to get married? Never mind, let's quickly finish the photos so we can finish work. The photographer snapped away rapidly. Okay, let's wrap it up. Lam Tien Wet's face changed instantly and she hissed. Lam Tien Wet rubbed and massaged her face. Finally, it's over. My face is stiff from smiling so much. Luke Trash Uyen glanced at Lam Tien Wet affectionately. The photographer quickly seized the moment to take a shot. Lam Tien Wet thought, anyway, it would end up like this eventually. Seeing the two sitting far apart, the photographer waved his hand. Why sit so far apart? Move closer, please. Lam Tingwet moved closer to Luke Trashuian after a moment. Luke Trashuian suggested, starting today, move in with me. Lam Tingwet awkwardly replied, we'll figure it out later, haha. She said seriously, now I need to go get something that belongs to me first. At Lam Tianyu and her mother's place, Lam Tianwet showed them the marriage certificate. As per your wishes, here's my marriage certificate. Where's the jade necklace? Tungwet held the necklace in her hand. The jade necklace is here, but why is that photo covered up? Lam Tianwet hesitantly said, that old man is too ugly. It's not appropriate to show his face. Hearing this, Luke Trashuian suddenly sneezed. Lam Tianyu had a smug expression. Lam Tianwet, do you take us for fools? What game are you playing now? Lam Tianwet frowned, thinking, how annoying. This trick indeed didn't work. They're saying there's something not right about it. Lam Tianyu picked up her phone. She smirked and said, it doesn't matter if you don't show us. We can just ask Cousin Taliet to find out. No way out. Looks like I'll have to resort to robbery. Lam Tianyu said triumphantly. Brother Taliet, you finally answered. Have you and Lam Tianwet really gotten the certificate, or perhaps not yet? Lam Tianwet looked towards Tungwet. Great, she's distracted now. Taking this chance, Lam Tianwet bent down, preparing. Lam Tianyu panicked. What? How can it be true? You two are married. Lam Tianwet stumbled and fell. Tungwet didn't understand why Lam Tianyu crossed her arms and glared at Lam Tianwet. She said over the phone, so the marriage certificate in her hand is really yours too. Tuliet's shout echoed from the parking lot. It's real. How many more times do you want to ask? Stop calling and bothering me. At this moment, Tuliet was being tortured to tears. A small act. Lam Tianwet forced a smile. I was clearly smiling the whole time. Why did it turn out like this? Your skills aren't good, master. The angry photographer laid out several photos. The smiling ones are all here. You choose yourself. Lam Tianwet smiled faintly in 3 consecutive photos. She was shocked and froze in place. Tulich held the newspaper in panic. New commander of the 20th Military Region, the youngest army commander in history. He stammered. It's clearly the person in the newspaper, Van Tu. Van Tu Mac stepped on his head. Shut up. Suddenly, a ringtone sounded. Ring, ring, ring. The guy handed the phone to Van Tu Mac. It turned out to be Lam Tuet Nhu calling her cousin. Van Tu Mac answered the call. Lam Tuet Nhu said from the other end, Cousin, you finally picked up. Is the marriage certificate in Lam Tinwet's hand real? Did you and Lam Tinwet really get married? Van Tu Mac thought to himself, what marriage certificate? Could it be that matter? He handed the phone to Toliet. Toliet fearfully cried, Help! A swish sound passed by his neck. Van Tu Mac calmly stuck the knife down. Tuliet was worried. He had to answer Lam Tuet Nhu's call. It's real. The marriage certificate is real. I've said it so many times. It's real. Don't bother me anymore. The police officer was stunned. This little guy, when did he take my small knife? At Lam Tuet Nhu's villa, Lam Tianwet coughed a few times. Ahem, ahem. If that certificate is real, can you return the necklace to me now? I have urgent matters to attend to. Who likes torn up clothes anyway? Lam Tuet Nhu crossed her arms and smiled. Why are you in such a hurry? When will you have the wedding ceremony with him? This little sister will definitely attend. Lam Tianwet glanced around. Suddenly a sound was heard. What's that noise? A fleet of luxurious cars approached. What's going on? The car stopped. An assistant stepped out of the car, smiling, and said, Madam, I'm here to pick you up. It's time, please get in the car. An elegant and lavish wedding car drove up. Lam Tinyu looked at it and frowned. That devil Taliet's wife. On one hand, pretending to be poor in front of me. On the other, renting such nice cars to show off. Lam Tianwet leaned in and asked the assistant, Why are you here? Trinlang smiled. The CEO didn't dare come here himself, so he instructed me to pick you up. I've been waiting in front of Madam's apartment building. Lam Tuet Nhu, standing behind, was extremely jealous. A moment ago, Lam Tianwet had pointed and said, I'm going alone to Lamra for a trip. If you dare to follow, you're dead. Understand? Lam Tianwet helplessly held her head, thinking, is this what he calls listening to me? At this moment, Lam Tuet Nhu approached. Hey, are you Tu Liet's new assistant? How come I've never met you before? Trinlang didn't bother to pay attention to Lam Tuet Nhu. He bowed his head and said to Lam Tianwet, Madam, please. Lam Tuet Nhu raised her voice. Are you ignoring me? Do you know who I am? Lam Tianwet smirked. That's enough. Then she climbed into the car. She put on a pair of stylish dark sunglasses. Let's go quickly. I don't know where this noisy mad dog came from. Trinlang obeyed. Yes, madam. Lam Tuet Nhu stood there shouting, How dare you leave? Want me to call to and get you fired? Are you listening to me? Trinlang didn't care at all. Mental illness, huh? He proudly drove the car away. Ignoring Lam Tuet Nhu's angry shouts, stop right there. On the way, Lam Tianwet held the necklace. Is this real? Why does the color seem a bit dark? Could it be that I've been tricked again? Trin Lang suddenly spoke up, madam. He smiled and reminded her, Taking off the sunglasses might be a bit better. Lam Tingwit laughed awkwardly. Ah, right, haha! She tossed the sunglasses aside. Trinlang glanced at the necklace. This jade necklace looks somewhat familiar. Lam Tingwit heard this and got excited. Really, have you seen it before? Trinlang said, it just looks a bit familiar. Isn't this yours, madam? Lam Tianwet looked at the necklace in her hand. Her eyes filled with sadness. That's right. This type must be sold all over the streets. At this moment, Lam Tianwet received a phone call. She answered confused. Send out. Yes. I was the one who reported it last night. You say you've managed to contact him. Is he all right? Why hasn't he contacted me? The assistant driving the car listened as she spoke, also pricking up his ears to eavesdrop. The police said on the other end, that's right, we've made contact. Mr. Van is fine. His communication device was damaged. After it's fixed, he'll contact you first. After hanging up, the police officer bowed his head. I've told her, as you instructed. He grunted softly, then said coldly, where are you going? Van Tumac, who was sneaking away, was startled. He turned and said, where you want to go is your freedom. Van Tumac's brother smiled. Dear little brother, I've told you before, haven't I? If I catch you, you must obediently come home and inherit the family business. Then Van Tumac was dragged away. He screamed helplessly, I have someone I need to meet, just for a moment. Van Tumac's brother smiled indifferently and said, Lamlo, hurry up and get him in the car. Van Tumac glared at Lamlo. All right, Brother Lo, I can walk myself. To be honest, that voice at the warehouse door earlier, the brother delivering fast food, and that strange deep voice, wasn't that you, Brother Lo? I knew it. Lamlo laughed awkwardly. On the other side, Van Tumac's brother was listening to a subordinate's report. He turned and asked, someone he needs to meet. Interesting. He handed a photo to his subordinate to investigate. Let's see my future sister-in-law. What kind of person is she, after all? The car stopped in front of Lam Tianyuet's apartment building. Trinlang said, Madam has arrived. The CEO is waiting for you upstairs. Lam Tianyuet forced a smile. Lam Tuetnyu is no longer here. Please don't call me that anymore. Just call me like before. That's fine. Trinlang smiled and said, the CEO instructed that incorrect addressing will result in a salary deduction. One mistake equals 1 month's salary. Lam Tianyuet sighed helplessly. As she entered the elevator, she thought to herself, what is that Luke Trash Uyen doing at my place? If the neighbors see and misunderstand, what should I do? The elevator doors opened. Never mind, it's working hours now. Maybe it won't be easily noticed. Lam Tianyuet had just stepped out of the elevator when a group of people bowed neatly, saying, Good afternoon, madam. A neighbor standing by the door glanced at Lam Tianyuet in panic. What's this? She covered her face and ran to Luke Trach Uyen's place. Luke Trach Uyen, you're done for. Lam Tianyuet, red-faced and angry, opened the door. The house was a complete mess. Lam Tianyuet fumed. What is this? Want to snoop around? Where are you, Luke Trach Uyen? She angrily threw some clothes towards the door. Lam Tianyuet thought irritably, Luke Trach Uyen, if you dare to mess up my room, you're dead for sure. She opened the door and entered. She saw Luke Trash Uyen wearing a white outfit. This made Lam Tianyuet even angrier. Lam Tianyuet crossed her arms and asked, What are you doing? Luke Trash Uyen replied, Helping you pack your luggage. Lam Tianyuet frowned. You call this packing? Clothes and everything are in a complete mess. Luke Track Uyen looked awkward. Lam Tianyuet held up a piece of clothing. Besides, there's no reason for you to pack my luggage. I'm not moving. Luke Track Uyen said seriously, You're moving in with me. Hearing this, Lam Tianyuet got angry. What? Me? It's not like I don't have a place to live. Why should I move in with you? Luke Trash Uyen grabbed Lam Tianyuet's hand. He gently pushed her shoulder. Then he lowered the scarf from his head. He leaned in close and said to her, Have you forgotten? We're husband and wife now. Or would you prefer I move in here? Lam Tianyuet blushed. Husband and wife? What nonsense. You clearly know our situation is not the same as others. Why are you looking at me like that? Luke Trach Uyen threw the scarf away. He slowly started unbuttoning his shirt. Lam Tianyuet panicked. What? What are you doing? Luke Trach Uyen took off his shirt. Lam Tianyuet said shyly, What's going on? Let's talk about this. Don't come any closer. Luke Trach Uyen pulled something out from inside his shirt. He smugly held up a piece of paper. It's legal. Here's the proof. Lam Tianyuet exclaimed, Where'd you hide that, you pervert? Lam Tianyuet blushed and pushed Luke Trach Uyen away. All right, I get it. Go clean up the room quickly. If you leave it like this, the landlord will scold me. Luke Trash Uyen grunted softly and began to clean up. Lam Tianyuet angrily opened the door and shouted, Are you cleaning or destroying the house? Luke Trash Uyen, neat and tidy, asked, What's wrong? Lam Tianyuet, speechless, said, Nothing. You clean so fast you're really good. Later, Lam Tianyuet tried to calm down as she carried her bag. Don't be nervous, Lam Tianyuet. It's just getting married and living together, right? It's not a big deal. She then called out, Trach Uyen, let's go. Luke Trach Uyen obediently followed. That night at the Luke family villa, even though they were married and agreed to live together, she had never thought things would progress so quickly. Lam Tien Wet blushed and looked confused. Am I sharing a room with Luke Trach Uyen? Aunt Anne chuckled quietly. Husband and wife sharing a room isn't that normal. The master is here now, so I won't disturb you anymore. If you need anything, just call me. Lam Tien Wet panicked and said, Wait, seeing this, Luke Trach Uyen asked her, What's wrong? You can tell me if there's anything. Lam Tien Wet turned away. It's nothing. I'm tired. I need to sleep. This early. Lam Tien Wet pretended not to hear. Well, I suddenly feel sleepy. Is that not allowed? Luke Trach Uyen then said, All right, I'll take a shower first. Lam Tien Wet's face turned bright red. Who cares what you do? Luke Trach Uyen smiled, leaned close to her hand and whispered, Tonight is our wedding night, you know. Don't fall asleep. Lam Tien Wet heard this and fumed with anger. After showering, Luke Trach Uyen came out while drying his hair. He looked at Lam Tien Wet lying on the bed. Is she really asleep? Could I? Luke Trach Uyen moved closer. Lam Tien Wet lay on the bed, sweating profusely and trembling. He leaned close to her hand and whispered, Could I? Lam Tien Wet bit her lip hard, used her hands to cover her body. Her face flushed as she shouted, I'm warning you, don't come any closer. Luke Trach Uyen looked at her lovingly and said, Wet, we're family now. Sooner or later you'll have to accept me. Hearing this, Lam Tien Wet thought, family, really? He rested his chin on one hand, while gently placing the other on her soft body. He smiled. All right, go to sleep now. I won't touch you. Lam Tien Wet lay beside him, bewildered. She looked at Luke Trach Uyen's gentle eyes. Her dove-like eyes seemed to speak. Finally, do I have a family of my own now? She began to imagine a perfect family. Lam Tien Wet standing beside Luke Trach Uyen, while he held their beautiful child in his arms. Suddenly, Luke Trach Uyen unexpectedly sat up. Lam Tien Wet seemed to realize something. Her small hand suddenly pulled at his sleeve. Covering her face shyly, she begged, Luke Trach Uyen, don't go. Luke Trach Uyen, not understanding the situation, asked, What's wrong? Unfamiliar with the bed. Do you need me? Before he could finish speaking, she pushed him forcefully onto the bed. Luke Trach Uyen was stunned and fell back in surprise. She kissed him on the lips. He was completely astonished. His eyes widened as they shared a sweet kiss. Luke Trach Uyen placed his hand on Lam Tien Wet's waist. She giggled softly. Ha ha! Their foreheads touched. Both their faces were flushed, so close they could barely breathe. Luke Trach Uyen asked, Do you know what you're doing? Lam Tien Wet touched his cheek provocatively. Didn't you say we're husband and wife? He was surprised, and she continued, So don't say I'm attacking you again. She gently placed her sweet lips on his. Just as Lam Tien Wet pulled away from the kiss, Luke Trach Uyen pushed her chest down onto the bed. Their hands intertwined as he said, As you command, my wife. They spent a very interesting night together. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Lam Tien Wet was still lying in bed after their intimate night. She rubbed her eyes lazily, then suddenly sat up and looked beside her. She yawned as she walked out the door, wondering where Luke Trach Uyen was. Suddenly, she looked to the side with a surprised expression. She was stunned to see Luke Trach Uyen standing there, focused on cooking. He looked like a real professional chef. There was also an adorable puppy sitting beside him. Lam Tien Wet kept gazing at Luke Trach Uyen's radiant beauty. His glowing face made her scream internally. So handsome. Lam Tien Wet rubbed her eyes. The sky suddenly collapsed as the food Luke Trach Uyen cooked was burnt black. The puppy was chewing on one of his slippers. It barked. Woof woof. Lam Tien Wet was shocked to realize I really shouldn't have had any hopes for him. Later, the young couple sat together for breakfast. While eating bread, she asked him, Where's Aunt An? I thought she was making breakfast. Luke Trach Uyen replied, I gave them all time off. It's just our world now. The puppy beside them was treated to Luke Trach Uyen's burnt dish of his own creation. It stared in confusion, asking, Huh. Lam Tien Wet responded, Oh. The puppy sniffed the food. It was so horrified that it grimaced and went, Ugh, ugh, ugh. Suddenly, it collapsed onto the ground. Lam Tien Wet was startled. She screamed, It's dead. The puppy's been poisoned. Quick, give it some water. She looked worriedly at the puppy while Luke Trach Uyen remained unfazed. Suddenly, Lam Tien Wet accidentally kicked the puppy. She held a bowl of water, yelling, Here's water for the puppy, as it flew out. The water landed on her head. She then fell headlong into Luke Trach Uyen's chest. The water bowl fell to the ground with a clatter. The manager came to deliver documents to Luke Trach Uyen and stumbled upon this scene. He covered his eyes with one hand, pretending not to see anything. The manager said, I'm sorry to disturb you. Please don't mind me. Lam Tien Wet shouted embarrassedly, I'm going upstairs to change clothes. After saying that, she immediately left. Luke Trosh Uyen couldn't hold back and scolded the manager. I told you not to disturb me these 2 days. The manager replied with a smile. There are just too many matters that require your personal attention. He handed an invitation to Luke Trosh Uyen saying, "Oh, right. This is an invitation to President Lak's birthday party from the Lak Group. Please remember to arrive on time." Luke Trosh Uyen frowned. Lak Group. Do I really need to handle invitations from these unknown family businesses? He sighed. Of course not. However, coincidentally, the eldest son of the Lak family is your wife's former fiancé. So Luke Trosh Uyen curiously asked, "Oh, former fiancé." He sneered. You mean that guy who's only 177.89 tall, had a nose job, thick lips, face like a pancake, eyes like broken glass, hair color like the puppies, who follows Truongya around all day, and even with typo blood, has no sense of existence? Is it him? Manager was surprised and exclaimed, "Wow." He rested his chin on his hand and smirked. What was his name again? Lack something. The manager reminded him, if you even remember their blood type, don't pretend to forget their name. It's too fake. Luke Trosh Uyen angrily said, "Salary deduction." The manager quickly replied, "I think it's Lak Duong." This name is indeed a bit hard to remember. Luke Trosh Uyen hastily took the invitation. He said smugly, "If he's sincere enough to invite me, then let's go and see." The manager responded, "As long as you're happy, sir." Suddenly a phone rang, ring, ring, ring. The manager said, "I think it's Madam's phone." Luke Trosh Uyen picked up the phone. The screen showed the caller as Van Mack. He answered, and the voice on the other end asked, "Big sis, do you remember me?" Hey. Van Mack continued, "Has the previous matter been resolved? Why aren't you saying anything? Hello, hello." Luke Trosh Uyen angrily hung up. He told the manager to investigate what that brat Van Mack has been up to lately. The manager said, "It's risky to investigate. If we alert young Master Van, it won't be easy to explain." Luke Troshin quickly said, "Double bonus." The manager smiled and promptly replied, "Understood, CEO." Lam Tin Wet had finished changing. She asked Luke Trachuyan, "Luke Trachuyan, have you seen my phone? I forgot where I put it." Hearing this, he handed her the phone. "It's on the sofa." She took the phone and said, Luke Trosh Uyen waved at the manager. "You can go now." The manager grimaced. "These documents still haven't been processed by you, sir." Luke Trosh Uyen stood there looking at Lam Tien Wet. "I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Nosy fellow, go away quickly." The manager was annoyed. "There's also a conference that's been postponed for 3 days. Today, you must personally attend it." After saying that, he bashfully looked at Lam Tien Wet. She thought to herself, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lam Tien Wet suddenly understood. She told Luke Trosh Uyen, "If you have work to do, just go ahead. I'll be fine on my own." Luke Trosh Uyen looked disgruntled. She continued, "Or how about I go with you? I haven't seen your company yet." He happily agreed. The manager smiled. Plan approved. In no time, they arrived at the company. The building was sky high. Lam Tien Wet was amazed. So tall, twice the height of Lok Group's building. "Is this entire skyscraper the Luke Group?" The manager quickly replied, "Luke Group doesn't just have one skyscraper like this. You're the female owner of the group. You'll have the chance to see it all sooner or later." Luke Trosh Uyen stood beside her, chuckling proudly. Lam Tien Wet was surprised. "Is that so? Wow." The inside of the office was extremely luxurious, clean, and tidy. There was a rustling sound. Luke Trosh Uyen gently said to Lam Tien Wet, "Wait here for me. I'll be back very soon." She replied, "No rush. Go ahead." He gestured, pointing to his cheek. Lam Tien Wet was confused. She nervously looked left and right. Then she kissed his lips and said, "Hurry back." The manager standing nearby turned away embarrassed. Suddenly, an ugly old lady appeared. Luke Trosh Uyen and Lam Tien Wet stood there looking at each other awkwardly. This old lady looked at the two of them with an annoyed expression, thinking, "Who is this woman?" Suddenly, the manager approached and asked her, "What are you doing?" She was startled and said, "I thought I saw a client enter the CEO's office, so I came to bring coffee." The manager quickly replied, "I'll take care of it. In the future, if there are no instructions, don't concern yourself with such matters." After saying this, he turned away. She looked at him with a hateful expression and replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Lam Tien Wet was exploring Luke Trosh Uyen's office. She gently touched some of his books. She exclaimed, "Wow, this Luke Trosh Uyen guy has quite a book collection. All limited editions, boring and uninteresting." Suddenly she wondered, this bookshelf can actually move. She peered inside. Are there books behind it? The manager rushed over, calling, "Madam." Lam Tien Wet was startled. "Ahem." He smiled and said, "If someone discovers the items behind that bookshelf, the CEO will be angry." Lam Tien Wet hesitated, then smiled lightly and replied, Sorry, I just wanted to look at these books. I didn't expect the bookshelf to open on its own. Lam Tingwet asked the manager, are they important documents? I promise I haven't seen anything. He handed her a glass of water and said, don't worry about it. It's just some of the CEO's personal interests. The manager quickly closed the bookshelf. She looked and thought to herself, what kind of interests are so secretive? He hurriedly closed the bookcase door. It turns out that inside were Luc Trach Uyen's romance novels. Titles like The Domineering Prince Kisses Me, The Domineering CEO Addicted to Spoiling His Wife, The Domineering CEO Loves Me, then Diary of a Domineering CEO, and finally, The Domineering CEO's Servant. Then the manager turned back to Lam Tien Wet and said, I'll go to the conference room first. If you need anything, you can call the internal secretary at the CEO's desk. Lam Tien Wet, holding the glass of water, replied, okay. She put her hand to her head, feeling a bit dizzy. She put the glass of water down on the table. Maybe I didn't sleep well. I'll go to the bathroom to wash my face and freshen up a bit. Lam Tien Wet went to the bathroom and unfortunately bumped into the clumsy girl from earlier. She was holding a cup of coffee in her hand. Seeing Lam Tien Wet bump into her, she gently let go of the coffee cup in her hand. Suddenly, the coffee cup spilled onto her shoes. Her face angry, she shouted, what are you doing? My new outfit is ruined. Lam Tien Wet, pale-faced and with a headache, replied, I'm sorry, it was my fault for not paying attention. How much was it? I'll compensate you. She put one hand on her hip and stood there shouting, can you even afford to compensate me? Lam Tien Wet, exhausted, fell to the floor. Seeing this, she said again, what are you pretending? Are you trying to make a scene? Then she grabbed Lam Tien Wet's face provocatively. You're the woman who just went into Mr. Luck's office, aren't you? Not bad looking. No wonder you can get close to the CEO. Lam Tien Wet, her mind hazy, spoke weakly. Who are you? What do you want? The scheming woman threatened. How about this? Let me make a cut on your face with a knife. Then you won't need to compensate for this outfit anymore. How's that? After saying this, she raised the knife to Lam Tien Wet's face. Lam Tien Wet was dazed. This person really doesn't know her limits, but my body feels strange. She provoked again. I'll draw a flower on your face. Let's see how you'll seduce the CEO then. Lam Tien Wet was terrified. The woman's hand gripped her chin tightly. The knife was close to her face. Suddenly, Luc Trash Uyen rushed over. He angrily kicked the wicked woman hard. She cried out. Luc Trash Uyen called, Nguyet Nguyet. He picked up Lam Tien Nguyet. His mouth kept calling louder, Nguyet Nguyet. She turned pale with fear and tried to explain. Mr. Luck, please listen to my explanation. This woman somehow bumped into us. We just had a little dispute. He demanded, why is she unconscious? What did you do to her? Stop pretending to be innocent. I don't know. She just fainted on her own. I didn't do anything. Luc Trash Uyen carried Lam Tien Wet to rest. He subtly reminded the manager, take her outside and watch her carefully. Call a doctor here. The manager replied, yes, sir. The woman still intentionally denied her actions. Let me go. Really, this has nothing to do with me. She struggled, not wanting to be caught. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. She still wouldn't give up. She ran and grabbed Luc Trash Uyen's hand. Give me one more chance. It really wasn't me. He didn't bother listening to these dirty words. He pushed her away. Her back hit the table. The glass on the table fell and made a loud noise. Crash. Luc Trash Uyen frowned. Take her outside. Two handsome bodyguards, each grabbing one of her arms, dragged her out. Luc Trash Uyen touched the forehead of Lam Tien Wet and asked, no fever. Why is she still unconscious? Where's the doctor? The manager replied, I've called. They'll be here right away, sir. Suddenly, there was a phone ringing sound. The manager answered the phone. What? The person ran away. Meanwhile, the wicked woman was talking on the phone with a girl. Mission failed, Fong. Your Mr. Luke is guarding her too closely. The other side replied, I see. So this was Miss Fong from the Fong family, Fong Nuka. This golden girl in the field of mistresses. Fong Nuka asked, you didn't leave any weak points, did you? She held a photo of Luc Trash Uyen and said, you absolutely must not ruin my plans. The wicked woman firmly replied, don't worry. Now they probably see me as a crazy woman pursuing Luc Trash Uyen. She gave a sinister smile. They absolutely won't discover my actions. Meanwhile, Namlak was checking Lam Tien Wet's health. Luc Trash Uyen asked the manager, why did you call him? He replied, Nam happened to be passing by. He was the quickest option. Namlak angrily shouted, I heard all of that. He continued, I've checked carefully several times and can be sure now. Luc Trash Uyen asked, what's wrong with her? Namlak's handsome face frowned. She's in a deep sleep. Luc Trash Uyen, hearing this, dared not speak. A moment later, Lam Tien Wet hazily woke up. She rubbed her eyes. Why are you all gathered here? She wondered, a huge question mark appearing. Luke Trak Uyen gently asked, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Lam Tianwet hazily replied, I'm fine. She stretched and woke up. I slept so well, I feel energized now. Then she told Luke Trash Uyen, that's right. Just now a woman wanted to cut my face with a knife. Where is she? Let me strangle her. The manager reported back. We've checked, and all her information at the company is fake. We've sent Taklao 3 to investigate. Luke Trach Uyen glared at the manager for not mentioning the knife the woman was holding. Lam Tianwet said disappointedly, she ran away. How could she leave? Luke Trach Uyen asked her, why did you fall asleep? Lam Tianwet looked at him and replied, I don't know. I suddenly felt very sleepy. Nam Lak stood beside her holding a large syringe. With a smug face, he said, if you're not at ease, I can draw some blood for testing. Lam Tianwet fearfully said, no. I just didn't sleep well last night, so I was tired. An idea suddenly flashed in Nam Lak's mind. He laughed. Aha! Then he put his arm around Luke Trashuyan's shoulder and said, well done, brother. What did you accomplish last night? This is the girl you've been pursuing, right? Luke Trashuyan said, call her sister-in-law. Namlak continued, all right, I get it. Look how worried you are. Don't know how to date, do you? Let me teach you a trick. It's like this. The two of them whispered and murmured to each other. Luke Trash Uyen asked, oh, meanwhile, Lam Tenwet looked at their behavior. She pondered, what are they talking about? A moment later, Lam Tenwet said to Luke Trash Uyen, why do you suddenly want to go see a movie? He answered decisively, after work, let's go on a date. He showed her the movie ticket code on his phone. He said, here, I've already bought the tickets. Lam Tin-wet took the phone. She screamed, a horror movie. Luke Trach Uyen looked at her curiously and asked, are you scared? If you're scared, we don't have to watch it. Lam Tin-wet was truly frightened inside, but she still boldly answered, who's afraid of that childish stuff? She agreed to watch, but the cruel reality was that she was scared. She ran off, telling Luke Trach Uyen, wait here, I'm going to buy some things. A while later, they arrived at the cinema. There was a sudden sound effect. On the screen appeared a female ghost with eye cancer. Everyone in the theater screamed in fear. Ah! Luke Trach Uyen and Lam Tien-wet weren't afraid of that fake ghost. They both seemed extremely calm. Luke Trach Uyen peeked at the couple in front. The girl cried, I'm so scared. The boy comforted her. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, baby. It's all fake. Luke Trach Uyen looked at Lam Tien-wet. She wasn't scared. The CEO just sighed. He said, look closely. He brushed Lam Tien-wet's hair aside and found out she had put cotton in her ears to avoid hearing the sounds. Luke Trach Uyen saw this and was puzzled. Then he took off her glasses. Behind the mysterious dark glasses were eyes terrified with fear. Luke Trach Uyen was even more surprised. He was completely baffled. Her face looked so scared that she was about to cry. Her face was pale. Luke Trach Uyen looked at Lam Tien-wet and suddenly realized that she had been lying all along. At this moment, Namlak typed a message to ask him, how's it going, Luke Trach Uyen? Did that girl scream and fall into your arms? My trick wasn't bad, right? Namlak looked at the phone screen. The message had been sent, but it was rejected by the recipient. It turned out Luke Trach Uyen had blocked the messages. Namlak screamed internally, unable to understand. After watching the horror movie, the couple went shopping. There were so many beautiful things here, luxurious handbags. Luke Trach Uyen said to the saleswoman behind, try this one, and this one too. Lam Tingwet looked at him. Do we really have to go through all of this? Luke Trach Uyen questioned. Do you want to take back your words? Lam Tingwet sighed regretfully. The fatigue was clearly visible on her face. She blamed herself for that moment when she lost her mind and agreed with him. Lam Tingwet recalled asking the day before, the Locke family's birthday banquet. She held a bright red invitation card in her hand. She turned her head and refused. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. Luke Trach Uyen wondered, why for this kind of banquet is it required to bring a family member? Lam Tingwet didn't care. I don't care. He asked, do you look down on me? Lam Tingwet shyly replied, no. His face showed a sad expression. Is there someone you don't want me to meet? Why don't you agree to make our relationship public? She waved her hand, feeling guilty. It wasn't just that. Luke Trach Uyen became even more upset. He said in one breath, I know that in your heart, I can't compare to your former fiancé. It's okay. I can understand. After all, he appeared in your life earlier than I did. I can only blame myself for this. If it wasn't for me. Hearing this, she really felt he was clever. Lam Tingwet got angry, covering her ears and shouting, enough, stop. I'll go, okay. Luke Trach Uyen chuckled secretly. His face flushed as they returned to reality in the clothing store. Luke Trach Uyen nudged Lam Tien-wet to try on clothes. He said, Go change. In the room, the makeup artist said to Lam Tianwet, "This outfit really suits Madame's temperament." Lam Tianwet wore a white dress. She looked as beautiful as a swan. She replied, "Really, does it suit me?" The makeup artist praised, "It's not just suitable. This outfit was actually ordered a month ago by the gentleman according to your measurements. It seems the gentleman really loves you." Hearing this, Lam Tianwet thought, "Really, he never mentioned this." She recalled Luktrak Uyen's words earlier, along with his sad face. "Is there someone you don't want me to meet? Why don't you agree to make our relationship public?" She blamed herself. Actually, it seems that towards him, I've always been a bit harsh. Her face flushed as she said, "It seems from now on, I should treat my Mr. Luke a bit more fairly." Meanwhile, Luktrash Uyen was sitting absent-mindedly when Trin Lang approached. He leaned close to Luktrash Uyen's ear and whispered, "CEO, there's trouble again with the Lao Trak side. They're asking you to go there." Luktrash Uyen frowned. No need to explain. "This time, it's a bit troublesome. It seems they've grasped our weakness. The old master has sent the final spy. If you don't go there, this matter will be hard to resolve." Hearing this, Luktrash Uyen looked worried and said nothing more. Lam Tingwet finished changing and came out. She looked like a goddess. Luktrash Uyen put on a face of stunned admiration for her. They faced each other. Lam Tingwet shyly asked, "Is it beautiful?" Luktrash Uyen replied, "Beautiful." He gently held her small hand. He said, "We might have to change our plans. I have something to take care of. Wait for me at home. I'll be back right away." Lam Tianwet asked, "What's wrong? Are we not going to the banquet anymore?" Luktrash Uyen said, "I'm worried about you being alone." He added, "Anyway, you didn't want to go originally." Hearing this, Lam Tianwet quickly grabbed the invitation card from Luktrash Uyen's hand. She smiled and said, "All talk and no action. Playing big cards, Mr. Luck." Her beautiful face reminded him, "I'll wait for you at the Lack family's house." Luktrash Uyen was surprised. She firmly said, "I trust you. Go, my Mr. Luck." He raised her hand and gave it a quick kiss. "As you command, my Mrs. Luck." Outside, it was getting dark. Luktrash Uyen said, "I've arranged for someone to take you there. I'll arrive soon. Wait for me." Suddenly, night had fallen. The manager stood beside the supercar, bowing politely. "Madam, good evening." Lam Tianwet was startled. "Assistant Trin, you finally opened your eyes." He said to Luktrash Uyen, "CEO, the car's ready. We can depart now." Lam Tingwet felt confused. She looked left and right at the two identical managers. Suddenly, the manager wearing glasses spoke. "Brother Trin Lang," he smiled. "Avu, you're here." Lam Tianwet exclaimed in surprise, "Twins." Luktrash Uyen standing nearby said, He told Avu, "Protect Madam well." Avu bowed. "Yes, sir." He extended his arm to guide Lam Tianwet. "Madam, this way, please." She lifted her dress and looked, thinking to herself, they really are identical. So this is what Assistant Trin looks like with his eyes open. How amazing. Luktrash Uyen watched her leave with a dazed expression. Trin Lang said, "We should go too. Resolve this quickly so we can go to Madam's location." Avu bowed to both of them. Trin Lang gently reminded, "CEO, leave Madam to Avu for now. Don't look at him like that. He's very reliable when it matters." Luktrash Uyen stopped looking. He turned around, determined to resolve the matter quickly. He replied, Let's go." At this time, the party was lively and crowded. Lam Tuet Nhu, wearing a red dress, was frantically making a phone call. She frowned and said to Toliet, "Cousin, didn't you give him the invitation? Didn't you tell him to bring Lam Tianwet along? Where is she?" Toliet was surprised. Could it be that she still didn't understand who she had offended? Fearing involvement, he abruptly hung up the phone. Toliet thought to himself, "You're on your own. I'm not playing along with you." Lam Tuet Nhu looked visibly annoyed. "He actually hung up on me. What does this mean?" Suddenly, a stylish, short-haired girl approached from behind. She struck up a conversation with Lam Tuet Nhu. "Miss Lam, why are you hiding here alone?" She pulled Lam Tuet Nhu's hand. Her face clearly showed fake enthusiasm. She said, Come on. Everyone wants to meet the main character of tonight." Lam Tuet Nhu, visibly pleased, replied, "What nonsense. Today is Lakdong's birthday banquet, the department head. I'm not the main character." The two chatted with others. The short-haired girl asked, "Lam Tuet Nhu, you look gorgeous. Did young Master Locke give you that?" Lam Tuet Nhu looked at the ring on her finger and replied, "It's just an engagement ring." Lam Tuet Nhu spread her hand. The short-haired girl enviously said, "He treats you so well. This must cost at least 5K, right? It seems the Locke family is very pleased with a daughter-in-law like you." People around them chatted. "How happy, that's right." She asked, Why don't we see your sister? Lam Tuet Nhu showed a look of contempt. Her? She got married some time ago. She's moved out of the Lam house. People around curiously asked, she's married. Why didn't we hear anything about it? No wedding ceremony. Who did she marry? Could it be she married down and is too embarrassed to say? Hearing these words, Lam Tuet Nhu felt extremely pleased inside. She said, actually. Suddenly, she saw Lam Tien Nuet and Avu arriving at the party. She glared at them. Oh, my sister has just arrived. Let's go ask her directly. Over there, Avu looked around. He complimented, this birthday banquet of the Locke family is truly grand indeed. Lam Tien Nuet shyly pretended to cough. Ahem, ahem. Avu, be a bit more modest. This guy was looking all around. Lam Tuet Nhu approached the two of them and started a conversation. Why are you alone, sister? Didn't cousin come with you? Oh no, that's wrong. I should call you sister-in-law now, right? Lam Tien Nuet glared at her. You'd better shut up. The women around snickered, siding with Lam Tuet Nhu, that Taliat guy. So she married her cousin. Another girl said, it can't be that bad, right? Avu naively replied to them, our CEO has some business, he'll be here later. Besides, I remember the CEO doesn't have a cousin. Lam Tuet Nhu shouted, aren't you that blind assistant from before? You finally opened your eyes. Lam Tien Nuet and Avu were stunned. Then she pulled Avu aside. She said, all right, Avu, don't talk to strangers anymore. If you catch their mental illness, it's incurable. Avu turned around, confused. Others chimed in. Ha ha ha, your sister is quite interesting. The girl behind tactlessly said to Lam Tuet Nhu, it seems this sister of yours really doesn't respect you. You must have plenty of places to vent your anger daily. Plus, you didn't even recognize your cousin's assistant. Looks like he forgot about his sister after getting married. Lam Tuet Nhu's face was angry, speechless. She bit her lip. The short-haired girl beside her shouted, what do you all understand? If you don't understand, shut up. They retorted in unison. You really think you're someone important. Aren't you just stealing someone else's man? The short-haired girl approached Lam Tuet Nhu. That Lam Tien Nuet is too hateful. Do you want me to teach her a lesson for you? Lam Tuet Nhu took off her engagement ring. Then she gave it to the short-haired girl. Let's play a big game then, she whispered. Do this. Lam Tuet Nhu was excited about her grand plan. She looked at the short-haired girl and whispered, Lam Tien Nuet, today I'll make sure you can't lift your head. Lam Tien Nuet was angry. She looked towards the door, hoping for Luke Trash Uyen, saying, he said he'd come right away. How long has it been? Liar. Beside her, Avu was enjoying the delicacies. He looked at his watch and said, 16 minutes and 55 seconds. Lam Tien Nuet embarrassedly said loudly, shut up. Just eat your food. The short-haired girl approached. She pretended to bump into Lam Tien Nuet's shoulder. She said, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Lam Tien Nuet raised her hand and replied, it's fine. Avu chewed his food, watching the two of them. Unexpectedly, this girl had a vicious plan. While Lam Tien Nuet wasn't paying attention, she slipped the engagement ring from earlier into Lam Tien Nuet's pocket. Suddenly, Chairman Lack arrived. He said dazedly, I originally didn't have much hope, but unexpectedly, CEO Luke accepted the invitation this time. Son, come with me to greet him. Don't make any mistakes. Lac Duong sighed. Yes. Lam Tuet Nhu stood beside him, extremely happy. Chairman Lac shouted, are you listening? If we can get CEO Luck's attention, our Lac Corporation can rise to another level. Don't mess this up. Lac Duong didn't care at all. He looked elsewhere, at Wit Nuet. Lam Tuet Nhu held Lac Duong's hand tightly. She shouted, Lac Duong, come to your senses. I've already told you my sister married my cousin. Lac Duong was stunned. Impossible. He shook off Lam Tuet Nhu's hand. Even if she hates me, she couldn't marry someone like that. I must go ask her directly. Seeing this, Chairman Lac scolded Lac Duong. Get a hold of yourself. Lac Duong's face stiffened upon hearing this. He ordered, hurry to the main entrance to greet the guests. Lac Duong was scared. Yes, father, he snorted, criticizing. Lam Tien Nuet is nobody. Who let her in here? Let's go, Tuet Nhu. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her cause trouble. Lam Tuet Nhu was smug. I understand. Uncle, I'll definitely keep an eye on her. At this moment, Lam Tien Nuet sneezed repeatedly. Avu, still enjoying his food, asked, Madam, what's wrong? Have you caught a cold? She covered her nose and replied, I don't know. Suddenly, I feel a cold chill behind me. She turned away. Let's go. We won't wait for that idiot Luke Trash Uyen anymore. Avu, with food on his mouth, was surprised. Oh, suddenly, the short-haired girl shouted loudly to attract attention. What? It's gone. Lam Tuet Nhu rummaged through her purse, saying, That's right, the engagement ring is gone. I can't find it anywhere, no matter how I look. Someone nearby asked, "Really? Did you forget it somewhere?" Another person chimed in, "Maybe it fell somewhere. Ask if anyone has found it. If someone found that ring, they probably won't return it." Lam Tingwet had a bad feeling. She wondered what this bad feeling could be about. Could it be? She slowly recalled the moment the short-haired woman bumped into her. Lam Tingwet urged Avu to leave quickly. Avu asked confusedly. The short-haired woman glared. "I know who took the ring. I saw it." Someone asked, "Who?" She pointed at Lam Tingwet, who was pulling Avu away, and shouted, "It's her." Lam Tingwet touched her eyes, thinking to herself, they really used such a stupid trick. She defended herself. "I've said many times, I didn't take her ring." The short-haired woman insisted, "I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, search her bag." Lam Tingwet crossed her arms smugly. Avu beside her wasn't worried at all. Lam Tingwet said, "Without evidence, how can you search my bag? If it's not there, will you kneel down and apologize?" The short-haired woman gradually became worried. She thought, she's so confident. Could she have discovered it beforehand? Lam Tingwet turned away, scornfully. A female guest being wrongly accused like this. "Is this how the Locke family treats their guests?" She continued. "There's no need to attend this kind of banquet anymore. Let's go." Avu slightly bowed and agreed. Madame Lam Tuet-Nhu pushed the short-haired woman hard. She quickly grabbed Lam Tingwet's bag and shouted, "You can't leave." Lam Tingwet was stunned. Suddenly, the bag's strap broke and it fell to the ground. Due to inertia, the engagement ring fell out of the bag. The woman looked smug. "Look, the evidence is clear as day." She reached out to grab the ring. Suddenly, Avu picked it up first. Avu looked at it and said, "This might be our CEO's and Madame's ring." Lam Tuet-Nhu interrupted, "What nonsense are you talking about? The inside of this ring has the initials of Locke and Lam families engraved. It's undeniable proof." Lam Tingwet pulled Avu's hand. "That's right, Avu. This excuse is too embarrassing. Let's return it." "Ha! Indeed, the ring has the initials that Lam Tuet-Nhu mentioned." Avu wondered. "It fell from Madame's bag. How could it not be?" "You recognized it correctly. These are the initials of our CEO and Madame's names." Lam Tuet-Nhu was stunned. "Huh." Lam Tingwet took the ring. "It really is." Suddenly, Tingwet and her subordinates approached. She asked, "Why is everyone gathered here? What's going on?" Lam Tuet-Nhu pretended to be pitiful. "Aunt, my sister took the engagement ring you gave me. She even claims it's hers." Tingwet crossed her arms, looking at Lam Tingwet with contempt. "Why is it you?" Lam Tingwet was holding the ring in her hand. Tingwet continued, "The ring I gave to my daughter-in-law. Don't you think I'd recognize it? You still haven't given up." Lam Tuet-Nhu trembled all over, pretending to be on the verge of tears. She said, "I know you still can't let go of Lak Duong, but we're already engaged. Can't you just be happy for us?" The clueless party guests, not knowing anything, just followed along. So she's still pining for the Locke family's young master. Isn't this becoming the sister-in-law now? I heard she's not even the real eldest daughter of the Lam family. She's just an adopted daughter. That's really heartless then. Ungrateful. Tingwet said softly, "To cause such a commotion over this small matter, it's really embarrassing for everyone. We'll handle this properly on our side. Please don't take it to heart." She frowned. "I'm truly sorry, Miss Lam. Before you clearly explain the origin of this ring, I'm afraid you can't leave at will. Guards, please escort Miss Lam to the back garden for tea." Two tall bodyguards responded, "Yes, ma'am." Avu spread his arms to protect Lam Tingwet. "Gentlemen, if there's anything, let's talk it out slowly. Don't approach our madam carelessly." Lam Tuet-Nhu reminded the two bodyguards. "Don't mind that fool." This guard touched Avu. "Get out, you waste." Avu quickly grabbed the man's wrist. He remained calm, saying, "Please don't use force. It puts me in a difficult position." The bodyguard struck Avu with a palm to the stomach. He hit Avu's face, knocking off his glasses. Avu fell down. His bodyguard cursed. "Useless trash." Lam Tingwet angrily shouted, "You've gone too far. How can you hit someone like that?" But the bodyguards didn't care about what she said at all. He suggested, "Please come with us, miss." Avu grabbed his hand. He used his strength, making the man cry out in pain. Avu glared at him forcefully. "I already said, no one can approach the madam." Another one rushed over, yelling, "You brat." This one had just stood up when Avu grabbed his head. He smashed their heads together, then tossed them aside. The two lay motionless. Avu dusted off his hands and stood next to Lam Tingwet. He said, "Anyone else who dares approach, don't blame me." Lam Tingwet was stunned. Seeing this, Lam Tuet-Nhu thought, he really is a fool. Just then, Mr. Lack looked at his watch and said, "This party is already halfway through. Why hasn't Mr. Luck arrived yet? Could it be he's not coming anymore?" A nearby employee replied, "Mr. Luck of the Luck Group has already arrived, sir." Mr. Lack shouted loudly, "What?" The attendance book marked the presence of Lu Trach Uyen. Mr. Lack questioned, "Impossible. If he had arrived, I would have recognized recognized him immediately. The employee pointed at the book and replied, "But I remember registering the invitation from the Lu group. Here it is." The one who brought the invitation was Mrs. Lu, the wife of Lu Trach-Uyen from the Lu group. He thought in bewilderment, "How come I haven't heard anything about Lu Trach-Uyen getting married?" Lak Duong, standing beside him, looked extremely sad. Lam Tien-Wit glared at them with murderous eyes. Mr. Lak wondered, who on earth is this Mrs. Lu? Avu spread his arms to shield Lam Tien-Wet. His face was full of determination. The guys behind couldn't do anything to them. Lam Tien-Wet looked at Avu and thought, is this really the Avu I know? A man wearing glasses, smiling when taking them off, looked exactly like an assassin. Lam Tien-Wet was stunned. It was as if he had turned into a completely different person. Avu said, "Madam." She jumped in surprise. "I'm here." He turned back to look at Lam Tien-Wet. "Can you help me find my glasses?" She asked. "Huh? Now?" Avu replied, "I'm nearsighted, over 800 degrees. So actually, I can't see anything right now." Lam Tien-Wet was astonished. It turned out that Avu's calm exterior masked his internal panic. Lam Tien-Wet thought to herself, so it's because of his nearsightedness that he's squinting. Why didn't he say so earlier? What's with the act? She asked tiredly. Where did you throw them? She saw Avu's glasses underneath Tung-Yet's feet and her followers. So that's where the dark glasses were. Tung-Yet stepped on them, crushing the glasses. Lam Tien-Wet was stunned. She froze completely. The woman shouted, "How dare you cause trouble at the Lak family's house? Today, neither of you will leave this place." Meanwhile, Mr. Lak and Lak Duong were standing outside waiting for Lu Trach-Uyen. Lak Duong still looked sad. Mr. Lak, with his hand on his chin, wondered, to be the mistress of the Lu group, this person must be extraordinary. I hope we're a bit perceptive and don't offend the other party. Suddenly, there was a screeching sound. Lak Duong and Mr. Lak looked over. 2 luxury cars stopped. He said to Lak Duong, "That's the Lu group's convoy. Quick, follow me to greet them." A pair of long legs stepped out of the car. Mr. Lu and Lak Duong smiled. Mr. Lak extended his hand. "I didn't expect Mr. Lu to come in person." The Lak family is honored. Mr. Lak was surprised. Honored. Lu Trach-Uyen ignored him and walked past. He said, "Congratulations." Trin Lang said to him, "Isn't today Mr. Lak's birthday celebration? The CEO is wishing you a happy birthday." Mr. Lak looked towards Lu Trach-Uyen. "Oh, ha ha ha. Mr. Lu is indeed thoughtful." Lu Trach-Uyen noticed Lak Duong's worried expression. He asked, "You must be Lak Duong." The Mr. Lak quickly interjected. "Mr. Lu, you even know my son." Lak Duong said, "I've always admired Lu." Lu Trach-Uyen spoke bitterly. "I don't know you," he added. "The name means nothing." Lak Duong and Mr. Lak looked at him. Trin Lang smiled. "Don't mind it. Perhaps the CEO just doesn't like this city." Lak Duong whispered to his father, "Mr. Lu's behavior is a bit strange." Mr. Lak told his son, "He has power and status. No matter how strange, we still have to serve him. Don't waste words. Quickly, follow him." Lu Trach-Uyen and Trin Lang entered. Inside, Tung-Yet shouted loudly, "Neither of you will leave this place." Mr. Lak, seeing this, frowned and asked, "What's going on?" He approached and asked Tung-Yet, "What are you doing? Why is it so noisy here?" Tung-Yet crossed her arms, looking at Lam Tien-Wet and Avu. She said smugly, "Isn't it because someone's causing trouble here?" Mr. Lak looked at the two with contempt. "It's you again. You're no longer welcome here. Please leave immediately." Lam Tien-Wet wasn't one to back down easily. "You think I want to stay?" Lak Duong approached and grabbed Lam Tien-Wet's hand, his face full of concern. He said, Nguyet, stop making trouble and leave quickly." Lam Tien-Wet looked surprised. Lak Duong continued, "This matter, I'll resolve it for you." Hearing this, she pulled her hand back and replied, "Huh? Who do you think you are? Let go." Avu warned, "Sir, please don't casually approach my wife." Lu Trach-Uyen had already seen the three of them. He stared intently at Lak Duong, holding Lam Tien-Wet's hand. Lu Trach-Uyen shouted, "Wife over here." Lam Tien-Tu, Tung-Yet, Mr. Lak and Lak Duong were stunned. "Oh, wife?" The guests looked confused. "Oh my, Lu Trach-Uyen actually comes to parties like this." Lu Trach-Uyen is so impressive. Lu Trach-Uyen had one hand in his pocket, looking very elegant. Someone else's voice chimed in. "Don't you know, he's the manager of the Lu group." Mr. Lak broke into a sweat. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lu. We've embarrassed you. I'll handle this immediately." He thought to himself, what did Mr. Lu say just now? Perhaps I misheard. Lu Trach-Uyen frowned. "Mrs. Lu, what are you doing?" Lam Tien-Wet quickly withdrew her hand, smiling. "Oh, you're here." Lak Duong beside her no longer understood what was happening. People murmured, "Mrs. Lu, who is he calling? Why did that adopted girl react like that? Could it be her? No way, no way. That's Lu Trach-Uyen. How could he notice someone like her?" Lak Duong asked, Nguyet, you. Oh no. Now Lu Trach-Uyen looks. Lu Trach-Uyen crossed his arms and glared at her. She thought he seemed very angry. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. This was the only way. She ran to hug Lu Trach Uyen, husband. Why are you only arriving now? His anger level decreased. She complained to her husband. Without you, they bullied me. Boo-hoo. Lam Tuyet Nhu pointed, looking confused. Husband, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you marry cousin to Liet? Lam Tien Nguyen stood behind Lu Trachuyen. She stuck out her tongue teasingly. I only said the engagement was over, not that I married To Liet. Nah, doesn't that annoy you? Lu Trachuyen asked. What happened here? Lam Tin Nguyen pouted. They accused me of stealing Lam Tuet Nhu's engagement ring, but I'm part of the Lu family. How could I do such a thing? Lu Trash Uyen glanced at Mr. Lack. Is this how you treat my wife, Mr. Lack? He bowed his head. There must be a misunderstanding. Lam Tuet Nhu angrily said. Wasn't she the one caught with the evidence? Mr. Lack slapped Lam Tuet Nhu hard across the face. He said, Shut up. Quickly apologized to Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu. Lam Tuet Nhu held her face puzzled. Uncle Lack, why? Lu Trash Uyen took the ring from Lam Tien Nguyen's hand. He asked, Are you talking about this? Is this yours? Look here. Is this your ring? Mr. Locke bowed his head fearfully. No. It can't be. He looked towards Lam Tuyet Nhu. He said, Tuyet Nhu, tell them if it's yours or not. Be sensible, and I'll feel at ease handing over the position of Lack's daughter-in-law to you. Lam Tuyet Nhu became worried seeing this. What kind of background does this Lu family have to make Uncle Lack so fearful? Lam Tuyet Nhu bowed her head in fear. I'm sorry, sister. I made a mistake. That ring really isn't mine. Lam Tien Nguyen said smugly. It's good that you admit your mistake, little sister. Don't do this again in the future. Cultivating the habit of opening your mouth to throw dirt on others isn't good. Lam Tuyet Nhu thought angrily. Isn't she just a Lu's wife? Anyone would act the same in her position. She bit her lip and said, Yes, thank you for not holding it against me. Lu Trak Uyen tossed the engagement ring to Trin Lang. He said, We don't need this anymore. Take it and donate it, Mom. That's someone's 5-carat engagement ring. Trin Lang's father smiled. Yes, CEO. Lu Trak Uyen held a ring box and said to Lam Tin Nguyen, My wife deserves something of higher value. Inside was a diamond ring. He put it on Lam Tin Nguyen's finger. She looked at it and asked. Lu Trash Uyen whispered, This is a belated wedding ring. He held his wife's hand tightly and declared, I hereby announce this person is the lawful wife of me, Lu Trash Uyen. The wedding ceremony will be held at the end of the month. We welcome all the guests present here today to attend. The guests started discussing. This is great. We have a chance to attend Lu Trach Uyen's wedding. This might be the best opportunity to integrate into their circle. If it weren't for today's commotion, even if we pushed until our heads burst, we wouldn't have hoped for this chance. It seems we need to get on this Mrs. Lu's good side. From now on, stay away from Lam a bit. Don't let Mr. Lu get angry and take it out on us. Lu Trash Uyen and Lam Tien Nguyen looked at each other affectionately. People behind looked at Lam Tuyet Nhu with reproach. Just now, someone was so smug. In an instant, she got slapped in the face. Now, even the position of Locke family's daughter-in-law might not be secure anymore. Lam Tuyet Nhu froze, not daring to say a word. She was so angry that her hands shook and bled. Someone nearby said helplessly, Who told her to provoke someone she shouldn't have? Tinguet came closer to comfort her. Let it go, Tuyet Nhu. That Lu Trach Uyen is really not someone we can mess with. From now on, stay away from Lam Tin Nguyen a bit. Don't provoke her anymore. Lam Tuyet Nhu wondered why she could, but I can't. Lu Trach Uyen, right? How can Lam Tin Nguyen be worthy of such a man? Tinguet was startled. What are you saying? You already have Lac Duong? She frowned. Isn't Lac Duong basically my sister's? Then let everything return to its original state. Meanwhile, at the White Villa, an old man slammed his hand on the newspaper and shouted, You unreasonable child, look at the good thing you've done, he continued. Do you know that your every move is related to the Lu Group? The information in the newspaper showed pictures of Lu Trach Uyen and Lam Tien Nguyen, titled CEO of Lu Group, married for many years. The old man complained again, Who allowed you to do such a foolish thing? His wife, sitting beside him, gently said, All right, don't be angry anymore. Look, we still have a guest in the house. Nhu Cha smoothed her hair and smiled. Brother Lu, it's been a long time. Do you still remember me? The wife said, This is the pearl of the Fong family. She used to come to our house to play when she was little. It's been so long, you might have forgotten. The old man beside frowned. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, go for a walk with Miss Fong. She just came back, so you should take her around to get familiar with the place. Lu Trash Uyen took a tissue to wipe his mouth. He coldly replied, I'm busy. Let Aunt Van take her instead. The old man angrily shouted, Who are you calling Aunt Van? She is your mother. Lu Trash Uyen looked at her and said, That's Lu Nyahan's mother, not mine. She sadly said, Little Uyen, Lu Nyahan, sitting nearby, shouted loudly, "Brother, what you said is too much. Mom has always treated you like her own son. Apologize to her now." Lu Trahuyan glared, frightening Lu Nyahan. He stood up and said, "Furthermore, what's written in the newspaper isn't nonsense. I'm married," he continued. "The wedding ceremony will be held at the end of the month. If you're interested, you can all attend." The old man angrily refused. "You bastard. Our Lu family will never accept that girl." Lu Trahuyan left. He didn't care about them at all, saying, "It doesn't matter." The old man grumbled, "How did I end up with such a son?" His wife comforted him. "Little Uyen, he might just be temporarily rebellious." Lu Nyahan interjected, "Brother has been bewitched by that vixen. I've met her at our house before. She looks just like a fox on the outside." Lu Nyahan pulled Nuka's hand. "Sister Nuka, please go and advise my brother. You're so excellent. Once my brother gets to know you, he'll surely change his mind." Nuka beside her said, "This isn't very appropriate." The old woman behind advised, "Nyahan is right. Our Lu family will never acknowledge that girl." She added, "Didn't you say you liked little Uyen? What you want, you should actively pursue." Nuka looked sad. Nuka recalled her parents' words. "Little Ka, the Fong family has reached a dead end. Only an empty shell remains. Only by successfully marrying into the Lu Corporation will there be a chance to save it. The survival of the Fong family depends on you. You must successfully capture Lu Trach Uyen." Nuka suddenly understood her parents' wishes and smiled. "Yes, Aunt, I understand. I'll do my best here." Vantu Mak recalled his childhood. A short-haired girl gave him a piece of bread. "You haven't eaten anything, right? Here. You ran away from home, didn't you?" she asked. "Why?" Vantu Mak ate the bread. He mumbled, "My father forced me to go to military school, forced me to train, but I don't like it at all. I just want to play computer games. So I secretly ran away." The short-haired girl looked at him and asked, "But running away from home is wrong. You should listen to your parents. They'll worry about you." Vantu Mak frowned. "Humph, you don't need to care about me," he shouted. "You're not qualified to lecture this young master." The girl's stomach growled. Vantu Mak asked, "You haven't eaten anything. Your stomach is growling." She replied, "I secretly ran from the orphanage. I only brought one piece of bread with me." Vantu Mak was surprised. "Orphanage? You're an orphan." The girl shyly said, "That's right. The uncles and aunts at the orphanage are very cruel. So I want to go find my parents." Vantu Mak handed the bread to her. "Here, eat it. I think you're silly. Your parents don't need you anymore, but you don't know that." The girl took the bread and said, "Thank you." He asked, "Which orphanage are you from?" The girl replied, I don't know. I only know one word, an." He said, "Silly." Vantu Mak reminded himself of the past. "Wait until I get home. I'll come to pick you up. I'll raise you." The girl exclaimed happily, "Really? You want to come pick me up? That's great." She measured her height against Vantu Mak. "But do you want to be my father? Can someone so short be a father? You're not even as tall as me." Vantu Mak shouted, "Of course not. I don't want to be your father. Besides, I'll grow much taller, shorty. If not a father, what else can you be?" Vantu Mak shyly replied, "Ahem. My brother said I could have a future daughter-in-law from childhood. I'm telling you, you're my future daughter-in-law from childhood. You're not allowed to refuse." The girl smiled brightly. They linked pinkies and she said, It's a promise." Back to reality. Vantu Mak was sleeping in his room. He placed his hand on his forehead. Why am I dreaming about childhood memories? He recalled the moment he met Lam Tien Wet. But fortunately, I've found you now. In the living room, Vantu Mak's brother was reading the newspaper. A subordinate standing behind said, "We've just uncovered some clues. Young Master Lu has already made it public." The newspaper showed photos of Lu Trach Uyen and Lam Tien Wet. At this moment, Vantu Mak sleepily walked out. "Breakfast isn't ready yet." The subordinate and Van Jiat startled. Vantu Mak asked, "Oh, Brother Lo, you're here too. Sit down, don't be formal." Van Jiat quickly covered the newspaper. Vantu Mak reached out his hand. "Today's newspaper. Let me see it." Van Jiat said, "It's all political news. You want to learn about that?" Vantu Mak immediately said, "Never mind, forget it. Put it away, it's boring." The subordinate behind sighed in relief. Van Jiat folded the newspaper. An older woman carrying food came over and said, "Let him see it." It turned out to be Van Mak and Van Jiat's birth mother. She continued, "Isn't there also news about the Lu family boy getting married?" Vantu Mak shouted, "What? Marriage news about Brother Lu. Brother Lu wants to get married." Van Jiat and the subordinate beside him anxiously broke into a sweat. She replied, "Not only that, they've been hiding the marriage for a long time. It was just made public yesterday." Vantu Mak doubted. "Impossible. Brother Lu's relationship with us is so good. How could he not tell us about such good news?" Van Giet handed the newspaper to the subordinate. "Quick, take it away." Vantu Mak looked at his mother and asked, "Mom, you've been fooled by the media's false information again, right?" she replied. What do you mean again? It's written very clearly in the newspaper, and there are photos too. She snatched the newspaper from Van Jiat's hand and slammed it on the table, shouting, If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. Van Jiat called out. Mom, she asked, why are you suddenly shouting like that? You scared me. Is something wrong? Van Tu Mac pensively looked at the newspaper. Van Jiat said, It's nothing, Mom. I don't understand. Van Tu Mac was stunned. This is Nguyet Nguyet. The newspaper showed a photo of Lam Tien Nguyet. He was bewildered. How could this be? She never mentioned knowing brother Lu. Van Tu Mac recalled earlier. Lam Tien Nguyet had asked him, Can you help me get a marriage certificate? Later, she confessed, Sorry, I couldn't answer your call earlier. The marriage certificate issue has been resolved. Thank you. He remembered her as a little girl. Gripping the newspaper tightly, he thought, I don't believe it. There must be some mistake somewhere. This can't be true. This can't be true. Van Tu Mac ran outside. His mother asked, Where are you going without breakfast? The subordinate called out, Second young master. Van Jiat said, Let him go. Van Tu Mac ran like the wind to Lam Tien Nguyet's place. This might be youth. He called Lam Tien Nguyet but only received a response. The number you have dialed is currently connected. Please wait for a moment. A beeping sound. Beep beep. Van Tu Mac stood in front of the Lu family's vast mansion. Inside, Lam Tien Nguyet was talking on the phone with Lu Trach Uyen. Are you busy today? Not at the company. Lu Trach Uyen gently replied. I'll be free after finishing the cooperation negotiation. Want to come over? Lam Tien Nguyet made a cake for Lu Trach Uyen. She shouted, Who wants to come over? Suddenly, there was a doorbell sound. Ding dong. Lam Tien Nguyet said, Seems like someone's at the door. Let me go check. Lu Trach Uyen replied, It's probably Anne. I also need to prepare to meet my partner now. He smiled. She reminded him, All right, go do your work. Just then, Lam Tien Nguyet opened the door and saw a dejected Van Tu Mac. She asked, Van Mac, why are you here? Lu Trach Uyen heard Van Mac and turned around. Nuka said, You're already here. It's not very appropriate to receive partners like this, is it? Lu Trach Uyen was stunned. Nuka laughed. Mr. Lu? Lu Trach Uyen asked, Why is it Miss Nu? Nuka politely replied, Father told me to come negotiate cooperation with Lu Corporation. He wondered, such a big matter, and he sends his daughter to negotiate. Is this Fong Ming Jack's sincerity? Nuka laughed awkwardly. I'm not here as the eldest daughter of the Fong family, but as the vice president of Fong Corporation to come here. She challenged. Or does CEO Lu look down on women? Lu Trach Uyen replied, I didn't mean that. He sat down and said, I have an urgent matter. Perhaps we'll have to postpone the negotiations. To compensate for this cooperation, Lu Corporation will concede 3%. Nuka said, Of course, if CEO Lu has matters to attend to, go ahead. We can discuss the cooperation another day. He replied, Thank you for understanding. She continued, That's right, CEO Lu. I assume you have a way to contact the CEO of Co Corporation, don't you? He turned around as Nuka continued. Usually, CEO Co is elusive. It's not easy to get in touch with him. She asked, Can you tell me? Lu Trach Uyen frowned. Is something wrong? Nuka replied smugly. A few days ago, a hospital under Fong Corporation received a health diagnosis for a girl. It seems she's proud. It seems like she's the girl CEO Co has been looking for. Meanwhile, at the Lu family mansion, Lam Tien Nguyet asked Van Mac bewilderedly, How did you know I was here? Van Tu Mac grabbed Lam Tien Nguyet's hand. I didn't know. I was hoping you wouldn't be here. He pressed for answers. Did you really marry Mr. Lu? Is Mr. Lu Trach Uyen fake? He asked rapidly. That day you clearly wanted my help. Is there some difficult situation you can't talk about? Van Tu Mac recalled a childhood memory. He wanted his mother to adopt the little girl. He asked his mother, who said, All right. A girl said, I said home. But Van Tu Mac was surprised by the girl's words. She said, But she has already been adopted and taken away. Just yesterday. Van Tu Mac grabbed Lam Tien Nguyet's hand and said with a pained expression, Just a little more. It was clearly just a little bit more. Lam Tien Nguyet looked bewildered and confused. The orphanage where we met when we were young. How do you know I was in an orphanage? Van Tu Mac said, I'm the older brother from that day. You were already so tall when you were little, but your ability to recognize words was pitiful. Like a silly girl, you couldn't even say your own name properly. The orphanage, too. Luckily, there was only one orphanage in the city with the word on. It's a pity, such a pity I was still too late. Before he finished, Lam Tien Nguyet suddenly apologized, leaving Van Tu Mac stunned. Lam Tien Nguyet turned away. Even though you say that, I'm sorry. I really don't remember anything. These words left Van Tu Mac feeling utterly dejected. Later, on the way home, Van Tu Mac seemed like a lost soul. He bumped into a thug. The thug angrily shouted, Kid, are you walking with your eyes closed? Van Tu Mac glanced at him. The thug broke into a sweat and said, I wasn't paying attention. Then Van Tu Mac silently walked away. Lam Tien Nguyet stood outside the door. talking to herself. The director said, I came to the orphanage when I was 5. During my time there, I had a severe illness, so I forgot everything that happened before that. Lam Tianyuet smiled. Maybe I've carelessly forgotten. I'm truly sorry. You asked about Luke Trach Uyen. Whether I love him or not, I don't know anymore. I only know that he's my family. Van Tumak trembled, unable to accept it. Clearly I met you first, he remembered. Lam Tianyuet's childhood smile again. Van Tumak, face smeared, looked up at her. Clearly, it was me. Suddenly, Van Tumak thought leaving might be fate. For some reason, a sadness he couldn't control took over. Remembering, all he saw was her young appearance. Perhaps his feelings were just an obsession. At this moment, someone's footsteps approached. A girl wearing a bag with a bell jingling on top of it gently walked past Van Tumak. Van Tumak was momentarily stunned. One morning at the Ko family villa, the butler bowed and reported, Young master, have you seen today's news? Ko Tong calmly read a book and replied, You mean the news about that kid Luke Trash Uyen getting married? I've heard. Nam Lak called in anger at that time. That Luke Trash Uyen pretended to be the 6th young master? What purity does he have with us? Getting married without a word. Indeed, Ko Tong recalled and sighed. Someone has already reported the situation. The butler hesitated. Isn't the 6th young master's wife very? Ko Tong turned his head. What's wrong? At this moment, an employee hurriedly opened the door and rushed in. Young master, miss, we have news about the young miss. Ko Tong jumped up. Really? The employee handed over a piece of paper. Yes, it's information from Fong Corporation. On the paper was information about Jiang Tiodong. Ko Tong held the paper and trembled. It said that last month, a hospital under their management had received a batch of business inspections. Among them was a girl whose personal information was very similar to the person Ko Tong was looking for. They took the liberty of conducting a DNA test with us. The results showed an accuracy of nearly 100%. Scene changes to Van Tumak with a girl. Van Tumak slowly raised his head. The blood type and age also matched. The girl gently passed by. Moreover, this girl was also lost at the age of 5, then taken to an orphanage. Everything matched up. Van Tumak glanced at the girl and then froze. He stammered, Wait. Van Tumak looked all around the street. She was nowhere to be seen. He clenched his fist, thinking, was it an illusion? I'm really too stupid. In this world, how could there be a second person who looks exactly the same? Then he quietly left. The girl with glasses standing at a corner of the street said, What are you looking at? Have you memorized everything I told you? The purple-haired girl replied, It's nothing. I just saw someone. I had a feeling of familiarity all over. The girl frowned, feeling annoyed. Then she picked up the paper. I know everything you've said. Don't worry, I'll memorize all this information. The matter, you've agreed with me. The girl frowned. And don't forget it. The information on the paper was about Jiang Kodong. Ko Tong held the paper with trembling hands. Ko Tong anxiously asked, Where is she? Arrange it immediately. I must meet her. The employee replied, We've already contacted Fong Corporation's hospital. They'll find an excuse to keep her there for us. We can go there now. The butler standing nearby said, But, young master, he held a newspaper in his hand. This really looks a lot like the young miss. He wiped away tears with his hand. I'm getting old and confused. I miss the young miss so much. I hope this time it's real. Don't let the young master's joy be in vain. So the master and madam can rest in peace. At the hospital, the purple-haired girl from earlier was sitting there. Van Tio hurriedly ran over. The blonde girl smiled. Ko Tong is here. Ko Tong called out in confusion. Matt. He was walking towards her but suddenly stopped. She bent down, hiding behind the blonde girl, looking sad. Who are you? Ko Tong asked worriedly. Mak Tiodong, I'm your brother, the girl said sadly. Brother? Really? The girl then said, If you're my brother, then why did you abandon me in the beginning? Ko Tong stammered. Tiodong, Jiang Tiodong reproached. If you're really my brother, where have you been all these years? Ko Tong fell silent. Jiang Tiodong startled, then clung tightly to her friend beside her. Suddenly, she gently tugged at Ko Tong's sleeve and said, Brother, I've finally found you. Ko Tong froze, then hugged Jiang Tiodong. I won't let you get lost again. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down Ko Tong's face. Jiang Tiodong thought, What's falling on my shoulder? It's wet, so even someone as noble as him can cry. After a while, Jiang Tiodong spoke up. Yes, I forgive you, brother. Scene changes to Luke's house. Lam Tin Wet sadly lowered her head. She recalled Van Tiomak's words when he hugged her. Clearly, I met you first. I like you too, so why isn't it me? Why not me? Lam Tin Wet rejected Van Tiomak, saying, I'm sorry, I'm already married. Lam Tin Wet thought distractedly. Van Mak said he likes me. Maybe it's because of when we were young, but why can't I remember even a bit of those memories? face. At that moment, Luke Trashuyan walked in. What are you thinking about? Lam Tian-wet turned to look at him. Why did you suddenly come back? Luke Trashuyan crossed his arms, looking suspicious. Has Van Mac been here? Do you two know each other? Lam Tian-wet anxiously replied, I just found out you two are friends. Luke Trashuyan moved closer to Lam Tian-wet. He pressed, when did you two meet? Why didn't you tell me? Lam Tian-wet looked confused. You didn't ask me. Honestly, before I knew you, I had. Suddenly, Lam Tian-wet got angry. What's with your interrogating tone right now? Luke Trashuyan had seen Van Tumak hugging Lam Tian-wet earlier. He crossed his arms and said irritably, nothing. I'm just asking out of boredom. Lam Tian-wet forced a smirk, with anger written all over her face. Right, honey, your mouth says one thing, but your heart means another. Then Lam Tian-wet said, all right, he and I are just friends. Wait, why do you smell like women's perfume? She moved closer and sniffed around Luke Trashuyan. This isn't my scent. Luke Trashuyan tugged at his tie and said, I just met a female business partner. Lam Tian-wet said, what kind of partner wears such strong perfume? Come here, let me smell you again. Luke Trashuyan took off his jacket and threw it straight into the trash. Nothing worth smelling. It's dirty. I don't need it anymore. Lam Tian-wet crossed her arms angrily and questioned, honey, are you worried? I'll spill Luke Trashuyan's food. Luke Trashuyan panicked. What are you doing? That's my food. Lam Tian-wet dusted off her hands. It's rotten. I don't need it anymore. Luke Trashuyan grunted in frustration. Lam Tian-wet raised her voice. What are you grunting about? You still have the nerve to argue. Luke Trashuyan turned and walked away. A moment later, Lam Tian-wet pressed. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you trying to ignore me? Luke Trashuyan sat coldly, working. Lam Tian-wet was irritated. She left, saying, if you're jealous, I'm even more jealous. The door slammed shut. Luke Trashuyan broke into a sweat, looking at the text on the computer. Dead. I pressed the wrong button. Luke Trashuyan stood up as his phone suddenly rang. He frowned, answering the phone. Drinking now? I'm not. On the other end was Kotong. Yen, I found my sister. Luke Trashuyan sighed. All right, I'll come over now. Lam Tian-wet was on her way. She slowed her steps, constantly looking back. Why hasn't he chased after me yet? Lam Tian-wet crossed her arms, thinking. She angrily thought, if he won't chase, then fine. Does he think I have nowhere else to go? I'll just go to Dudu's. Unless he comes to pick me up personally, I absolutely won't go back. Lam Tian-wet took out her phone from her purse. The ringtone went toot toot. Maybe he'll guess where I am, right? Should I give him a little hint? The other end picked up. Dudu, it's me. Dudu said worriedly. Nwet, something's happened to grandfather. I don't know what to do. Please help me. Lam Tian-wet anxiously asked. Don't panic. Tell me slowly. What happened? Where are you now? Dudu replied, grandfather fainted at midnight and still hasn't woken up. I'm in the countryside now. The village hospital can't diagnose the illness and there's no car to get there. Lam Tian-wet quickened her pace. I understand. Calm down and wait for me at the bar. Kotong, Van Tiomak, Luke Trashuyan, and Namlak were sitting together. The atmosphere was very somber. Namlak smirked, thinking, why is the atmosphere so strange? Namlak looked at the other three, who seemed awkward. He forced a smile and said, what's going on? What's going on? We're out drinking. Why so gloomy? Come on, let's have a toast first. But the other three didn't move. Namlak awkwardly filled their glasses. Namlak, holding his glass, said, hey, old Ko, didn't you say you found your sister? Shouldn't we be happy? Why so gloomy and unhappy? Kotong replied with a sad face, because it feels very strange. Namlak forced a laugh. It's normal. You two haven't seen each other for nearly 25 years. It'll get better later. Kotong said dejectedly, I can sense that she hates me. Namlak clicked his tongue. Kotong continued, blaming himself, it's because I'm not good. I'm not a good brother. I always used her as an excuse to go out and have fun. Then I left her alone there again. Kotong remembered his little sister crying in the past, clinging to her brother's shirt as he lied. You said you'd play with me. Kotong back then brushed her hand away. What's fun about playing with a kid like you? I have to go find my buddies. He pointed at his sister threateningly. Play here by yourself and come home with me in the evening. If you dare tell Mom, you're in trouble. The little sister obediently replied, okay. At that time, I didn't think about her being only 5 years old, how dangerous it was for her to be alone there. When I returned to find my sister after my fun, the place where she was playing was deserted. The boy shouted, Matt, come out! Stop playing! At that time, I was still naive, thinking I'd find her very quickly. But who knew it would take 18 years to find her? Kotong held his glass and drank continuously. Namlak waved his hand. All right, okay, drink less. Your alcohol tolerance, Kotong cried, burying his face on the table. Sob, she hates me. It's all my fault. Namlak slammed his hand on the table. Your alcohol tolerance is really weak. Namlak said angrily, all right. Didn't you find her already? You can slowly make it up to Sister Matt in the future, right? Oh, now she's called Tiodong, right? You two, say something too. are you all mute? Van Tiomak rested his chin on his hand and said, I've been busy looking at my phone. Did you guys have a fight? Namlak stood there, not understanding. Luke Trahuyan angrily said, great. Tonight, it seems someone looks very distressed, heartbroken. Van Tiomak stood up angrily. I've been patient with you for a long time. You want to fight? Luke Trahuyan rolled up his sleeves and lunged forward. Namlak panicked. What are you guys doing? Did you eat gunpowder or something? Luke Trahuyan and Van Tiomak shouted. You shut up. Namlak just stood there, not understanding anything. Luke Trahuyan and Van Tiomak kept staring at each other intensely. A murderous aura filled the bar. Suddenly, Van Tiomak turned and left. Namlak said to Luke Trahuyan, let it go, Brother Luck. That kid must have eaten explosives today. He's probably in a bad mood. Don't pay too much attention to him. Luke Trahuyan frowned. I know. He put his hand on Namlak's shoulder. You take old Ko home. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Namlak watched Luke Trahuyan leave in panic. Ha! You guys are leaving this chaotic scene for me like this. Hey, wait. Kotong cried. Matt, your brother is sorry. Boo-hoo-hoo. Kotong leaned on Namlak. Luckily, your face is still plump and chubby. Maybe you didn't suffer much, right? Boo-hoo-hoo. Namlak angrily dodged. Get out. Stay away. At the Luke family villa, the car stopped. Luke Trahuyan was reading a book intently. The book was about a CEO. Luke Trahuyan suddenly imagined 100,000 weighing down on a woman. He continued reading the next part. The CEO pretended not to care as he unbuttoned his shirt. He caressed his 42-pack abs. Luke Trahuyan imagined the 42-pack abs again. His bizarre knowledge was increasing. Then he got out of the car, leaving that book inside. The ICE CEO's cute wife's egg kiss. Luke Trahuyan held a pretty bouquet in his hand. He dusted off his coat. He opened the door and stepped in. I'm home. But inside the house was cold and silent. Not a soul in sight. The romantic bouquet in his hand dropped. Luke Trahuyan quickly made a phone call. The number you've dialed cannot be connected at this time. Please try again later. He quickly hung up. Then he called his assistant. Luke Trahuyan ordered, within 10 minutes, tell me the whereabouts of my wife. The assistant quickly replied, yes, sir. Scene changes to Lam Tien Wet. Lam Tien Wet comforted to Do. It's okay. After the CT scan is done, we'll figure out a way to transfer your grandfather to a hospital in the city. To Do asked anxiously, is that possible? Lam Tien Wet said, yes. If it's not possible, we can call Luke Trahuyan for help. To Do laughed awkwardly. Your husband. Ha ha ha! First time I've heard about that. Lam Ting Wet shyly responded, avoiding elaboration. To Do turned her face away. If I hadn't seen it in the news, were you not planning to tell me? Lam Ting Wet quickly explained. It's not that I wanted to hide it from you. I just didn't know how to say it. I was wrong, Do. It won't happen again. To Do crossed her arms and walked away. If that's your choice, you must have your reasons. However, from now on, you have to tell me everything right away. Lam Ting Wet replied. Okay. Suddenly she gasped. Oh no, I came here and forgot to tell Luke Trahuyan. To Do squinted her eyes. Lam Ting Wet, holding her phone, angrily said, he didn't contact me either. Luke Trahuyan, you're something else. Lam Ting Wet looked at her phone and panicked. Why is there no signal? To Do said, this place is in the mountains. There's usually no signal. Going outside might be a bit better. At this moment, the doctor peeked out. Who's the family of Tuchikwak? Come in for a moment. To Do quickly responded. Here. Yes. Lam Tien Wet told her friend, you go in first. I'll go outside to make a call and come back later, okay? Lam Tien Wet stood outside. She held her phone up high to catch a signal. Where's the signal? At that moment, Luke Trahuyan called. Lam Tien Wet felt smug. At least you know better to call. Suddenly, Lam Tien Wet slipped. Ah! Her scream echoed across the mountain. Lam Tien Wet's whole body slid down the slope. Below was a hole. After falling, she slowly sat up. Her hand gently touched her aching head. She looked up. It's hopeless. I can't get out of here. Right. I'll call for help on the phone. Lam Tien Wet searched all over herself and was stunned. Where's my phone? Could it have fallen outside? What should I do now? The phone above the hole was broken. She could only hope that Do would soon discover that she was missing. Meanwhile, To Do looked around. Strange. Why hasn't Nuet Nuet returned yet? She smiled to herself. She must be sweet-talking with her husband. Then To Do turned and walked away. I shouldn't disturb her. I'll go take care of grandfather first. At this moment, passing by, a nurse fearfully stammered. Who are you? Luke Trahuyan coldly asked, where's Nuet Nuet? To Do was startled to recognize him. Aren't you that person from before? You're Luke Trine. To Do thought to herself, why did that man in the newspaper look so familiar? So it was him. The assistant gently approached to Do and asked, Miss To, do you know where the madam is? Could you ask her to come out first? Then if there are any issues, we can face them and resolve them. To Do was confused. Huh? Didn't Yet go to call Mr. Luck? When? I think it was about an hour ago. She said she wanted to call you. but there was no signal on the phone, so she went outside to find a signal. Luke Trash Uyen immediately turned and left. Dudu was also worried. Wait for me. At this moment, thunder roared. Rain poured down heavily. The three went outside to look for Lam Tien Wet. Assistant Trin reported, CEO, we've searched this entire area. There's no sign of Madam anywhere. Dudu stood by, continuously trying to call. The call still couldn't go through. At this moment, Luke Trash Uyen saw Lam Tien Wet's hair tie. Dudu quickly said, that belongs to Nguyet Nguyet. The three looked down below. Dudu sadly called out, Nguyet Nguyet, could she be down there? Assistant Trin immediately threw a pebble down. This place is very deep and the slope is vertical. Plus, with the rain, we can't go down there. We can only call for an investigation team to come. We'll have to enter from the front side. The problem is, we don't know the exact location where Madam fell. Where it is. This area is too large. It might be a bit difficult. Assistant Trin turned to Luke Trash Uyen. CEO Luke Trash Uyen kept dialing his phone, then coldly looked down below. Without hesitation, he jumped down. Dudu panicked. What are you doing? Trash Uyen slid down gradually. Dudu screamed, are you crazy? Assistant Trin frantically made a call. He immediately notified the investigation team to prepare. Below in the cave, Lam Tien Wet curled up. It's so cold. Has Dudu realized I'm missing yet? She looked up as she heard a noise. Is it Dudu bringing people to find me? Something round rolled down. Lam Tien Wet shouted, Dudu, I'm here. Her face turned puzzled. This sound doesn't seem quite right. What is that thing? Luke Trash Uyen rolled down and spread his arms like wings. Lam Ting Wet was dumbfounded. Is this a joke? Lam Ting Wet was bewildered. Luke Trash Uyen lunged forward and grabbed her. Then both of them fell down together. Lam Ting Wet sat up, worried about Luke Trash Uyen. Why are you here? Luke Trash Uyen held out her hair tie in front of her. This fell, so I came to give it back to you. Lam Tien Wet's eyes welled up with tears. At a time like this, how can you still joke around? This isn't important at all. Lam Tien Wet cried out. If you knew I was down here, you should have just called the investigation team. Why did you jump down? Don't you know how dangerous that was? Luke Trash Uyen forced a smile. Lam Tien Wet asked worriedly, what's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just teasing you. Lam Tien Wet said coldly, teasing me. She turned her back to Luke Trash Uyen. It would be strange if I believed you. Since when did a straight guy like you become like this? Lam Tien Wet was shocked. Luke Trash Uyen, you're back. She worried. What should we do now? What now? Luke Trash Uyen gently patted her head. It's okay. It's just a surface wound. It looks worse than it is. Lam Tien Wet's eyes were full of tears. You're lying. It must be very painful. Even I don't dare to touch it. Luke Trash Uyen changed his tone. I'm cold, wife. Why don't you hug me? Lam Tien Wet let Luke Trash Uyen lean on her and asked, is that better? Luke Trash Uyen replied, still cold. Then she hugged him tighter. How about now? Trash Uyen blushed. Enough, enough. At this moment, Luke Trash Uyen took out his phone from his pocket. Sure enough, there was no signal. Lam Tien Wet trembled and fell into Luke Trash Uyen's arms. Luke Trash Uyen, what should we do? Luke Trash Uyen wiped her tears. Trin Lang has called the investigation team. We'll be fine soon. Lam Tien Wet then said, this place is so vast and it's raining too. What if they can't find us? Luke Trash Uyen smiled. He will definitely find us. Lam Tien Wet asked confusedly, who's he? No one. You're tired. Rest on my chest. Lam Tien Wet complained, get lost. You're filthy. In another room, a phone kept ringing. The sound of keyboard typing was constant. Van Tu Mac angrily cursed, that bastard Luke Trash Uyen, not saying a single word. Who cares about him anyway? It's already the middle of the night. Forgot that I'm in a cold war with him. Meanwhile, Trin Lang was leading the rescue team. Trin Lang said into the walkie-talkie, we've found them here. Below, the two were sleeping in each other's arms. Van Tu Mac at home, with dark circles under his eyes. Good that they're found. Hanging up now. Van Tu Mac smiled, closed his eyes, and walked away. I've let you go. At this moment, the phone rang again. Van Tu Mac answered. What's wrong now? Van Tu Mac's expression changed. Oh, Nam. I'm not going anywhere. Didn't sleep last night. Too sleepy now. Apologize to your sister for me, Nam Lak. He hung up the phone. Van Mac said, not coming. Let's go in and pick up Teodong. Okay, let's go. Inside the room, Jiang Teodong was washing her face. She sadly thought, Teodong, come home with me. Jiang Teodong turned away embarrassed. I need to ask my family first. He then grabbed Jiang Teodong's hand. Then I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. I'll convince them. Wait for me. She turned around and suddenly pulled the towel away. A face suddenly appeared. Jiang Teodong screamed in fear. The guy banged on the door. Jiang Teodong, are you done yet? What are you doing in there for so long? Come out now. Jiang Teodong fearfully backed away. All almost done. You step away first. She slowly picked up the face towel. Her hand tightened, remembering, please come save me quickly. Later, Jiang Teodong opened the door and peeked out. She sighed in relief and closed the door. A hand pushed her against the wall and covered her mouth. Where did you go last night? Coming back so late? Jiang Teodong resisted. Let me go, Jiang Ham. I told you the doctor called me for a checkup. Jiang Ham said suspiciously. A checkup that takes so long. Don't tell me you've caught some disease. Stop it, I need to go cook. He squeezed Jiang Tiodong's face. So I'm telling you, obey me and become a daughter-in-law of our Jiang family. Then that fierce old lady won't be able to order you around anymore. At this moment, a woman approached. What are you two doing? Jiang Tiodong was startled and immediately pulled her hand back. Mother, she shouted and slapped her hard. It's early morning and you're already misbehaving. I've warned you to stay away from Jiang Ham. Hurry up and go cook. Jiang Tiodong held her face and left. Yes, inside, the voices of the mother and son echoed. She's my sister. Sister, my foot. She's just an adopted daughter, not even blood related. What's wrong with a little fun, son? Anyway, don't do that to her again in the future. You hear me? Jiang Tiodong listened, her whole body trembling. Later, as she served the meal, the father said, You're so slow today. Still not finished. Jiang Tiodong startled. Almost done. I'm serving it right away. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Who's coming so early in the morning? Hurry up and open the door. The mother peeked out to open the door. It was Ko Tong, smiling gently and asking, Hello, is this Jiang Duktuan's house? I'm Jiang Tiodong's biological brother. I've been looking for her for a long time. I've come to take her back. Jiang Tiodong heard this and joyfully called out, Brother. The mother angrily shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Just because she says he's her brother, he is. Ko Tong coldly looked at her. She then said, You say you're Jiang Tiodong's biological brother. Do you have any proof? There must be some mistake, right? Ko Tong immediately presented a document. This is a DNA test. I asked the doctor to provide the results yesterday. There's no mistake. The mother angrily tossed the document aside. What the hell is this? I can't understand it. I don't know. I don't. Then she turned and raised her hand to hit Jiang Tiodong. You ungrateful wretch. Yesterday you dared to hide from us to get a DNA test. I'll beat you to death. Ko Tong quickly came to hold her hand back. How dare you? The father angrily said, What are you doing? Jiang Ham spoke up. You came here to cause trouble. I advise you to crawl back to wherever you came from. If not, we'll beat you so badly even your mother won't recognize you. The mother continued. Are you scared now? Let go of my hand quickly, or I'll deal with you later. Ko Tong coldly said, Go in, and released her hand. They panicked, shouting, Who are you people? What do you want? Namlak entered and said, I told you earlier to just take direct action, but you insisted on being polite and courteous. The result is, we're using force anyway, isn't it? One of them shouted, Who are you people? Barging into someone's home is illegal. Ko Tong stood in front of the girl. He took out a stack of papers from his pocket. Then he immediately tore off one sheet. Anyway, you've raised Tiodong for many years, Ko Tong said while signing the paper. I don't want things to get ugly. He handed the paper to the other man. This check for 2 million is considered payment for raising her all these years. The old man eagerly reached out. Now that's more like it. At least you know what's right. Suddenly Ko Tong pulled back the check. He said coldly, Of course, I must warn you first. This buys out your relationship with Tiodong. I want you to sign an agreement. Starting from today, Tiodong is officially the young lady of the Ko family. She has no relation to the Jiang family, any of you. The man beside him said excitedly, Father, why are you hesitating? Sign it quickly. The old Jiang hesitated. The son whispered in his ear, What are you waiting for? He's already offering 2 million up front. They must be wealthy. When I marry Tiodong later, all that fortune will belong to us. Hearing his son's words, the old Jiang was delighted. Right, I agree. Give me that agreement or whatever to sign. Ko Tong frowned and added, To be safe, the whole family must sign. The mother rushed in from somewhere. She shouted, Wait a minute, I don't agree. The old man angrily said, You troublemaker, what are you yelling about? The old woman retorted, You shut up. I've raised Tiodong for so many years, always treating her like my own daughter. How can we just cut ties like this? I don't agree. Let me talk to Tiodong first. If she's determined, then I'll have no choice but to let go. Jiang Tiodong remained silent. The mother insisted, If not, I won't sign. Jiang Tiodong suddenly smiled. All right, I want to say goodbye to mother too. Jiang Tiodong spoke to the mother. Things have come to this point. Why pretend to have a deep mother-daughter bond? What do you really want? The woman crossed her arms and grumbled. You've got someone backing you up now, so you think you can fly. You dare speak to your mother like this. Jiang Tiodong stared at her triumphantly. Mother, think about it. In this house, did you ever treat me like a daughter? Now you dare use the title of mother to talk to me. Isn't it too late for that? She replied, That's because we had our hardships. Jiang Tiodong glared and scoffed. I know I'm just an adopted child without any blood relation. I don't blame you for that, but don't dream of using me to take advantage of the Ko family. The mother said, Child, you really have no affection for this family at all. Jiang Tiodong lowered her head and stepped out. Instead of wasting time thinking about these things, you'd better quickly take the 2 million. Don't let me finish speaking. By then, You'll get nothing. You'll lose both the person and the money. The mother moved closer to her and made a few threats. Then don't blame me for exposing you in front of them. Jiang Tiodong suddenly froze. What did you say? She leaned close to Jiang Tiodong's ear and whispered, you can't be that person's sister. Don't try to fool me. Jiang Tiodong's eyes widened, not expecting what she said. The report clearly stated it. The mother said without hesitation, that report must have been tampered with somehow. I don't know how you managed to deceive those people out there, but don't dream of fooling me. She gloated. I adopted you. How could I not know? If not, let's go outside and confront them. As soon as I open my mouth, they'll definitely become suspicious. Then they'll do another test. She whispered into Jiang Tiodong's ear. What do you say? Then she smirked. Meanwhile, outside, Namlak asked, why haven't they come out yet? Could it be that my sister is being bullied? Kotong replied with a worried expression. No, we're all here, Namlak said. How can that be? Haven't you seen the information? How my sister has lived all these years. You know it well in your heart. Kotong said sadly, Then he turned around. Let me go check. Namlak smiled. That's right. Teach them a lesson. Jiang Tiodong and her mother came out. What's wrong? Are you okay? The mother replied. Mother and daughter, we were just talking. What could happen? Namlak angrily said, if nothing happened, why are my sister's eyes red? She glared. Nonsense, right? She smiled. It's because Tiodong can't bear to leave a mother like me. Namlak was confused. What are you talking about? Jiang Tiodong spoke up. Mother is right. She smiled and said, I can't bear to leave mother. This relationship can't be severed. Kotong led Jiang Tiodong away from the Jiang family. Jiang Tiodong's face was solemn. The mother pretended to smile and grabbed Jiang Tiodong's hand. All right, I'll see you off here. I'm entrusting Tiodong to you. After all, you two are blood siblings. It's only natural for you to live with your brother. Don't be afraid. She pretended to give instructions again. But absolutely don't forget the kindness of raising you. Don't forget you still have family here. She spoke as if threatening Jiang Tiodong. Understand, Tiodong. Jiang Tiodong sadly replied, yes. A moment later, she suddenly bumped into Kotong's back. Kotong immediately asked, what's wrong, Tiodong? You've been absent-minded since earlier. Jiang Tiodong forced a smile. It's nothing. Kotong asked worriedly, was it something that happened in the room? What did she say to you? Namlak cheerfully interjected, that's right, little sister. Don't be scared by this fake gentleman's appearance. Actually, when he was young, he was a little devil. If you have any problems, just ask him for help. Jiang Tiodong looked confused. A little devil. She pretended to be dejected. I'm sorry, I don't remember things from when I was little anymore. Kotong said, it's okay. Take it slow. He pushed Jiang Tiodong towards the car. His hand waved, shooing Namlak, get in the car quickly. We'll talk about everything when we get home. Everyone go to their own homes. Drive your own car back. Namlak angrily said, ungrateful bastard. Namlak looked at Jiang Tiodong and felt something wasn't right. Strange. Why do I feel like I've known her before? Jiang Tiodong's face was sad. She walked slowly. It seems like I've met her somewhere on this side before. Lam Tianwet sneezed loudly. Du pressed. What's wrong? I told you that you should get checked too. Lam Tianwet rubbed her nose. My nose just itched suddenly. It's nothing. Luke Trach Uyen was sleeping soundly on the bed. Lam Tianwet grumbled. Who's as useless as him? Just a little, and he's already sick. Du stood beside and said, don't say that. When Luke Tong found out you fell off the cliff, he jumped right down there. I couldn't even react in time. Du pointed and reasoned. His back is injured like that. It'd be strange if it wasn't inflamed. Besides, it's thanks to him that grandfather was transferred to the city hospital. You should thank him on my behalf. Lam Tianwet replied, I know. I'm just worried. So, she gently placed her hand on Luke Trash Uyen's forehead. Knowing him for so long, this is the first time I've seen him look so weak. It's only now that I realize the high and mighty Luke Tong isn't actually a superhuman. Lam Tianguet leaned over Luke Trach Uyen. Luke Trach Uyen, I have so many things I want to tell you. She held Luke Trach Uyen's hands. Wake up soon. At the Ko family's mansion, young miss, is it really you? The butler was so happy his eyes welled up with tears. You finally come back. The master and madam can rest in peace now. Ko Tong said, all right, Uncle Lee. Don't scare Tiodong. She doesn't remember things from the past anymore. Don't pressure her. Quickly show her to her room to get familiar with it. Uncle Lee replied, yes, of course. Please follow me, young miss. The room has been prepared for a while now. Uncle Lee led Jiang Tiodong to the room. This is your room, young miss. If anything's not to your liking, please let me know. He bowed his head and briefly introduced, next door is the young master's room. The phone by the door connects to the servants' quarters downstairs. For anything you need, you can just... Jiang Tiodong smiled and said to Uncle Lee, can I be alone for a while? I'd like to rest a bit. Uncle Lee complied. Of course. If you need anything, just call me. I'll take my leave now. Jiang Tiodong closed the door. Her face beamed with joy. She flopped onto the bed, happily looking at the photos on the bookshelf. Jiang Tiodong touched a childhood photo of the long-lost sister of the Ko family. Jiang Tiodong touched the photo, then flicked her hand to put it down. She turned around and accidentally hit the photo. Jiang Tiodong's eyes widened. Oh no. The photo fell to the ground, its glass cover shattering into pieces. Jiang Tiodong frowned and picked up the photo. It showed a boy carrying a little girl on his back. Jiang Tiodong pondered. This boy isn't the young master of the Ko family. Who could it be? At that moment, the butler opened the door. He peeked in and asked, I just heard a noise. Are you all right? Jiang Tiodong startled. She secretly hid the photo behind her back. I accidentally broke the photo frame. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, at Lam Tianguet's side, she was angrily feeding Luke Trash Uyen. Listen, you're injured on your back, not your hands. Why do you need to be fed? Luke Trash Uyen pretended to be hurt. My back hurts too much to lift my hands. Although Lam Tianguet was angry, she still indulged him. Fine, you big baby. Luke Trash Uyen said he wanted to eat that one. Lam Tianguet agreed. Okay. Eat quickly and I'll... She picked up a piece of cake and looked at Luke Trash Uyen with a puzzled expression. Hey, what are you doing? Luke Trash Uyen took off one side of his shirt and said seductively, You! Lam Tianguet smacked him on the head. I think your injury has affected your brain. Get back to normal, will you? Lam Tianguet blushed. Thank you for last night. And also, thank you for helping my grandfather get transferred to the city hospital. Luke Trash Uyen patted Lam Tianguet's head. We're married. No need for thanks. Your friends are my friends too. Luke Trash Uyen said, Don't worry about To's grandfather. I've already asked the best doctor in this hospital to examine him. Lam Tianguet replied relieved. That's great. Dudu just went to take care of To's grandfather. Perhaps they've already met. In a hospital room, To Dudu stood up. It seems the situation has improved. I'll let grandfather rest and recover. She yawned repeatedly. I'm so sleepy. I didn't sleep all night. I'll just rest a bit too. A moment later, To Dudu was sound asleep on the hospital bed. Suddenly, Namlok quickly rushed in. The patient Luke Trash Uyen mentioned is in this room, right? Such a hurry. I didn't even have time to change into my uniform before rushing here. He looked at To Dudu sleeping soundly on the bed. This must be her. Namlak got angry. What kind of work are those nurses doing? They didn't even change the patient's clothes or do a general checkup. Never mind. I'll check the situation first. He approached to examine. Namlak thought to himself, seems like there's no illness at all. Let's see. Dudu, angry, slowly opened her eyes and saw Namlak. She slapped him hard on the face. You pervert. Namlak frowned, looking confused. Namlak touched his face. You crazy woman. Why are you hitting people randomly? Dudu angrily threw a pillow at Namlak. I'll hit you all right, you lustful creep pulling at people's clothes, caught red-handed and still trying to argue. Namlak quickly denied. I didn't do anything. Dudu grabbed Namlak's hand. Didn't do anything. Then open your palm, she asked irritably. Tell me, what's this? Namlak froze. Earlier he was startled and accidentally pulled too hard. Dudu fumed. Caught red-handed, weren't you? Namlak quickly raised both hands. Wait, I'm a doctor. Dudu got even angrier. A doctor? Does being a doctor mean you can pull people's clothes randomly? I'm not even a patient here. Namlak, sweating, said, If you're not a patient, why are you lying on the hospital bed? So I thought. Dudu frowned. Besides, you don't look like a doctor at all. That pink hair on your head looks like cotton candy. Is there any doctor as weird as you? With that flirtatious face, Namlak got angry. Hey, you're going too far with your insults. Dudu laughed mockingly. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You must have been up all night exercising, right? Namlak stammered. That's because There was a coughing sound from behind the curtain. Dudu glanced over. Oh no, I forgot grandfather was still here. She pulled back the curtain. Namlak thought, so I made a mistake. Dudu sighed. Luckily, we didn't wake him up. To be safe, we should call a doctor to check on him later. Namlak raised his hand. I am the doctor. Dudu waved her hand. Go away. Get out of the way. Don't think that just because you have a stethoscope around your neck, you can pretend to be a doctor. Dudu pushed Namlak out. For my grandfather's sake, I won't argue with you. Just go away. Stop being an eyesore here. Namlak angrily said, Fine, I'll go. Don't come looking for me when you regret it later. Namlak opened the door and said, Let me tell you, you won't find anyone better than me in this hospital. A girl approached him. Darling, I'm back. Namlak saw the girl and started sweating. He immediately closed the door and quickly locked it. Namlak said unhappily, Why is that crazy? Unlock here. Namlak backed away as he heard Unlock say, Darling, open the door. Your beloved future wife is back. Aren't you happy? Why are you hiding from me? Dudu chuckled. Ayo, your romantic debt has come knocking, huh? Namlak shouted, Shut up. And Lak called from outside, Hey Nam, you don't dare to open the door. Are you hiding a woman in there? Namlak angrily replied, What woman? There's only. Namlak glanced at Dudu. Dudu startled. What's wrong? Namlak smirked. You're the one Luke Trash Uyen mentioned, his wife's best friend, right? If something happens to you, that kid can't ignore it, can he? Tududu panicked. What are you going to do? I'm warning you. Don't come closer. Not a sound. Namlak pushed the door open. So what if I'm hiding a woman? Our engagement. I never accepted it in the first place. Namlak pointed at Todudu. Look closely. This is my lifelong destiny. If you've got the guts, try to destroy it. This time, no one can separate us. Todudu waved her hand. Ah. Anlak glared angrily at Todudu. I'll remember you. Todudu panicked. Listen to me explain. Todudu was dazed. Namlak looked at Anlak triumphantly. Anlak left with a threat. You two, just wait and see at Lam Tuyet News Villa. Miss, I have your pregnancy test results here. Tuyet excitedly asked the doctor, Are you sure I'm pregnant? This is great news. We should tell the Lak family. We should discuss the wedding now. The doctor said, It's certain. The report clearly states it. It's about 5 weeks along. Lam Tuyet Nhu took the report. She panicked. 5 weeks. How can it be 5 weeks? She remembered when Tran Tong was with her. As long as you obey me, no one will ever know about this. Tuyet noticed Lam Tuyet Nhu's unease and asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lam Tuyet Nhu anxiously replied, No. She lowered her head. Aunt, please show the doctor out first. The doctor left, not forgetting to say, I'll go then. Contact me if you need anything. Lam Tuyet Nhu panicked. Mom, this baby can't be kept. Tuyet gasped. Why? Lam Tuyet Nhu frowned. Lam Tien Wit is married to the power holder of the Luk Group. How can Lok compare? How can you bear to let your own daughter be trampled under the feet of an adopted daughter? Tuyet hesitated. But the wood has already been made into a boat. What can we do? Lam Tuyet Nhu smiled. Lam Tien Wit's man, I could steal once. I can steal a second time. She rubbed her belly triumphantly. I've thought of a perfect plan that won't waste either side's efforts. We'll transfer the baby to my belly. Meanwhile, at the Luke family home, Lam Tingwit said tensely, Why is the evening party so sudden? I haven't prepared anything. Luke Trash Uyen, dressed neatly, said, Old Ko is a longtime friend of mine. He finally found his younger sister, so he's throwing a celebration party. It's also to publicly announce her identity in our circle. Lam Tianwet asked curiously, Found his sister? What do you mean? Luke Trash Uyen explained, His sister went missing when she was little. He's been searching for 25 years and finally found her. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned this. Lam Tianwet grabbed Luke Trash Uyen's hand. It's okay, this is good news. No need to apologize. This friend of yours is really kind. He never gave up searching for her over such a long period of time. Lam Tianwet said, Since I was little, I've always been waiting. If only my family could find me, that would be wonderful. Luke Trash Uyen comforted her. You'll find them. We'll search together. Luke Trash Uyen pulled Lam Tingwet's hand. Let's go. We should get ready and do your makeup for tonight's party. Lam Tingwet panicked. We're going so early. I'm not the main character of tonight's event. There's no need to be so formal. Luke Trash Uyen insisted, It doesn't matter. My wife must be the most beautiful in the room. Like Ka, very luxurious, entered Luke Nahan's eyes sparkled. Sister like Ka, you're here. What's the occasion today? Why are you so beautifully made up? You're too beautiful. Like Ka gently touched Luke Nahan's nose. You're such a sweet talker. I'm preparing to attend the Ko family's party tonight. Luke Nahan looked puzzled. The Ko family's party? Aren't they usually quite modest? They never throw intimate parties like this, do they? Like Ka replied, Didn't your brother tell you? The Ko family's sister has been found. Now the entire Ko family is overjoyed. They're throwing a party to announce it to everyone. Luke Nahan frowned. Don't mention that Luke Trash Uyen anymore. He basically doesn't see me as a sister, so he didn't say anything. Like Ka smiled and said, Maybe he didn't want to involve too many people. I was only invited because I have some connection with the Ko family's sister. That's why I was invited. Do you want to go with me? Luke Nahan exclaimed joyfully. Really? Luke Nahan looked sad. They didn't invite me, so how can I go? Like Sia continued, Don't you want to establish a good relationship with your future brother-in-law? I'll put in a good word for you at the Ko family's house. Luke Nahan blushed. What are you talking about? What brother-in-law? Like Ka covered her mouth and chuckled. Your crush on the Ko family's brother. You're the only one who thinks it's a secret. Luke Nahan turned away. How annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to change clothes. Like Ka said blankly. But I heard that Trak Uyen will bring your sister-in-law there. What? That vixen is coming too. I'm so angry I could die. I don't want to see her. She only knows how to deceive and bewitch my brother. How can I make my brother see that vixen's true face? Like Ka lowered her head and said, After all, she's your brother's newlywed wife. Even if you hate her, you can't show it on your face. Do you still want your brother or not? Luke Nahan panicked. Then what should I do? Like Ka whispered in Luke Nahan's ear, It's simple. You just need to find someone who also hates her. For example, Luke Nahan immediately agreed with Like Ka. Yes, I'll do it right away. On the phone screen, the word cooperation appeared. I agreed last time. Arrange it. It's arranged. 6 p.m. tonight at the Ko family's house. At the Ko family's villa, Zhang Tiodong looked dazed. The butler cheerfully said to her, "The guests haven't all arrived yet. There's still some time before the party starts. Have some cake to tide you over." Jiang Tiodong reached for a piece of cake. The butler recounted, "Young miss, when you were little, you loved sweets the most, especially cakes." Jiang Tiodong paused. "People change. I stopped liking sweets long ago. Now I hate them." The butler was stunned. He laughed awkwardly. "It's all right. I'll go greet the guests first." Jiang Tiodong replied, "Okay, thank you." The butler closed the door and sighed deeply. At the banquet table, Lam Tianwet was enjoying the food. The butler pushed the food cart past. He accidentally saw her chewing. Lam Tianwet was startled. "The party hasn't started and I'm already sneaking food. I'm really sorry. I was just too hungry." The butler said, "It's okay. It's okay. These dishes are prepared for the guests anyway." The butler held out a plate of cakes and asked Lam Tianwet, "Would you like to try some? They're freshly made." Lam Tianwet looked at the cakes with great delight. Lam Tianwet reached for a cake. "May I?" She held the cake with a satisfied expression. "It's delicious. I love cakes the most." The butler smiled. "Ha ha ha! I'm glad you like it. There's plenty more here, all for you to enjoy." At this moment, Luke Trak Uyen approached. "Nguet, nguet." Lam Tianwet was chewing a piece of cake. Luke Trak Uyen gently wiped her mouth. Lam Tianwet said, "Why did you take so long to park? I've been waiting for ages." The butler bowed his head and said, "Young Master Luck, this is your wife." The butler fell silent. No wonder she seemed strange. How could there be another person who looked so similar? At the same time, Luke Nahan and Nuka gracefully entered. "Brother, good evening." Luke Nahan frowned. "You're here too." Lam Tianwet said to her, "What do you mean by you? How impolite. You should call me sister-in-law." Luke Nahan retorted, "Don't dream about it." Luke Nahan smugly pointed and walked away. "I won't argue with you. Look who I've brought for you." Lam Tuet Nhu and Lak Duong entered. "Big sister, Nguyet Nguyet." Luke Trach Uyen frowned at her. "Little sister who allowed you to act so recklessly." Luke Nyahan hesitated. "I just wanted to let that vixen, sister-in-law, have a family reunion." At this moment, Nam Lak, along with To Dudu and Van Tiomak, also approached. "Wow, it's so lively here." Van Tiomak waved at her little sister. Lam Tianwet's jaw dropped. "Dudu, why are you here?" To Dudu awkwardly replied, "Well, it's a long story, haha." To Dudu held Nam Lak's hand, smiling on the surface but inwardly cursing. Van Tumak and Luke Trach Uyen widened their eyes, looking at each other affectionately. Behind them, a group of green tea bitches gathered. Lam Tianwet was stunned. What kind of crazy party is this? The atmosphere at Ko's party was lively and noisy. Nam Lak leaned over to ask Luke Trach Uyen, "What are those two talking about? They look so mysterious." Nam Lak guessed nervously, "Is your wife bad-mouthing me?" Luke Trach Uyen replied, "Not at all. Nguyet Nguyet is the kindest person in the solar system." Lam Tin Nguyet angrily interrogated To Dudu, "Since when did you get involved with that long-haired glossy guy? Tell me the truth, quick." To Dudu said, "It's not what you think. It's like this. A few hours ago, Namlak angrily said to Tudududu, 'If we're acting, we should do it properly. You must go to tonight's party with me.'" Tududu raised her voice. "Don't you dare dream. When did I agree to act with you?" Namlak smiled smugly. "I bet your grandfather's illness can only be treated by me in this entire city. Using Luke Trash Uyen to threaten me is useless. If I'm not happy, no one can force me." Tududu couldn't say anything to him. Tududu smiled awkwardly as she recounted this to Lam Tien Wet. "That's how it is. It's just acting, nothing more." Lam Tien Wet was irritated. "I can't believe he's so despicable. I'm warning you. Absolutely do not let him seduce you." "Got it." Lam Tien Wet raised her voice to remind Todudu. "Luke Trachuyan told me he's originally a playboy. He takes advantage of emotions, a womanizer in disguise." Lam Tien Wet pointed her finger. "Anyway, no matter what he says, you must not believe him. Understand?" Tududu nodded repeatedly. Namlak looked at the smiling Luke Trach Uyen. "That's enough. How many minutes has your wife been away from you? You've been staring for that long. Take it easy." Luke Trach Uyen laughed unconsciously, mocking Namlak. "You single guys like you wouldn't understand." Van Tu Mac suddenly appeared. Someone just got saved. Yet they didn't say a word of thanks to their lifesaver. Isn't that inconsiderate? Van Tu Mac intentionally blocked. "I won't let you look." Luke Trach Uyen stretched up to peek over Van Tu Mac's head. Namlak burst out laughing. Van Tu Mac blushed. "Ah! What are you laughing at?" At this moment, Nuka held a glass of red wine. She looked towards the female employee. The female employee nodded. The female employee slowly approached Lam Tien Wet. She twisted her foot, causing the glass to fly out. Lam Tien Wet's face turned pale. Again, Dudu, be careful. As soon as she said that, Lam Tingwet pushed Dudu forward. Dudu was confused, not understanding what was happening. The glass of water was now flying towards Dudu. Lam Tingwet and Dudu ducked. The glass of water hit Lam Tingwet instead. Dudu looked at Lam Tingwet with her mouth agape. Oh, wow. Lam Tingwet wiped her face. Dudu, listen to me explain. Dudu quickly squeezed Lam Tingwet's face. Shut up. The housekeeper girl approached at this moment. She bowed her head apologetically. I'm truly sorry. This was our mistake. Luke Trachuyen immediately asked, Are you all right? Do you need to leave early? Lam Tingwet wiped her face with her hand. It's fine. I'll just go to the bathroom to clean up. Can you show me where it is? The housekeeper pointed. Yes, please follow me. Luna Han saw this and was extremely pleased. Serves her right, haha. People at the party looked up at the flowers. Finally, the main character has appeared. Van Tu Mac was stunned. He suddenly froze. Ko Tong gently raised his hand, leading Jiang Tudong out. Jiang Tiodong carefully looked at Lam Tianwet. Lam Tianwet was still unaware. Van Tu Mac looked bewildered, while Jiang Tiodong had a smug expression. Ko Tong looked at Lam Tianwet with a sorrowful expression. The housekeeper cheerfully led Lam Tianwet to the bathroom. Please, this way. Ko Tong watched Lam Tianwet with a dazed look on his face. Seeing this, Luke Trakuyen asked, What are you looking at? Ko Tong was curious. That's Luke Trakuyen, he replied. Mrs. Luck, don't you read the news? Ko Tong said awkwardly. Oh, I forgot. Jiang Tiodong was stunned. She remembered the photo and asked Ko Tong, Brother, who is this person? Ko Tong introduced to his sister. Oh, let me introduce you. This person is a friend of mine, and also from a family close to the Ko family. This is Luke Trakuyen, the current head of the Luke group. You can call him Brother Luke. Luke Trakuyen said, Hello. Jiang Tiodong seemed interested. Brother Luke, this is Nam Lakthan. You two have met before. He's the heir of the Nam family's medical dynasty. You can call him Brother Nam. Nam Lak winked and said, Little sister Tiodong, don't listen to your brother. Just call me Brother Than. Jiang Tiodong laughed awkwardly. Ha ha! Ko Tong waved his hand. Stop being weird. There's one more person. This is Van Mac, the second young master of the Van family, but his reputation is really second to none. Van Tu Mac was stunned. He wanted to say something but stopped. Jiang Tudong turned her head towards Nuka. Sister Nuka, why are you only arriving now? Who's that beside you? Nuka replied, This is Lunya Han, your future sister-in-law. Lunya Han blushed. How annoying. What nonsense are you talking about? It seems your sister doesn't like Van Mac. Nam Lak whispered in Ko Tong's ear. Nonsense. Tiodong has a great personality. They don't even know each other. How could she dislike him? You're overthinking it. Luke Trachuyen frowned. Serves him right. Van Mac's face darkened. Ko Tong smiled and said, However, why are you two here? I don't remember sending invitations to the Lak family. Lak Duong showed an unhappy expression. Miss Nahan invited me here. I haven't seen my sister in a long time and miss her very much. So I asked Lak Duong to come with me. Lak Duong recalled his father's bitter words. Who told you to anger the Luke family? Now Luke Trash Uyen is clearly suppressing us. With just one word from him, no one dares to cooperate with Lak Group. He frowned and threatened Lak Duong. You must find a way to meet Mr. Luke and ask for his forgiveness. If you can't resolve this, we'll have no choice but to sever ties with you to protect Lak Group. Lak Duong hesitantly said to Luke Trash Uyen, Mr. Luck, we met last time. Luke Trash Uyen ignored him. How boring. It's too noisy. I have to leave. Ko Tong frowned. The party's just starting. You didn't come when we welcomed Tiodong. If you don't stay until the end of the party today, don't even think about leaving. Lak Duong suddenly fell silent. Lam Tuet Nu turned her head. She and Nu Ka looked at each other. Lam Tuet Nu said to Lak Duong, It seems we're not welcome here. Your sister doesn't want to see us either. Lak Duong replied, Indeed. Lam Tuet Nu smiled. I still have a surprise I haven't told you about. Lak Duong coldly asked, What is it? Lam Tuet Nu shook her hand. I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. When it's just the two of us later, I'll tell you. Wait for me, okay. Lak Duong replied, Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Lam Tingwit was washing her face. Lam Tuet Nu sneaked a peek inside. She opened a medicine bottle and quickly took it. Lam Tuet Nu swallowed the strange pill. Lam Tuet Nu entered the bathroom with a dazed expression, calling out, Sister? Lam Tingwet turned around. Don't call me that carelessly. We no longer have any relationship. Lam Tuet Nu moved closer, pulling Lam Tingwet. Sister, I'm truly sorry. I was wrong before. Now I'm giving Latung back to you. Can you forgive me? Lam Tingwet was surprised. What kind of joke are you making? Lam Tuet Nu pretended, I'm speaking from my heart. Lak Duong has always loved you. Lam Tingwet smiled mockingly, showing contempt. Lam Tuet Nu, once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Do you think I'd still believe these words of yours? Lam Tingwet coldly turned away. Although I don't know what you're plotting by saying these things, you can forget about it. I will never believe you again. Lam Tuet Nu said, What if I tell you that Lak Duong has always, never betrayed you? What then? Lam Tien Wit suddenly paused. You're talking nonsense. Clearly, I saw. Lam Tuet Nhu finally revealed the truth. That's because I drugged him. Lam Tien Wit was shocked. Lam Tuet Nhu looked triumphant. I deliberately drugged him and led you there. But actually, that night we didn't do anything. I deceived him. I intentionally created marks on my body and lied to him that he did it while drunk. Lam Tuet Nhu leaned closer to Lam Tien Wiet's ear. He believed everything I said. He clearly couldn't let go. Yet you foolishly insisted on taking responsibility for me. He didn't even dare to tell you. What a useless man. Lam Tien Wiet was stunned. That's enough. No matter what, he's now your fiancé. Lam Tuet Nhu frowned. So what? His eyes are full of hatred, unable to look away from you. A fiancé like that is better off not having. Sister, you two loved each other so much. Lam Tuet Nhu deliberately suggested. Moreover, he hasn't done anything wrong to you. Can't you forgive him and reconcile? I'm willing to step back and give way to you two. Lam Tien Wiet coldly ignored her words. You're overthinking. I'm already married. He, the Mok family, and I are all in the past. Lam Tuet Nhu raised her voice. That's easy for you to say. You've just changed your heart, haven't you? Was your love for Lak Duong just fake? That's why you could change your heart so easily. Do you dare to admit it? Lam Tien Wiet remained silent. She recalled the words of Luk Trak Uyen Wiet Nguyet. We are already family. You will accept him sooner or later. Lam Tien Wiet said with satisfaction. So what if that's true? You're right. I have changed my heart. Is it illegal for me to love my husband so much? Lam Tuet Nhu suddenly froze, sister. Lam Tien Wiet waved her hand and walked out. It's always the same old story, isn't it? I'm leaving. Lam Tuet Nhu stood there trembling. Suddenly, a cry made Lam Tien Wiet stop. She turned to see Lam Tuet Nhu shaking and falling down. Lam Tien Wiet panicked. What's wrong with you? Lam Tuet Nhu broke out in a sweat, begging, Sister, save me. Meanwhile, outside, Luk Nha Han frowned. What time is it? Let's start the party already. I'm starving to death. Nuka, standing nearby, said, Mrs. Luke hasn't returned yet. And there's also Miss Mok. They went to the bathroom together. I hope nothing has happened. Luk Trak Uyen and Lak Duong frowned. Why don't we go check the bathroom? Lam Tien Wiet touched Lam Tuet Nhu's face. Her face was very cold. Why is your whole body covered in sweat? What's wrong with you? Lam Tien Wiet stood up. Wait here. I'll go call Lak Duong. Lam Tuet Nhu pulled Lam Tien Wiet's hand. Don't go. Lam Tien Wiet said firmly, We can't stay like this. We need Lak Duong to take you to the hospital quickly. Lam Tuet Nhu cried out, Sister, don't go. Lam Tien Wiet asked, confused. Why not? What are you plotting now? Lam Tien Wiet glared and asked, What do you really want? At that moment, Nhu Ka and Lak Duong approached. They must be here. Lam Tuet Nhu smirked. She quickly stood up. I want you to. She leaned close to Lam Tien Wiet and threatened, Be ruined. Lam Tuet Nhu held a shiny knife towards Lam Tien Wiet. I want to kill you. Die. Lam Tien Wiet quickly pushed Lam Tuet Nhu away. Her face looked very satisfied. In fact, she wasn't holding any knife at all. Seeing this, Lam Tien Wiet became very angry. Lam Tuet Nhu fell backwards. In front of Lak Duong's eyes, she hit the wall behind and collapsed. Lak Duong saw this and shouted, What are you doing? Tien Wiet, Tuet Nhu, are you all right? Lam Tuet Nhu frowned in pain. Lak Duong, my stomach hurts so much. Lam Tien Wiet angrily said, What are you pretending? It was just a small bump. Nuka peeked in and exclaimed, Blood. Lak Duong panicked. Blood was flowing from Lam Tuet Nhu's body. Lak Duong couldn't believe it. How did this happen? Tuet Nhu? Lam Tuet Nhu cried. Lak Duong, our child. Quickly save our baby. Baby. Lam Tuet Nhu suddenly slipped from Lak Duong's arms. Lak Duong panicked. Tuet Nhu. Tuet Nhu tried to stand up. I've called an ambulance. First, carry her outside for now. Then Lak Duong immediately carried Lam Tuet Nhu out. Lam Tien Wiet stood still there. As she was looking at the pool of blood, Luk Trash Uyen quickly covered her eyes. Don't look. Don't be afraid. Lam Tien Wiet said, Luk Trak Uyen, it wasn't me. Lam Tien Wiet's trembling hand touched Luk Trak Uyen's. I know. Luk Trash Uyen turned Lam Tien Wiet around. The rest of it, leave it to me. At this time in the hospital, the doctor was examining Lam Tuet Nhu. The doctor said, The baby couldn't be saved. It was only over 2 months old, I'm sorry. Lak Duong was panicked hearing this news. Lam Tuet Nhu trembled, tears flowing. The baby, my baby. She pretentiously said to Lak Duong, I was planning to give you a surprise. I hadn't had the chance to tell you yet. I'm so sorry. It's because I couldn't protect the baby. Lak Duong replied, I don't blame you. But why did this happen? The doctor spoke up. The miscarriage was due to external force, so it couldn't be saved. At this time at the party, Luk Trashuyan frowned. He hugged Lam Ting Wiet. Leave the next steps to me. After the doctor finished speaking, Lak Duong stood up. I'll go find her and get to the bottom of this. The doctor said, then we won't disturb Miss Lam's rest anymore. Lam Tuet Nhu was smug. She thought to herself, Ha, Lam Ting Wiet, this time I don't believe I won't be able to beat you. Then Lam Tuet Nhu took out her phone. Hello, reporter. I have some very fresh news. The doctor sneaked out. Nuka stood outside with folded arms and asked, How did it go? He replied, I said everything as you instructed. The red medicine components have also been hidden. They won't appear on the medical record. Nuka said with satisfaction, very good. Next, we'll wait for them to tear each other apart. The doctor then said, that patient, due to the effects of the labor-inducing drug, has suffered severe uterine damage. It will be very difficult for her to get pregnant in the future. Do we really not need to tell her? Nuka coldly replied, what does that have to do with me? Keep a close watch, she ordered. If anything happens, report to me immediately. Don't do anything unnecessary. The doctor responded, yes. At the Luke family villa, Lam Tianwet was worried. Luke Trak Uyen was calling someone. Lam Tianwet asked anxiously, how is it? Luke Trak Uyen shook his head and said, the baby couldn't be saved. They said it was due to external force. Lam Tianwet anxiously covered her mouth. So it's true. How could someone gamble with their own child? No matter how much she wants to harm me, she shouldn't do this. She must really hate me to do something like this. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Luke Trach Uyen looked over. I'll go see who it is. Lam Tingwet stopped him. I'll go. I have a feeling they're here for me. Lam Tingwet opened the door. Lak Duong was standing right outside. Lam Tingwet lowered her head. I said it wasn't me. Do you believe me? Lak Duong said, I want to believe you, but he looked sad. The doctor said it was due to external force, so I clearly saw you. Lam Tianwet smiled bitterly and turned to leave. Then we have nothing more to say. Wait, Lam Tianwet's phone rang. She answered with a worried expression. Dudu, what's wrong? Dudu frantically said, Nwit Nwit, have you checked your phone yet? You're trending on social media. Lam Tianwet gasped. What? On the phone screen, foolish rich family's evil girl, cruel brother-in-law causes sister's miscarriage. Lam Tianwet frowned, her actions quick. How did it get to the top trending so fast? Lak Duong held his phone, worried. How did this happen? The CEO clearly ordered to suppress all information. Who leaked it? Lam Tingwet said. Nguyet, who else could it be besides Lam Tuet Nhu? Lak Duong suddenly shouted. Impossible. She's still in the hospital. She's not that kind of person. He gently said to Lam Tianwet, Nguyet Nguyet, I'm the one who wronged you. You don't need to take it out on others anymore. This time, you're the one who wronged her. You should go apologize to her. Lam Tianwet folded her arms. I'm tired of arguing with you. I just want to ask you one thing. How are you so sure that Lam Tuet Nhu is pregnant with your child? Lak Duong looked confused. Of course, based on the timing of 5 weeks, it must be from that night. Lam Tingwet glared. I deliberately drugged you. She intentionally led me there to witness it. But actually that night, we didn't do anything. Lam Tingwet smiled slightly. So it's true. Lak Duong shouted, What do you mean? Are you doubting that the baby in Tuet Nhu's womb isn't mine? You made a mistake and won't even repent, and now you're throwing mud at her. How did you become like this? Lam Tingwet laughed coldly. I've changed. Lam Tingwet turned away. Indeed, you haven't changed. Still as foolish as before. Being sold out and still helping them count the money. Go take care of your precious Lam Tuet Nhu. Don't waste my time anymore. Lak Duong grabbed Lam Tianwet's wrist. What do you mean? Don't go. Explain it clearly to me. Luke Tra Uyen stepped forward. He gripped Lak Duong's hand tightly. What do you want with my wife? Lak Duong flinched and let go. No, I just wanted to... Luke Tra Uyen glared. Get lost. Lak Duong quickly left. Luke Tra Uyen glanced at Lam Tianwet, taking the phone from her hand. Don't look anymore. I'll handle this matter. Lam Tingwet pulled at his shirt. Don't look anymore, Luke Trak Uyen said. At the Luke Group, an assistant reported, many media outlets want to interview the CEO. I've declined as usual, sir. There's also a charity event tomorrow night and a meeting the morning after. Luke Trak Uyen stared intently at his phone. Assistant Trin peeked at the screen. It showed the post information and buzzing comments. Assistant Trin grinned. Luke Trak Uyen asked, Is that Lak family boy more handsome than me? Assistant Trin stumbled, putting on a professional smile, and replied, Of course not. Luke Trashuyan continued, Is he taller than me? Richer than me? The assistant answered, Not even close. Luke Shuyan fumed. So are they all blind to believe this news? Assistant Trin looked helpless. Luke Trakuyan turned to look at his assistant. What interview did you just mention? Whatever it is, accept it for me. The assistant said, CEO, haven't you always declined interviews until now? Moreover, this one is from the entertainment industry. Luke Trakuyan's face brightened. You don't understand. As long as I show my face, these nonsensical rumors will disappear on their own. Assistant Trin replied, All right, sir. As long as you're happy. Assistant Trin cheerfully said to Mr. Luke, Actually, if you don't want to see these online comments, why not just delete them directly? Why go through all this trouble? Luke Trash Uyen recalled Lam Tingwit's words. Don't interfere with this matter. I want to handle it myself. Luke Trash Uyen worriedly said, but Lam Tingwet moved closer. Don't you trust me, honey? Luke Trash Uyen awkwardly said, you don't understand. Assistant Trin could only remain silent. In a quiet room, Lam Tuet Nhu held her phone, feeling satisfied with the news she had released. Suddenly, Lam Tingwet entered. Why are you here? She quickly hid her phone. Lam Tingwet smirked. You seem to be in a good mood. Not at all like someone who just lost a child. Lam Tuet Nhu frowned. How dare you say that? Isn't it your fault that I'm lying here? Lam Tingwet continued. There's no one else here. Save your energy. You don't need to pretend anymore. Lam Tuet Nhu feigned ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. She secretly hid her phone behind her back. Although I don't want to blame you, I can't face you. I feel guilty about the lost child. She secretly sent a text message. Immediately call some reporters to my room. Lam Tingwet said, how dare you mention the child? I never pushed you. What exactly did you do to cause premature birth? Lam Tingwet coldly turned to leave. I'll just ask you one thing. Was that lost child really Lak Duong's? Lam Tuet Nhu panicked greatly. He even told you about this. What else did you two discuss? Lam Tingwet smirked. Ha, so you were indeed lying to me. Lam Tuet Nhu frowned. Whether it's true or not, what does it matter? The child is gone now. Do you think anyone will believe just your words alone? Lam Tingwet said triumphantly, who said I don't have evidence? Lam Tuet Nhu fearfully asked, What? Lam Tingwet took out her phone. I've recorded everything you said. Lam Tuet Nhu still smirked arrogantly, saying, is that all? I didn't admit to anything just now. It was all you talking to yourself. Lam Tingwet pressed play on the recording. I deliberately drugged him and led you there on purpose. But actually, that night we didn't do anything. It was all you talking to yourself. But I did deceive him. I intentionally left marks on my body, saying that he got drunk and did this to me. He believed everything I said. What a useless man. I want you to be completely ruined. Lam Tuet Nhu was stunned. She raised her hand to grab the phone. How is this possible? Lam Tingwet said, I suspected early on that something was off about you. At that time, Lam Tuet Nhu said, if I say Lak Duong has never betrayed you, then what? Lam Tingwet coldly replied, you're lying. I clearly saw it. Her hand pressed down on the phone. Luckily, I was smart and prepared early. It may not prove anything, but it shows you're not a good person. Moreover, aren't you afraid Lak Duong will hear this? Lam Tuet Nhu scoffed. So what if he hears? Do you think he'll believe you or me? I just need to say you edited these recordings, took things out of context, and he'll immediately. Lak Duong entered. That's enough. Lam Tuet Nhu was stunned. Lak Duong, why are you? She angrily shouted. She set me up. Lam Tingwet was shocked. No, I didn't. Lak Duong stepped forward. It has nothing to do with her. I secretly followed her here. Lam Tuet Nhu anxiously asked, So you? Lak Duong's face was stern. From beginning to end, not missing a single word, I heard everything. Lam Tuet Nhu grabbed Lak Duong's hand. Lak Duong, it's not like that. Listen to my explanation. Lak Duong coldly pulled away. How are you going to deceive me this time? Lam Tuet Nhu worriedly said, You believe her and not me. Lak Duong's face was cold. I only believe what I heard. You've been lying to me from the start. You lied to me, making me lose my way. Seeing Wiet and me angry with each other, were you happy? Lam Tuet Nhu hesitated. No, Lak Duong grew angrier. This miscarriage was also your old trick, wasn't it? Lam Tuet Nhu screamed. It's not like that. She's the wicked woman who framed me. She's slandering me. She pointed at Lam Tingwet. She resents that you chose me and not her, so she's playing dirty. Lak Duong ignored her completely. You're still making excuses. Lam Tuet Nhu insisted. You don't believe me. You think she still loves you, or that she ever loved you. She's clinging to Trak Wien on one side, while trying to seduce you on the other. She's basically a two-timing woman. Lak Duong couldn't hold back and slapped Lam Tingwet. Lam Tingwet touched her cheek. You hit me. I'm your fiancé. You actually hit me for another woman. Lak Duong coldly replied, Not for long. I will go back and explain to our parents to cancel the engagement between our families. Lam Tuet Nhu angrily said, Are you satisfied now? Lam Tingwet calmly responded, You reap what you sow. Don't blame me. Lam Tingwet said sternly, I've given you many chances already. Otherwise, I would have made this recording public long ago. Lam Tuet Nhu frowned, biting her finger and thinking, No, if that recording goes public, I'll have no way out. Then, not only Trach Uyen, but even my chances of survival will be gone. Moreover, it will affect the Lam family. I must think of something right now. A voice rang out. This is it. The wife of Look Group's CEO is right in front of us. Let me go first. Don't push. Don't shove me. The three people in the room were startled. Lam Tuet Nhu suddenly remembered she had texted to call the reporters. She quickly ran to lock the door. Opening it, she said, "Mrs. Luke, can you come out to talk?" Lam Tuet Nhu sighed. The reporters kept pressing for answers. "Are you here to visit your sister? Is it because you feel guilty? There are reporters outside. You called them here." Lam Tianwet angrily stepped out. "Well done. Perfect timing for them to hear this recording. Saves me the trouble of finding someone to make it public." Lam Tuet Nhu, frightened, "Sister, I beg you to forgive me this time, please." Lam Tianwet shouted, "What are you doing?" Lam Tiet Nhu pleaded, "I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Don't make this recording public, I beg you." Lam Tianwet said, "Then you stand out and explain clearly that these things were unintentional. For other matters, I won't do anything to you." Lam Tuet Nhu quickly agreed. Okay, I'll do that. Can you delete that recording?" Lam Tingwit helped her up. "You get up first. I won't make it public, but I won't delete it. From now on, we'll mind our own business. This way, the recording will never appear." Lam Tuet Nhu glanced sideways. She snatched the phone from Lam Tingwet's hand and threw it hard. "How dare you do that?" Lam Tuet Nhu smirked. "Who told you to be so stupid?" Lam Tingwet laughed. "Ah, you really? I can only say as expected of you. I was saying that if you didn't grab that phone, I would still give you a chance." Lam Tuet Nhu said, "What do you mean?" "Hello, I'm busy now." "What? A recording? Really? A recording is spreading online. The tables have turned. Why are you still guarding here? Hurry back and write the article." Lam Tuet Nhu panicked. "What?" At the apartment complex where Tududu was living, Tududu held her phone anxiously. Earlier, Lam Tianwet had told her, "If I don't send you a message before 12 o'clock, just 1 minute past, you can go ahead and post this video online." Tududu looked up at the clock. It was almost 12 o'clock. Still no news after a while. "I hope nothing has happened." The clock struck exactly 12 o'clock. Tududu was determined. No more waiting. She immediately posted the video online, clicking on the upload button. A moment later, at the hospital, Lam Tuet Nhu glared. "You tricked me." Lam Tingwet gloated. "I just prepared a backup plan. You've never failed to disappoint me." At this moment, a phone rang. Lam Tuet Nhu answered, and the person on the other end quickly scolded her. "You damned, cursed thing. Because of you, Lam Group's shares are plummeting. Who gave you permission to act on your own?" Lam Tuet Nhu hesitated. Her father on the other end shouted loudly, "Go beg the Luke family and Lack family for forgiveness. If you can't resolve this matter properly, I'll sever all ties with you from now on. Our Lam family only has one daughter, Tien Nguyet." Lam Tuet Nhu laughed coldly. "Tien Nguyet, now you know to cling to this relationship, father. Have you ever asked if she's willing to accept a father like you?" She threw the phone away. "Father wants to sever ties with me. He says he only has one good daughter, you. Are you satisfied now?" Lam Tianwet said, "I no longer have any relationship with the Lam family. He's not my father." Lam Tuet Nhu smiled. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Our family likes to make their own decisions, don't they? So arrogant, that's enough. Now I understand your feelings too." At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Lam Tuet Nhu frowned. "Who is it?" She quickly opened the door. "Still not finished. All right then. The night is long and full of dreams. Why don't you just interview me to your heart's content?" Lak Duong's mother appeared. "Mother, why are you?" She slapped Lam Tuet Nhu hard across the face. "Don't call me that. I don't have such a shameless daughter-in-law." Lak Duong came forward and closed the door. "Mother, don't be agitated. Let's talk calmly. Don't let others see and laugh at us." His mother grabbed Lak Duong. You. Why are you still here? Don't tell me you can't bear to leave this promiscuous woman." She angrily said, "Do you know what people are saying about you online now? You foolish spare tire of a son. You Photoshop pictures, wearing a green hat, making yourself a laughingstock. I'm so angry I could die. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted effort changing daughters-in-law. She's not even as good as that girl, Tien Nguyet." Lak Duong shouted, "Mother, stop talking." She was startled to see Lam Tien Nguyet. "Mrs. Lam, why are you here? What a coincidence." Lam Tien Nguyet crossed her arms. "Not a coincidence. Your son still follows me around all day." She raised her voice. "This matter in the end is because the Lam family has wronged the Lack family. You're still part of the Lam family. You must take some responsibility too. If you marry into the Luke family, and if the Luke family can cooperate with the Lack family, then I won't pursue this matter further. If not." Lam Tien Nguyet smirked. "What a great idea. You're threatening me. Then don't blame me for bringing down the fence as the vine falls." Lak Duong advised his mother, "Mother, just cancel the engagement." "There's no need to," his mother shouted. "Shut up." At this moment, Lam Laktan entered. "With me here, who dares?" Lam Tuet Nhu exclaimed happily, "Brother?" Lam Tuet Nhu said joyfully, "Brother." Lam Laktan paid no attention to her. He spread his arms wide, looking at Lam Tien Nguyet. "Nguyet, I'm back." Lam Tuet Nhu stood there, dumbfounded. She looked at Lam Tianwet's delighted expression with envy. Lam Tianwet put her arms around Lam Lakthan's neck. Lam Lakthan smiled gently. Lam Tianwet asked, "Weren't you still busy abroad? Why did you suddenly come back? This brother of yours is all talk and no action. If I didn't come back, you wouldn't recognize me anymore, right?" Lam Tianwet's eyes shifted. "What are you saying? You'll always be my brother." Lakthan stroked Lam Tianwet's head. "No, I suddenly feel it's not bad to not be your brother." Lam Tianwet was confused. Lak Duong's mother spoke up. You're that Lam boy, aren't you? It's been so long I didn't recognize you." Lam Lakthan turned to look at her. "Mrs. Lak." She glanced at Lam Tuet Nhu, but this matter was caused by the Lam family. If it's not resolved clearly, we'll become enemies. This isn't over yet. Don't think you can escape. Lakthan smiled slightly. How to handle this matter? I've already had initial discussions with Mr. Lak. Mrs. Lak, you should go home and wait for news. She looked puzzled. What do you mean? Lakthan said to Lam Tuet Nhu, the discharge procedures are done. Pack your things and go home. Lam Tuet Nhu suddenly became excited. Home? You'll come back later too. She turned around. I'll pack right away. Wait for me to change clothes. Lam Lakthan said, no need to hurry. My assistant will come to pick you up in a bit. Lam Tuet Nhu paused. Lakthan turned to Lam Tianwet with concern. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me take you to get something to eat. Lam Tianwet glanced at Lam Tuet Nhu. Lam Tuet Nhu stood there, trembling with anger. She threw the vase on the table down. Lak Duong's mother raised her voice. What are you doing? Lam Tuet Nhu screamed hysterically. Get out! Get out of here! The woman dodged and left. You psycho. At the Lak family villa, Mr. Lak said that recording has been suppressed. Let's end this matter here. Mrs. Lak panicked. But why? I'm furious about this. Lak Duong has suffered so much injustice. How can we just let it end like this? Perhaps we could get some benefits from this situation from the Luke company. Mr. Lak replied, unreasonable woman. You think you're so clever. Not only can't we touch the Luck company, even that Lak Than isn't easy to deal with. Mrs. Lak scoffed. Isn't he just the heir of the Mok family, the Lak family? Since when do we have to care about the Lam family's face? Mr. Lak frowned. That Lam Lak Than went abroad at 15. He's built up considerable power overseas. Even the Mok family can't compare. I'm afraid we'd struggle to go against him. Mrs. Lak hesitated. How is that possible? It's only been a short time. Mr. Lak advised, if you have nothing better to do, you should focus on raising your son properly. How can I feel confident handing Lak company to him? Mrs. Lak angrily replied, is our son only my responsibility? Don't you have any responsibility for how he's grown up? Lak Duong stood there, having heard everything. The couple coughed awkwardly. Mrs. Lak smiled nervously. Lak Duong, you're back. The scene changes to Nam Lak's place. Nam Lak patted Tozuzuko's head. Are you done yet? So slow. Not bad, though. He glanced at some girls' legs. Dudu angrily said, you're ogling girls again. Nam Lak took off his glasses and sighed. Lam Tianwet and Lam Lak Than approached. Sister-in-law, who's that man? At Look Group, a reporter cheerfully asked Look Trak Uyen. It seems the relationship between Mr. Look and his wife is very good. Usually, if there's an argument, who gives in first? Luke Trash Uyen happily replied, we've never argued before. The reporter asked again, then what if you get angry? Luke Trash Uyen said, I have a very good temper. I basically never get angry. At this moment, someone called Luke Trash Uyen. Luke Trash Uyen raised his hand to pause. Hello, what's the matter? Nam Lak on the other end said, hey brother, guess what I'm seeing? Luke Trash Uyen coldly replied, if it's nothing, get lost. I'm busy. Nam Lak threatened. All right then, I won't tell you about your wife being with another man then. Luke Trak Uyen jumped up, you want to die. Nam Lak seemed excited. Don't be hasty. I knew you wouldn't believe me, so I took a picture for you. Remember to check the message. Hold your phone and smile to yourself. I've noticed your life has been too dull lately, so I'm adding some spice. No need to thank me, haha. Luke Trak Uyen looked at the photo Nam Lak sent, his hands shaking uncontrollably. The young reporter said, shall we continue the interview? Luke Trash Uyen glared and hissed, get out. The reporter left, thinking to himself, he clearly said he had a good temper. Assistant Trin saw the reporter running out and thought, it ended so quickly. Assistant Trin picked up the phone. Luke Trashuyen ordered, this man, within half an hour. I want to know all his information. Assistant Trin smiled. Oh, there's drama to watch. At the dining table, a phone suddenly rang. Lam Tinwet turned it off without thinking. Laktan immediately asked, why didn't you answer? Lam Tinwet hesitated. That's. Laktan smiled. I know it's Luke Trashuyen, CEO of Luck Group, and your husband in name. Lam Tianwet laughed awkwardly. But it's just in name. She blushed. We've done quite a few things we shouldn't have. Laktan was stunned. What? Lam Tianwet smiled brightly. It's nothing. It's just that no matter what, I'm already married. Laktan's face saddened, blaming himself. This is all my fault. If I could have returned earlier, you wouldn't have had to endure such injustice. Lam Tianwet said, everything Everything's in the past now. I don't care about it anymore. It's just me and the Lam family. Laktan put down his plate. I heard you've cut ties with the Lam family. That's good. He reached out to caress Lam Tianwet's cheek. This way, our relationship is no longer that of siblings. We can be together properly. Lam Tianwet moved away. You are. Laktan pointed to the corner of her mouth. You have something there. Lam Tianwet raised her hand to check. Ah, Lam Tianwet picked up a napkin, wiping the corner of her mouth. Oh, I can do it myself. Laktan calmly said, this time, Tuyetnu really went too far. Lakthan took a bite of food and said, I'll send her abroad. She won't have a chance to come back. Lakthan looked at Lam Tianwet seriously. Lam Tianwet looked confused. She replied, that's good. I think she might be happy about it too. Lakthan asked, what about you? Lam Tianwet was puzzled. Me what? Lakthan smiled. Mistakes made from the beginning should be corrected, don't you agree? Lam Tianwet said uncertainly, that's not wrong. But what do you mean? At this moment, Luke Trach Uyen approached, calling out Nguyet Nwet. Lam Tianwet turned her head. Luke Trach Uyen, why are you here? Luke Trach Uyen approached closer. He put his arm around Lam Tianwet's shoulder. Aren't you going to introduce us? Lam Tianwet pulled Luke Trach Uyen's hand. This is my brother. Be a bit nicer to him for me. Brother, I think you already know him. No need for introductions. Lam Lakthan wiped his mouth. Luke Trach Uyen pressed, brother. It seems you two aren't blood related. Lakthan replied. How is it different from a marriage that hasn't been properly held? What else could it be? Luke Trach Uyen let out a huh. He frowned, unable to hold his head high. Luke Trach Uyen's face turned serious. The wedding is still being prepared. Too bad. Nguyet Nguyet has already cut ties with the Lam family. Lakthan smiled. Nguyet Nguyet doesn't need any relationship with the Lam family. She only needs a relationship with me. Luke Trach Uyen got angry. Of course, if young Master Lam wants to attend the wedding, the Luke family would be very welcoming. Lam Tianwet panicked. Do you want to sit down first? Lakthan replied, no, I don't want to. Lakthan pulled Lam Tianwet towards him. Without a wedding, there's no need to attend, right? Luke Trach Uyen quickly pulled Lam Tianwet back. What do you mean? Lakthan pulled Lam Tianwet again. Your wedding is a mistake. I'll take Nguyet Nguyet abroad. Luke Trach Uyen held Tianwet's hand. You're overthinking. We are legally married. She can only be with me for her entire life. Lam Tianwet's face turned red. Lakthan looked smug. She just agreed with me. She'll divorce you and end this relationship. Lam Tianwet raised her voice. That's enough, you two. Both of you, let go of me. She turned to Lakthan and said, when did I ever agree to divorce him? Lakthan said, a mistake from the start needs to be corrected. Didn't you already agree? Lam Tianwet coldly replied, I thought you were joking. Luke Trach Uyen, angry in his heart. In your heart, you think our beginning was a mistake. Lam Tianwet answered, yes, although our start wasn't normal, but now we've. Lakthan interrupted, if it's not a mistake, then what is it? I don't believe it. If back then, Nguyet Nguyet didn't need your help, would she have agreed to marry you? Lam Tianwet, frustrated, can you two let me finish speaking? Yes, I wouldn't have, but I've always. Luke Trach Uyen's face saddened. You finally admitted it. You never wanted to marry me, nor did you want to have a wedding. Lam Tianwet's mouth gaped open. Lam Tianwet angrily said, stop whining. There are so many people watching us. The crowd behind them gaped, eager for gossip. Lam Tianwet felt uneasy. Do something. She tugged at Luke Trach Uyen's shirt, pleading, don't be like this. Whatever it is, let's talk about it when we get home. Luke Trach Uyen didn't listen and turned away to leave. He didn't even bother to look back. Lam Tianwet raised her voice. Hey, Luke Trach Uyen. Lakthan rested his chin on his hand. Aren't you going after him? Lam Tianwet puffed her cheeks. No need to chase. Let him go. Lam Tianwet turned her head. And you too. You're going too far. Why did you lie to him saying I wanted to divorce him? What if he believes it's true? Lakthan said. So what if he believes it's true? Lam Tianwet pointed. Of course that's not okay. You're destroying someone else's marriage, don't you know? Lakthan calmly replied. Just based on these few words, he left you here and walked away. This kind of man isn't worth keeping. Lam Tianwet protested. He's never been like this before. It's all because you angered him. Lakthan scoffed. Humph. Lam Tianwet glanced outside. What's wrong? Lakthan frowned as Luke Trach Uyen walked in with a stern face. Lam Tianwet stepped back. Why did you come back? Luke Trach Uyen said nothing. He lifted Lam Tianwet onto his shoulder and turned to leave. Lam Tianwet blushed and struggled. Lakthan stood there frowning. At the Ko family villa, Jiang Tiodong was standing in the room when someone knocked on the door and was invited in. The butler said, today, the young master has a meeting and won't be back for dinner. Is there anything you'd like to eat, miss? I can ask the kitchen to prepare it. Jiang Tiodong replied, no need. I'm not picky about food. If your brother isn't coming home, just eat whatever you like. The butler smiled. You're back now. No need to be so formal. And about these clothes, if you don't like them, just say so. I'll have someone bring different ones. Jiang Tiodong replied, thank you, uncle. The butler continued, that's right. I have a question. Please don't be offended, miss. Uncle Lai remembers that when you were little, just before you disappeared, you were carrying a jade pendant. Do you remember it? Jang Tiodong tensed up. What? It's not really a big deal. It's normal if you don't remember after so long. It's just that jade pendant was something you took from young Master Luke when you were little. If you still have it, you should return it to him. Jang Tiodong was stunned. She clutched her skirt. I'm sorry, I actually can't remember. The butler pressed on. It's okay. Jang Tiodong quickly interrupted. Uncle, could you step outside first? She smiled. I want to try on these clothes. Since I was little, I've always dreamed of having such beautiful clothes. I can't wait to try them on. Uncle Lai stepped back. Oh, all right then. I'll leave now. Jang Tiodong clenched her still trembling hand. Uncle Lee walked out and closed the door. Jang Tiodong angrily shouted, You never told me about the jade pendant before. The voice on the other end of the line said, This was my mistake. She continued shouting, You said the real young miss of the Ko family was dead. Is that true or false? How can I trust you now? The other side immediately replied, You don't need to trust me. We help each other for mutual benefit, that's all. Your biological parents, I've found information about them. If you want to meet them, just do as I say. Jang Tiodong was stunned. What? Wait, the other side hung up. Jang Tiodong angrily threw the phone. Scoundrel. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a photo. That jade pendant was something you took from young Master Luke when you were little. If you still have it now, you should return it. She looked at the photo, puzzled. Is this what he meant? Is she really dead? Then who am I? Why is that person targeting me? Jang Tiodong sat down on the bed. She fumbled for the phone and called someone. Hello, it's me. I need a favor from you. The scene changes to Lam Tianwet and Luke Trach Uyen sitting silently in a car. She turned and asked, Why aren't you talking? Luke Trach Uyen replied, What should I say? You're not really angry, are you? That's so petty. What I said earlier wasn't true. I've never said anything like that before. Luke Trach Uyen coldly replied, I know. Lam Tianwet was surprised. You know? How do you know? Why are you intentionally deceiving me? Luke Trach Uyen suddenly braked, causing Lam Tianwet to lose her balance. He moved closer to her. Lam Tianwet looked bewildered. What are you doing? My feelings for you. Do you really not know? Lam Tianwet stammered. I guess I do know, somewhat. Luke Trach Uyen said seriously. Whether you knew before or not, I'll say it again. I like you, the way a man likes a woman. Our marriage, at least in my heart, it's love. Lam Tianwet was stunned. Why are you suddenly saying this? Her hands trembled. Don't get so close to me. I can hardly breathe. Luke Trach Uyen asked, What about you? Lam Tianwet asked back. What? In my heart? What are you to me? She hesitated. I also. Her hands trembled more. I also. In her mind, she urged herself. Say it, Lam Tianwet. You have feelings for him too, don't you? Why can't you say it? She told herself, I'm very content with my current life. I don't want to change it. Luke Trach Uyen said coldly, Get out of the car. Lam Tianwet worried. Are you kicking me out of the car? Luke Trach Uyen patted her head. We're home. What were you thinking? Silly. Lam Tianwet looked outside embarrassedly. Aren't you going home? Luke Trach Uyen replied. I have some work to do. I need to go back to the company. Don't think too much. Today, because I went looking for you, I left behind a lot of work. I have to make up for it. You go home first. Be careful on your way. At this moment, a voice called out, Lam Tianwet, sister. Lam Tianwet turned around bewildered. Why is it you? Lam Tuetnyu said palely, Can we talk for a bit? Lam Tianwet frowned slightly. There's no need. You and I. Lam Tianwet thought of the words, I'll arrange for her to go abroad. Perhaps there won't be a chance to return. She smiled gently. All right then, come in. Lam Tuetnyu immediately said, Can we go for a walk outside instead, like when we were little? Lam Tianwet hesitated but then agreed. Okay then. Childhood memories came flooding back. The two walked in silence. Lam Tuetnyu spoke up. Do you remember this place? When we were little, every Christmas we would pass by here. Lam Tianwet nodded softly. I remember. Back then we were very close. You knew I liked tanghulu but didn't dare say it. You deliberately said you wanted to eat tanghulu but actually you hated sour foods the most. Lam Tuetnyu smiled and asked, Isn't that right? So I was like that before. Lam Tianwet continued. Later, you started to confront me. Looking down on me, we grew more distant, until we became completely opposite. Lam Tianwet's face was full of disappointment. Why did we become like this? Lam Tuetnyu also wondered. Yes, why indeed? Both recalled when their brother came to pick them up. Lam Tuetnyu's brother excitedly ran forward, but the brother directly passed by her and went to Lam Tianwet. Then he picked her up. Lam Tuet Nhu with tears in her eyes, brother. Lam Tuet Nhu turned and said, you always blamed me for targeting you and taking your things, but clearly you took mine first. Lam Tingwit immediately asked, since when did I take your things? From childhood. What haven't I given up for you? Lam Tuet Nhu chuckled softly. So you really don't know. You've always been like this? She said, tears welling up. Lam Tuet Nhu recalled what her brother said. Is this the doll that Nguyet Nguyet likes the most? Thank you, brother. You always manage to get what others can't, no matter how hard they try. Lam Tien Nguyet brought the doll in front of Lam Tuet Nhu. Nhu, little sister, you like it too, right? It's for you. Lam Tuet Nhu happily accepted it. Then you casually handed it to me like charity. Lam Tuet Nhu went to show her brother. Brother, look. But he went to pat Lam Tien Nguyet's head instead. Nguyet Nguyet is so understanding. Brother will take you to choose the teddy bear you like, okay? Okay. Then the two held hands and went out. Lam Tuet Nhu angrily threw the teddy bear to the ground. Back to reality, Lam Tuet Nhu cried out, but who wants the things you give as charity? If it weren't for you, these things would have been mine originally. Lam Tien Nguyet, still confused, asked, are you all right? Lam Tuet Nhu laughed coldly. I'm fine. Sorry, I scared you. Let's forget about the past if we can't explain it clearly. I came today to say goodbye. I'm going abroad soon. You've heard about this, right? Lam Tien Nguyet nodded. Lam Tuet Nhu continued. You indeed knew. You must be happy now. An eyesore like me is finally being sent abroad, disappearing forever from your sight. Brother originally liked you very much, but now you're the sixth madam. Mom and dad will surely change their attitude. They'll wish they could make you their biological daughter and love you. You'll be a real family now. Lam Tien Nguyet, confused, asked, what are you talking about? Lam Tuet Nhu continued. But it doesn't matter, she said gloomily. Even if I'm alone abroad, slowly dying, it doesn't matter. I wish you happiness, my sister. Near the wall, a group of people were fainting. As Lam Tuet Nhu was about to leave, Lam Tien Nguyet pulled her back. From the beginning, you've said a lot, and I understand it all. Didn't brother tell you anything? The people hiding behind the wall looked confused. What's happening? Lam Tien Nguyet said, brother said he'll go abroad with you. Lam Tuet Nhu's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Lam Tien Nguyet recounted. No matter what, she's still of Lam family bloodline. She's brother's biological sister. Not raising her well is his responsibility. He feels he's failed her. Lam Tien Nguyet replied, don't say that. You've never failed me. After going abroad, he'll re-educate her himself, change all her bad habits. Lam Tien Nguyet then asked, what about the engagement between Lam and Lok families? It will naturally be cancelled. He also plans to move the entire Lam family abroad. They might not return in the future. Lam Tien Nguyet continued, why so sudden? He smiled. Sudden. If I had returned a bit later, the Lam family would have been swallowed by that sixth guy. Lam Tien Nguyet laughed awkwardly. I don't know about that. Luke Trachuyen, it's okay. The Lam family wronged you. They must face the consequences. Lam Tien Nguyet felt embarrassed. Don't talk like you're not from the Lam family. He then asked Lam Tien Nguyet, what about you? Are you willing to go abroad with your brother? Lam Tien Nguyet stammered, I. Back to reality, Lam Tuet Nhu cried out, impossible. You must be lying to me. He never cared for me. He only had eyes for you. How could this be? Lam Tien Nguyet said, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask your parents. They won't lie to you. I know your feelings for brother are deep. With him by your side, you'll feel very happy. I hope this time you can let go of the past and start anew. Lam Tuet Nhu turned back, feeling uneasy. Lam Tien Nguyet asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lam Tuet Nhu quickly pulled Lam Tien Nguyet's hand to leave. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Let's go quickly. At this moment, the people hiding rushed out. Something's wrong. She's running away. After her. Stop. Lam Tuet Nhu panicked and ran faster. The two ran with all their might. Suddenly, Lam Tuet Nhu tripped and lost a shoe. She yelled at Lam Tien Nguyet, run quickly. Don't worry about me. You're their target. They won't do anything to me. Lam Tien Nguyet turned and ran. The thugs caught Lam Tuet Nhu and threatened, take one more step and your friend will die. Lam Tuet Nhu screamed, run quickly. One thug put a knife to her throat. Shut up. Lam Tien Nguyet raised her hands and turned back. I'm your target. Let her go. One of them approached Lam Tien Nguyet. Once we catch you, we'll release her. He then knocked Lam Tien Nguyet unconscious. Another asked, what should we do with this girl? She's not one of us. It seems she has betrayed us. Let's take her with us for now. Then he knocked Lam Tuet Nhu unconscious. He threw away her remaining shoe. The car drove away. In the quiet, abandoned building, Lam Tien Nguyet slowly regained consciousness. Her hand moved slightly. Lam Tuet Nhu said, don't waste your energy. Lam Tien Nguyet asked confusedly, why are you here too? Lam Tuet Nhu frowned. What's strange about me being captured too? Aren't you all on the same team? I thought you were just acting to trick me. Lam Tuet Nhu then asked, you think I'm tricking you, but why did you come back to save me? Lam Tien Nguyet felt uneasy. Just in case. Lam Tuet Nhu smiled slightly. I don't know what to say to you. Haven't you suffered enough injustice since childhood? Lam Tien Nguyet shouted, Stop wasting words. Who are these people anyway? Why did they kidnap me? Lam Tuetnu replied, I don't know either. Lam Tinwit angrily said, Stop joking. How can you not know? You clearly planned to lead me to that street. Although I don't know why the plan changed, it must have something to do with you. Lam Tuetnu said, This time I really don't know. Initially, a very mysterious person called me, telling me to trick you to that street. Those thugs were also sent by that person. Who is that person? Lam Tuetnu replied, I don't know either. The person's voice was altered. I couldn't tell if it was male or female, but that person knew my secrets. Everything I've done before was with their help. They also said if I could help them with this one thing, they would help me solve my current troubles, allowing me to stay in the country. Lam Tingwet asked confusedly, What thing? They wanted me to take your jade pendant. Lam Tingwet lowered her head. The jade pendant, right? The person on the phone instructed me to take your jade pendant, and then they would release you. It seems they don't want to harm you. Lam Tingwet asked, Why? I guess this must be related to your identity. Lam Tuetnu smiled. Haven't you always been searching for your real family? It seems someone has already claimed that position. Don't worry. It appears they don't want too many people to know about the existence of that jade. That's why they only assigned this task to me. As long as you don't say anything, the kidnappers won't be able to steal your belongings. Lam Tinwet denied. No, I was thinking if we give them the jade, wouldn't we be safe? Lam Tuetnu exclaimed, Are you crazy? This is the only token that can prove your true identity. Lam Tingwet replied, I don't care about all that. Survival is paramount. Life is more important. Lam Tuetnu said uneasily, I'm afraid someone doesn't want you to live on. Lam Tinwet asked confusedly, What do you mean? Didn't you say that person would release us once they get the jade pendant? That's what they said on the phone, but later I received a text message. The message directly said to eliminate thoroughly root and branch. Lam Tingwet asked bewilderedly, Did that person go back on their word? Lam Tuetnu said, I suspect the caller and the texter are two different people. There might be another person in the shadows manipulating this whole thing. Lam Tuetnu looked outside. Now we have to wait and see which side the kidnappers are on. If it's the caller's side, we still have a chance to live. The scene changes to the kidnappers. The leader kept making phone calls, but no one answered. The others said, Still can't get in touch. Why did she suddenly change her mind? Still can't contact the boss. So what should we do next? One of them said fearfully, Maybe we should forget about it. Let's just retreat. Bullshit. We've already got 100,000 for just half a day's work. If we split it among the brothers, how much would that be? That's right. There's still 50,000. You don't want it, but I do. The leader shouted, Shut up, all of you. Stop arguing. Isn't it troublesome enough? We've already come this far. We can't back out now. If we can't contact that person, then we'll do it ourselves. Another one asked, What do you mean? Looking at those two, they seem to be wealthy. Since we've already caught them, we could just call their families directly and demand money. If it goes smoothly, we can get paid from both sides. How about that? We could make a big score. When those two wake up, we'll threaten them to call home and ask for money. At this moment, a sound caught everyone's attention. What's that noise? Are those two awake? They're not trying to escape, are they? One of them opened the door saying, What's all the fuss about? At this point, someone picked up the phone. Luke Trach Uyen searched around. Trin Lang frowned. The surrounding cameras have confirmed it. 2 hours ago, Madam was called out by Miss Lam Tuyet Nhu. She even took Madam to this remote place without cameras. She must have been planning this for a long time. Trin Lang looked to the side. Aren't those Madam's shoes? By the looks of it, something must have happened. We've tracked 2 cars in the nearby area. Among those 2 cars, one with a fake license plate is the most suspicious. I've already sent people to chase after it. Luke Trakuyan said, Hand it over to Van Mack. We might get some news. Yes, Director. Luke Trakuyan frowned. Keep an eye on the entire Lam family for me. 8 hours later, you must give me accurate information about Madam. If anything goes wrong, the entire Lam family will pay for it. At this moment, the 2 were trying to escape. The thug shouted, Where do you think you're going? Lam Tingwet quickly yelled, Lam Tuet Nhu, hurry. The men restrained Lam Tingwet as she screamed, Run. Don't look back. The leader caught Lam Tuet Nhu's leg and pulled her down. Neither of you is getting away. After being caught, the 2 were tied up tightly. Lam Tuet Nhu said, Look at your stupid idea now. You agreed to it earlier. Just shut up. The thugs stared at the 2 of them. Don't cause any trouble. Something big is about to happen. Then, they turned to each other and said, Damn, we forgot to cover our faces. These 2 have seen what we look like. The 2 remained silent. The leader stepped forward and kicked Lam Tianwet hard. You like causing trouble, don't you? If you're looking to die, don't blame us. He turned to his men and said, Things have come to this point. Now we can only trick them for money and then kill the hostages. At this, Lam Tuet Nhu shouted, You dare. Do you know who I am? I'm Lam Tuet Nhu. We are from the Lam family. He sneered. Not the precious daughter of the Lam family. He knelt down. You think I'm an idiot who doesn't know anything. Let me tell you something. If I dared to do this, it means I don't give a damn about the Lam family. The Lam family has been suppressed by the Luke family. They're already in over their heads. I'm afraid they don't even have money to give us. Lam Tien Nguyet spoke up. As long as you let us go, I'll give you as much money as you want. Moreover, I guarantee I won't cause any trouble for you, he replied. You think you know how much money I want? Big mouth. I heard you're just an adopted child of the Lam family. One of his men said, an adopted child? Really? He then asked, what are you guys whispering about? The henchman said, boss, I think we've seen them somewhere before. She seems to be the wife of the Luke Group's director, Luke Trach Uyen or something. One of them shouted, that Luke Trach Uyen. It can't be. Don't talk nonsense. How could we have messed with someone like that? He then took out his phone to check. It's true. There was news about her 2 days ago. Look, if you don't believe me. Everyone looked and was terrified. We're dead. We're definitely dead. We might as well kill them and run away. That's the Luke Group we're talking about. How can we possibly escape? The leader laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to be Luke Trash Uyen's person. This is truly heaven sent. He turned back and said to the others, what are you afraid of? This is the Luke Group we're talking about. Forget 5 million. He even has 50 million. We're going to be rich. The others were scared. Even if we get the money, our lives are already forfeit. How can we possibly go up against the Luck Group? We'd better let them go. Maybe he'll get angry and let us off the hook. Let them go. On what grounds? If not for Luke Trash Uyen kicking my father out of the Luck Group and forcing him to jump, would I be in this miserable state, hanging out with you lot? Isn't it to get some money from the Luck Group? To make some profit? Who in my position wouldn't want to do this? My father begged him like that, but did he show any mercy? Why should I stop now? Let me tell you this. I'm going through with this. If any of you dare to betray me, I'll kill you first. Got it? Now get out and lock the door. The henchman frowned and left. While the two were sound asleep, one of them opened the door and entered. Lam Tien Nguyet woke up startled, and he signaled to her, I'm going to let you go now. After you leave, you must say this has nothing to do with me. It was that madman who ordered us. At this moment, Lam Tuet Nhu also woke up, startled and surprised. He became furious. Damn it, why are they so alert now? The leader then hit him from behind. I told you, this is the fate of traitors. He then shouted, shut up, all of you, or your fate will be the same. He knelt down and lifted Lam Tien Nguyet's chin. Luke Trach Uyen likes you so much. You must have some charm. Lam Tien Nguyet pushed him away. He angrily slapped her. Don't act so high and mighty. You think I want to wear Luke Trash Uyen's old shoes. I heard that kid really dotes on you. He'd spend millions on you without batting an eye, right? Do you remember your husband's phone number? His personal one, not the company phone. Lam Tien Nguyet turned to look at Lam Tuet Nhu. He then ripped the tape off Lam Tien Nguyet's mouth. Read the number honestly. If you dare lie, I'll make you pay. Lam Tien Nguyet started reading 1883266. Hearing this, Lam Tuet Nhu's eyes widened. He then said, Luke Trach Uyen, right? Lam Tuet Nhu panicked. He ignored her and said, your wife is in my hands. If you want her to live, bring 50 million here immediately. For 50 million, I'll throw in a daughter too. How's that for a deal? Lam Tuet Nhu was still struggling. She moved closer to him. He continued speaking. Can you hear anything? Speak up. Want me to give you some proof? He then kicked Lam Tuet Nhu. You're so annoying, making noise from the start. Tired of living, huh? He continued on the phone. What? You need to confirm she's safe. Such a pain. Wait a second. He held the phone in front of Lam Tien Nguyet. If you want to live, say what you should. The voice on the other end called out, Nguyet Nguyet. He grabbed her hair. Speak up. Do I need to make the one next to you bleed before you'll talk? Lam Tien Nguyet cried out tearfully. Call the police. Don't worry about me. He has bad intentions. Don't come here. He slapped her. Really want to die, huh? Then he turned to a corner and said, listen carefully. Tomorrow noon at 6 o'clock, bring 50 million to warehouse 233 on Taigyao Street. After hanging up, Lam Tuet Nhu rushed to Lam Tien Nguyet. She had tears in her eyes. That wasn't Luke Trach Uyen's phone number at all. It was your brother's number, you crazy woman. Lam Tien Nguyet turned away. I'm sorry. Really sorry. I didn't want it to be like this. But that madman really hates Luke Trach Uyen. He won't let him off easily. Luke Trach Uyen absolutely cannot come here. Lam Tuet Nhu angrily said, so your brother can be unsafe. You're too selfish. Have you thought about what will happen if the kidnappers find out it's not Luke Trach Uyen? We've deceived them. What will they do to us? Have you ever thought about that? Lam Tien Nguyet could only say, I'm sorry. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down. I'm sorry, brother, Luke Trach Uyen. Don't come here to save me, both of you. The scene changes to Luke Trach Uyen's house. He waited silently for the results. Trin Lang rushed in. Director Luke Trash Uyen stood up immediately. Any news? No, it's not about the people we've been watching closely at Lamb's. Young Master Lam suddenly made a move. He's been transferring all cash from overseas to domestic accounts all night. It seems he's preparing money. Our people are still monitoring. It looks like they're preparing to go out. Luke Trak Uyen pondered. Going out in the middle of the night. Trin Lang asked, should we send people to intercept and question them? Prepare the car to follow them. At the agreed location, the kidnapper dragged the two along. Everyone struggled hard. He angrily said, be quiet already. At this moment, Lam Tingwet slipped. The kidnapper said, I told you to behave, but you wouldn't listen. You want to die. He anxiously looked at his watch. Time's almost up. Where are they? Could it be that Luke Trash Uyen doesn't care about your life at all? Just then, a car approached. He frowned. Finally, they're here. At this moment, he felt uneasy. What's going on? Lam Lak Than stepped out of the car. The kidnapper said, who are you, kid? Where's Luke Trash Uyen? Lam Lak Than held up the money. They're my sisters. I'm the one who answered the phone. I've brought the money. Release them. He angrily said, very well. You two are in cahoots trying to trick me. Lam Lak Than continued, your goal is money. It doesn't matter who brings it. If it's not enough, ask for more. He replied, money? What money? Besides, what I want is to make him pay. Then he gradually loosened his grip. Lam Lak Than panicked. You dare. At this moment, both people fell down. Lam Lak Than rushed forward. Stop. The kidnapper grabbed the rope, binding the two people's feet. He raised his knife. Look here. With just one strike, these two heads will go splat and bloom like flowers. Lam Lak Than panicked. You dare. Just try it. Saying this, he put the knife close to the rope. Lam Lak Than shouted, don't. What do you want, after all? He said, all right, I'll give you a chance. Choose one person. How about that? Lam Lak Than was bewildered. What? He then said, I'll give you some time. After I count to 3, I'll cut the rope. You choose one and run to them. You'll save one person. Lam Lak Than said, no, I want both. If the money's not enough, I can double it. Whatever you want, we can negotiate. He laughed. You think I still care about money now? This is the price for trying to trick me. Choose quickly, or I'll make the move myself. Lam Lak Than panicked. Wait, let me think for a moment. At this moment, Lam Tien Wet looked at him and shook her head. Lam Tuet Nhu seemed to have given up on everything. The kidnapper urged again. I'll give you a hint. Choose the older one. After all, I want to see that Luke Trak Uyen guy's sobbing face. All right, I'll count down from 5. If you don't choose, I'll send them both to hell together. Lam Lak Than shouted. Wait, give me some time. He didn't care and started counting down. Lam Lak Than was shocked. What should he do? He looked towards Lam Tien Wet. The kidnapper said, looks like you've made your choice. Just then, a loud bang was heard as a car rushed in. Luke Trash Uyen, Lam Lak Than quickly turned. The kidnapper cut the rope. Both started to fall. Luke Trash Uyen rushed forward. Luke Trash Uyen quickly caught Lam Tien Wet, holding her in his arms. At this moment, Lam Lak Than also caught Lam Tuet Nhu. Are you okay? Then he gently tore off the tape on her mouth. Lam Tuet Nhu turned away. Lam Lak Than untied the rope for her. It's okay now, Luke Trash Uyen said softly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you go home alone. Lam Tien Wet smiled. What are you saying? At this moment, the bodyguards rushed over. She blushed and said, stop hugging me. Untie me first. Trin Lang immediately ordered, quickly catch him. The bodyguards rushed forward. The kidnapper laughed loudly. Luke Trachuyen, you finally arrived. He dropped the knife in his hand and took out a gun from his body. Lam Tien Wet looked scared and shouted, Luke Trak Uyen. Luke Trash Uyen was still confused when the kidnapper fired a bullet at him, yelling, die. Lam Tien Wet quickly ran to shield Luke Trach Uyen. Blood splattered everywhere, shocking everyone. The bodyguards quickly subdued the kidnapper. Luke Trach Uyen was still in shock as Lam Tingwit trembled. He looked at the blood on his hands. Nuet. At this moment, Lam Tingwit lunged forward and kissed Luke Trach Uyen. Don't speak. Listen to me. Last time in the car, you asked me something. I think I have the answer now. Luke Trach Uyen worriedly said, don't talk anymore. Don't move. I'll take you to the hospital right away. Luke Trach Uyen shouted, Trin Lang, drive to the hospital. Hurry. Lam Tingwet raised her hand to caress his face. I want to say, Luke Trach Uyen, I think I love. At this point, Lam Tingwet fainted. Now at Husan People's Hospital, Lam Tingwet lay motionless on the stretcher. She was rushed into the emergency room by doctors. The sound of machines buzzed. Luke Trach Uyen anxiously kept rubbing her hand. He said, it's okay. It will be okay. The doctor stopped him. Mr. Luck, you can't go inside. Please wait outside. The doctor entered the room. Luke Trach Uyen stood alone outside. The door closed. Then a female doctor came out with a medical chart and asked Luke Trach Uyen, excuse me, are you Miss Lam's family member? Luke Trach Uyen quickly replied, I'm her husband. The doctor handed him the file and said, please sign here for me. Luke Trach Uyen signed with a trembling hand. He was very worried about Lam Tien Wet. The doctor said, the bullet hit the chest cavity and is lodged in the rib. It nearly hit the heart. She reminded him, the surgery to remove the bullet is very complex. It's extremely urgent, so we need you to sign immediately. Luke Trachuyan signed in a daze. He handed the medical chart back to the doctor. Please, you must save her. The doctor took the file and promised, we'll do our best. At this moment, Tududu and Namlak rushed to the hospital. Tududu asked Luke Trachuyan, where's Nwet? He couldn't look up and said, inside. I just signed the critical condition notice for the surgery. Tududu was shocked and started crying. She asked, critical condition notice. She grabbed Luke Trachuyan's shirt and quickly scolded him. How can you say these words so lightly? She angrily asked, why did it turn out like this? Why didn't you protect her properly? Why didn't you tell me? Seeing this, Namlak quickly held Dudu's hand back. He comforted her. That's enough, don't be like this. The face of Tududu was tear-stained. Namlak said, Luke Trachuyan isn't feeling any better either. His pain is even greater than yours. Tududu covered her face and sobbed. She said fearfully, what should we do? I'm so scared. Namlak consoled. It will be all right. Kotong approached and patted Luke Trachuyan's shoulder lightly. Luke Trachuyan was sad. He thought about Tududu's words. He realized she was right. It was his fault. Kotong said gloomily, now is not the time to discuss these matters. Chulai stood behind and prayed. The sixth madam is a blessed person. Nothing bad will happen. Inside the emergency room, there was a loud door opening sound. Everyone outside looked bewildered. The doctor shouted, the patient has Rh-negative O blood type. The blood loss is severe. The hospital's current blood supply is insufficient. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. The doctor continued, if we wait for blood transfer from other hospitals, I'm afraid it won't be in time. Can any of you donate blood? Tududu cried uncontrollably. That's right. Nguyet's blood type is extremely rare. She blamed herself. Such an important matter. How could I forget to mention it? She felt extremely distressed. What should we do now? I have O blood type. Would that work? Kotong raised his hand. I have R-negative O blood type. I can donate. The doctor was delighted. Excellent. Please follow me to do a blood test. Tududu exclaimed excitedly. That's great. Namlak supported her. He said, indeed, who would have thought it would be such a coincidence? He continued, this old Ko has had the panda blood type since childhood. Even a slight injury would worry his family immensely. Who knew sister-in-law would be the same? Namlak wondered. I heard old Ko's sister is the same too. So all the family's attention was focused on the little girl. He said, now it seems there's hope. Namlak looked at the dejected Luke Trachuyan. He advised, don't be so gloomy. Namlak continued, such a rare probability and you encountered it. It shows sister-in-law has someone watching over her. Surely nothing bad will happen. He laughed. Ha ha ha. Chuli behind also smiled awkwardly. He stepped forward and asked Luke Trachuyan, this might be a bit abrupt. I heard the sixth madam is also adopted. Does young master Luke know if Miss Nguyet was previously? Luke Trachuyan frowned seriously. Chuli continued, in any orphanage. Namlak and Todudu standing nearby were stunned. Luke Trachuyan said, why are you asking this, Chuli? He angrily asked, could it be you know something about Nguyet's background? He tensely replied, no, nothing, it's just a coincidence. He stammered, I must be overthinking things. Chuli turned to leave. I'm getting old and confused. The young miss is still waiting for me at home. Namlak asked, was this kidnapping really just for money? Have you found out who's behind it? Luke Trachuyan sighed. We only caught one person. He said he wanted revenge on me, but things are definitely not that simple. He pondered. The exact reason is still undetermined. Van Mok is still helping me investigate. We'll see if we can discover anything. At this moment, Lakthan and Lam Tuet Nhu approached. She sat in a wheelchair and said, why don't you just ask me directly? I know the reason why. Tududu, seeing this, angrily shouted at her face, how dare you show your face here? Namlak held Tududu back as she said to Lam Tuet Nhu, Nguyet's condition is all because of you. Lakthan stepped in front of Lam Tuet Nhu. He gently said, first, let her finish speaking. Namlak stopped Tududu and advised, that's right. Let's hear what she has to say. The important thing now is to catch the mastermind behind this incident. Lam Tuet Nhu realized her mistake. She said shamefully, this time it's my fault. I deserve to be punished. I won't deny it. I'll confess now. I'll tell everyone everything I know. Lakthan's face was extremely serious. Lam Tuet Nhu spoke boldly. The person behind this wanted to obtain the jade piece that Lam Tien Nguyet has carried since childhood. It must be related to her identity. Chuli, hearing this, quickly asked, the jade piece? What kind of jade piece is it? Tell me about it. Lam Tuet Nhu fearfully replied, it's a teardrop-shaped jade. Chuli was stunned, breathing heavily. It can't be. How can this be true? Luke Trachuyan tensely asked, what do you mean? What exactly is this jade piece? At this moment, the doctor and Kotong approached. The doctor held out the jade piece and asked, the jade piece? Is this what everyone's talking about? Chuli hurriedly took the jade. Yes, it's this one. How is it here? The doctor answered, this was on the patient's person. I was going to give it to the family. family. Chuli held up the blue jade pendant for Luke Trak Uyen to see. He said bewilderedly, "Young Master Luck, don't you remember? This is what the young miss took from you." Luke Trak Uyen seemed to realize something. He was completely stunned. He recalled when he was young, Luke Trash Uyen carried Lam Tien Wet on his back. She grabbed the jade pendant he wore around his neck, curiously asking, "Luke Trash brother, what's this? It's blue and very pretty." He said nothing, just smiled. Chuli's voice echoed, "Young miss, put that down quickly. That belongs to young Master Luck. Don't play with it." Kotong asked puzzled, "Chu, what is everyone talking about? Has something happened?" Chuli said to him, "Young master, I think we've mistaken someone." Kotong was surprised. "Huh, mistaken what?" Suddenly the operating room door opened. The doctor approached. Luke Trach Uyen and To Dudu quickly stood up. Luke Trach Uyen anxiously asked, "Doctor, how is it?" The doctor replied, "The surgery was very successful. The patient is temporarily out of critical condition. We need to observe for 2 more days. However, the family member who donated blood to the patient should have informed us earlier." Luke Trach Uyen and To Dudu were stunned upon hearing this. The doctor continued, "Unless absolutely necessary, we don't use blood from blood relatives because it can easily cause complications. Fortunately, this time, the hospital's blood bank brought blood in time. You must be careful about this in the future." Kotong was startled. "What, you mean?" Meanwhile, Van Tu Mac was investigating on the computer. The clicking sound continued as he exclaimed excitedly, "There are several layers of security. Very careful indeed. But for me, it's nothing at all." He clicked on the data drive. "Let me see your secrets." Van Tu Mac smiled. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. At this moment, at Kotong's house, Jiang Tiodong was packing her belongings. She was scared and knew she had to leave this place quickly. Suddenly, a hand pushed the door open. Jiang Tiodong was startled. Unexpectedly, it was Van Tu Mac. She sighed, then asked, "Why are you here? Who let you in? Get out." Van Tu Mac closed the door and said, "We met when we were young, didn't we?" Jing Tiodong looked worried and confused. "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you want?" Van Tu Mac moved closer to her and said, "I've been looking for you all these years. I almost mistook someone else for you before." He held up his phone. "Although I don't know why you refused to acknowledge me, I'm here this time because of this." He played a recording of a secret conversation for her to hear. A voice came from it. "Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Bring Lam Tien Wet to the road near that warehouse. I've arranged people there to assist. You must get that jade piece." Jiang Tiodong's eyes widened, shocked that the secret was exposed. Van Tu Mac said, "This is a recording processed and saved from Lam Tuet New's phone." He asked, "Is this your voice?" Van Tu Mac angrily said, "You planned the kidnapping. You don't even know Nguyet Nguyet. Why would you want to go against her?" She anxiously replied, "It's just a part of a recording. What can it prove?" Van Tu Mac affirmed, "I can confirm you are indeed the girl I met when I was young. But you can't possibly be Ko-family's sister. Who are you really?" He asked. "Your conflict with Nguyet Nguyet, could it be related to her background?" Jiang Tudong, hit right where it hurt, shouted, "This recording? You. Does he know yet?" Van Tu Mac replied, "I haven't told him yet, but Nguyet Nguyet had to be hospitalized due to an incident." "Did you know that?" Jiang Tiodong retorted, "What does that have to do with me?" He declared, "It has nothing to do with you. I heard Mr. Ko donated blood to her. How long do you think this can be kept hidden? What needs to be known will eventually come to light." Jiang Tiodong clenched her fists in fear. He warned, "They might be on their way to find you right now." Kotong was driving his car home. He recalled the incident at the hospital. He had asked the doctor, "Is my sister still inside?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" The doctor, holding a test result, said, "This blood test is without any error. If you don't believe it, see for yourself." Kotong examined it carefully and learned the truth. He stood there, frozen. Uncle Lee beside him said, "Young master, we might have really mistaken someone. Have you really forgotten about this jade piece? The young miss always kept it hidden before she went missing. But now it's with the 6th madam. This is the clearest evidence." Kotong was shocked. How is this possible? It can't be. He wondered, then who is Tu Dong? Lam Tianguet was still unconscious in the room. Lam Tuet Nu approached in a wheelchair. The purpose of the kidnapping was this jade piece. The person named Tu Dong you mentioned is likely involved in this incident. After hearing this, his face froze. At that moment, in the car, he thought, "Tio Dong, have you really been deceiving me all along? Do I need to hear it from your own mouth?" Suddenly, they arrived at the Ko family villa. The car's brakes screeched to a halt. Jiang Tiodong startled. "What was that sound?" Van Tu Mac, hands in his pockets, said, "It seems we're too late now." Jiang Tiodong stood by the window, looking down at the courtyard. She turned back and shouted at Van Tu Mac, You knew they would come to arrest me all along. You came here on purpose to stop me, didn't you? He questioned. If you've done nothing wrong, why are you so afraid? She grabbed his shirt, begging. Van Tumak, help me. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to harm her. Can you help me, please? Van Tumak replied, I can't help you. If you've really done something wrong, you must face the consequences. He pushed Jang Teodong's hand away. Besides, you're still Mr. Ko's sister, the young miss of the Ko family, right? They won't do anything to you. Jang Teodong angrily shouted, Who am I? Don't you already know? Why are you acting so stupid? You're refusing to help me. She cried. I've always known my birth parents didn't want me. Those who raised me treated me like trash. Van Tumak seemed to be moved a little. Jang Teodong continued. It wasn't easy to finally have a warm home, but it's something I obtained through deception. Do you think I wanted it to be this way? She collapsed, crying loudly. You clearly said you'd come back for me, but I was foolish enough to wait and still couldn't wait for you. An image of childhood Jang Teodong, standing waiting for Van Tumak behind the gate, suddenly appeared. She said sadly, Even you deceived me. Van Tumak explained, I did come to find you, but I went to the wrong place. He consoled Jang Teodong. By the time I found the right place, you had already been adopted. I thought. She wiped the tears from her eyelashes and complained, What's the use of saying all this now? Then she stood up and walked away. I can't expect anything from you. What I've done, I'll bear the consequences myself. Jiang Teodong turned away. At worst, I'll spend half my life in prison. Compared to now, living each day in fear and misery, it's better. Van Tumak grabbed her hand. I swear I'll help you. A cunning smile appeared on Jang Teodong's face. There was a loud bang from outside, and the door opened. A group of bodyguards rushed in, surrounding the two of them. Mr. Ko asked, Van Mak, why are you here? Van Tumak pulled Jang Teodong towards the window. He gently lifted her up. Mr. Ko asked, Van Mak, what are you doing? Van Tumak replied, Brother Ko, please apologize to Sister Nguyet on my behalf. Jang Teodong beside him looked at him bewildered. Tumak continued, Whatever she owes everyone, I'll repay on her behalf. Then he stood on the window ledge. Mr. Ko shouted, Wait. Van Tumak, holding Jang Teodong, jumped out the window. The glass shattered. Mr. Ko looked at them with a stunned expression. He couldn't believe what had just happened. The two rode away on a motorcycle, the wind whistling. A bodyguard nearby asked, Young Master Ko, should we pursue them? He replied, Let them go. Van Mak, he muttered, dazed. He'll know his limits. I trust him right now. Van Tumak, carrying Jang Teodong, had fled quite a distance. She sat behind him, arms around his waist, cursing non-stop. You crazy fool, jumping straight down like that. Van Tumak laughed. If you wanted to leave, that was the only way. She yelled. Was that really an escape route? More like a route to the underworld. He revved the engine hard. Hold on tight. If you fall, I won't be responsible. The sudden jerk almost made her fall. She scolded him. You're such a bastard. They stopped at a large old tree. Van Tumak said, We're here. He asked, confused, Why did you bring me here? There's nothing around here. Jiang Teodong replied, This place is remote. Few people come here. No cameras. Isn't it suitable for you to escape? She handed him his hat. She said, Here, take it, then added, Thank you for helping me. I'll decide what to do next on my own. Van Tumak grasped her hand tightly. Jang Teodong looked sad. He said, How do you plan to manage? On your own, without bringing any money or any belongings? He gently urged her not to be stubborn anymore. I helped you escape from Ko Ra because I didn't want Mr. Ko to do anything wrong in his anger. Not because I wanted you to run away. You were able to easily enter Ko Ra, even forging a family member confirmation. This certainly isn't a plan you could have come up with on your own. Jang Teodong gritted her teeth angrily. He asked her, Who's really behind this, directing you? Van Tumak pulled her hand and continued, This incident, is it also related to that person? He hugged her tightly, comforting her. I will definitely help you. As long as we find the person behind this, they won't pursue you to the bitter end. Van Tumak said firmly, No matter what, I'll protect you. Can you trust me one more time? Jiang Teodong hugged him back. She answered, Okay. Van Tumak was happy. Then tell me who's really using you. I won't let them off easily. She replied, That person is. She paused. It was then that Jang Teodong's hand revealed a taser. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. Van Tumak, stunned, fell to his knees. In Jang Teodong's hand was the taser. She smiled maliciously. That's right. Who is it? She gently leaned Van Tumak against the tree trunk, setting him down to sit. She said, I trust you one last time. She took out a memory card. She said, This memory card is what you need. Jang Teodong reached out to gently stroke Van Tumak's sleeping face. But then she suddenly withdrew, feeling extremely uncomfortable. We're finally not on the same path. Jang Teodong looked at his handsome face. She sadly said goodbye. At this moment, a high-walled, gated house appeared. Jang Teodong slowly walked in. A girl with shoulder-length hair greeted her. You finally arrived. Jang Taedong revealed a stern face. I encountered some unexpected issues, so it took longer. Where's my money? The girl in the shadows retorted. You want such a large sum of money so quickly. I need time to prepare too. First, let me see if what you have is real or fake. Jiang Taedong replied. Do you take me for a fool, Miss Fong? It turned out the girl in the shadows was Fong Nu Ka. She stepped out saying, such a big deal, you know. I just want to be prepared for anything. I can't guarantee that what you have isn't meant to trick me. Jang Taedong said smugly, believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I have nothing left to lose. The barefoot aren't afraid of those with torn shoes, she continued boldly. Miss Fong dares to bet even Fong Ra with me. I'll gladly accept, of course. Nu Ka responded politely. You exaggerate. It's just a small matter. Why bring Fong Ra into this? Jang Taedong asked. A small matter. So the kidnapping of Lam Tien Wet was arranged by you. Nu Ka laughed nervously, listening to Jang Taedong's words. You deliberately found someone with a grudge against Luk Trach Uyen. Wasn't it to take her life? This way, no one would compete with you for Luk Trach Uyen anymore. Jang Taedong continued. Actually, from the beginning, I felt something was odd. It seems you knew early on that Lam Tien Wet had a connection with the Ko family, didn't you? Nu Ka stood there calmly. Jang Taedong asked, so you actively helped me fake an identity to enter the Ko family and pretended to accidentally guide me to confront Lam Tien Wet. You wanted to use me to eliminate her. Jang Taedong's face tensed. Some things are frighteningly coincidental. The Ko family's young miss was lost as a child. Mrs. Ko died while searching for her daughter unexpectedly. Since then, the Ko family's influence has greatly diminished. Conversely, the Fong family rose like a flying flag. The Fong family joined the capital's 4 great families. Are you saying there might be some hidden story here? Nu Ka coldly replied. Without evidence, it's better to say nothing, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Jang Taedong wasn't one to back down easily. She quickly retorted, who knows? Nothing in this world is certain. Whether the truth comes out or not only depends on time. As for evidence or not, just give me what I need and see for yourself. She warned Nu Ka sternly. You don't need to think too much about it. I've already copied a version and given it to my friend. If before noon I don't send them a message, they'll hand that evidence over to the police. Nu Ka sharply replied. Miss Jiang, you must be joking. We know each other, and you've helped me a lot. The Fong family can give you this small sum of money. She continued, I just hope that after getting the money, you'll stick to what you've said. Jang Taedong promised. Of course, I'll never appear before you again, in this lifetime. Nu Ka turned to leave. She said, my phone is in the car. Then she reminded Jang Taedong, Miss Jiang, wait for me a moment. I'm going to make a call to urge them to gather the money. Nu Ka opened the door and went into the car. Inside, a girl with blue hair was sitting there. Seeing Nu Ka enter, she crossed her arms and said, finally, you can't fake a smile anymore. Nu Ka frowned on this side. She asked Nu Ka, who's so formidable? Even you can't handle them. Nu Ka angrily laughed. Had enough. The blue-haired girl waved her hand. Okay, I was wrong. Looks like the negotiation failed. She picked up the phone and said, let me call someone to bring the money. Nu Ka gloated. I won't spend a single penny. The blue-haired girl asked, aren't you afraid of what she has in her hands? Nu Ka showed a sinister expression. Dead people can't speak. She rested her chin on her hand, smug. As for her friend, they're just someone from a lower class. Anyway, it's all within this circle. Just send someone to handle it. Even if they report to the police, I have ways to suppress it. I want to make it clear to her that she's just a stinking fly, only fit to be trampled under others' feet. Nu Ka glared at the blue-haired girl. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. The blue-haired girl waved her hand, stroking Nu Ka's cheek. You're still so vicious, but I like it. Nu Ka dodged. She turned her face away. She reminded, hurry up and go. The blue-haired girl replied, as you command, my young mistress. Then the blue-haired girl exited the car. She closed the car door, held a gun, and chuckled. She thought, what a pitiful child. Don't worry, big sister will surely give you a quiet send-off. Then she entered the room from earlier, raising her gun and saying, it won't hurt a bit. But the room was empty, not a soul in sight. The blue-haired girl looked around asking, where is everyone? Oh no, I've been found out. She ran out. Damn it, her malicious intent was written all over her face. Did she think I was an idiot? Counting to 1, 2, 3. Jang Taedong, standing behind a tree, said, 10. This is the place. Jang Taedong held a stone in her hand. She reminded herself, looks like I can't expect anything from her. Good thing I prepared early. Jang Taedong changed into new clothes. She discarded the old ones and disguised herself as a girl wearing a hat and glasses. She said, now I just need to get to the airport and I can leave. The evidence has been provided. The rest of the matters can be left to that that guy to handle. I have to go now. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket started ringing. Ring, ring, ring. Jiang Tiudong, holding her suitcase, looked bewildered. Oh no, I forgot to turn off the phone. That woman must have tracked my location. She picked up the phone. The screen showed it was her mother calling. Jiang Tiudong exclaimed, Mom. At that moment, at Jiang Tiudong's home, her father and younger brother were being beaten badly by gangsters. The old man was bleeding profusely and had fainted. Her younger brother was in too much pain to lift his head. The mother quickly pleaded, Tiudong, please save us. Your brother is about to be beaten to death. Jiang Tiudong asked, What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. Her mother fearfully replied, Your brother was tricked into gambling. Everything in the house has been lost. Now we still owe a huge amount of money. The debt collectors came here and said if we don't pay, they'll cut off his arm. Can you save him? Jiang Tiudong asked, So how much money do we owe? The mother quickly replied, About 5 million. Jiang Tiudong was shocked. What? 5 million? 5 million? Why are you calling me? She shouted. Where do you expect me to find that kind of money? Are you crazy? The mother said the debt collectors told her to call you. They said you could solve this. Besides, haven't you gotten close to that guy? This amount should be nothing to you. They told you to call me. How could they know about me? She thought to herself. This is strange, and that 5 million figure. She thought of Nuka's hateful face. It's the same amount I demanded from her. The other party seems to know about my situation. This can't be a coincidence. Jiang Tiudong said to her mother, I don't have the money. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Figure it out yourself. The mother yelled, You heartless child. That's your brother. Can't you care about him at all? She laughed maliciously. Brother, you know very well in your heart. How could he possibly be my brother? I'm already being kind by not making things worse. In my opinion, 5 million for an arm is quite fair. In his entire life, he wouldn't be able to earn that much money anyway. She insisted, Shut your mouth. How dare you talk about him like that? Jiang Tiudong shouted, I'm saying it would be better if you just cut off his other arm for 5 million. Your family's living expenses for the rest of your lives would be taken care of. It's perfect. He won't be able to go out and gamble anymore. On the other end of the line, she was furious. We are your family too. How can you say such things? Jiang Tiudong replied with disgust. You have no right to be my family. We basically have no blood relation, don't we? If it weren't for you raising me, I'd be treating you even worse than this. I won't answer your calls anymore. I'm leaving. I'm going to leave this city. I want to find my real parents. From now on, your family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Don't bother me again. As she turned to leave, her mother said, Tiudong, Tiudong, wait. Just as she was about to hang up, the woman said, Don't hang up. Then she confessed, Tiudong, I am your mother. Jiang Tiudong was stunned. Her mother affirmed, You and I are biological mother and daughter, sharing the same blood. She was dumbfounded. You? What are you saying? On her mother's side, she knelt down, crying and explaining, You're the child I carried for 10 months before giving birth. Jiang Ham is also your biological brother. You have the same mother, but different fathers. Jiang Tiudong couldn't believe this. She screamed, You're lying. I clearly remember the scene of you coming to the orphanage to adopt me. Don't treat me like a fool. The woman cried in great pain. I'm not deceiving you. You're the child I gave birth to when I was young and naive. Your biological father died in prison that year. When I found out I was pregnant with you, it was too late to have an abortion. I could only give birth to you, but I couldn't raise you on my own. I could only leave you at the orphanage door. She explained further. Later, when I was in a better situation, I persuaded your stepfather to adopt you, but I didn't dare tell the truth. I was afraid he would hate me. All of this is true. Jiang Tiudong was stunned. The phone beeped, and her mother continued, If you don't believe me, we can do a DNA test. Jiang Tiudong dropped the phone on the ground with a thud. She fell to her knees and then pressed her hand on the phone. She couldn't believe this truth. She picked up the phone and said, You'd better not be lying to me. I'll figure something out. At this moment, Nuka on the other end asked, Did you like the gift I gave you? Jiang Tiudong realized, So it was you. Did you know about this all along? Nuka chuckled. Yes, I've known about your identity for a while. You've always wanted to find your biological parents, but never expected they were right beside you. Yet they didn't want to acknowledge you. How ironic. I truly feel sorry for you. Jiang Tiudong shouted, Shut up. Nuka complied with Jiang Tiudong's wish. All right, I'll stop talking. However, debts must be paid. Your brother owes me money and can't pay it back. Those people certainly won't let him off easily. In just 10 more minutes, they'll cut off one of his fingers. Once they've cut off all his fingers, they'll sell him as a beggar. He'll never be the same again. Jiang Tiudong angrily asked, What exactly do you want? Nuka reminded her, The warehouse I was just at. I'll wait for you there. Jiang Tiudong refused. You're dreaming. Nuka said, As long as you show up, I'll help your brother and mother. Jang Teodong was stunned. Nuka added, think about it. Your mother couldn't bear to abandon you and came to the orphanage to take you back. It shows she still loves you very much. If you really let your brother die without helping him, will you let him hate you for life? Jang Teodong squeezed the paper in her hand and replied, fine, wait for me there. In the meantime, don't let them harm them. She tore up the plane ticket in her hand. Nuka demanded, 15 minutes. Don't be late. She handed the phone to the blue-haired woman and said, the rest is up to you. The blue-haired woman wondered, aren't you waiting for her? Nuka rested her chin and said, this person has wasted too much of my time. Don't disappoint me again. The blue-haired woman frowned. I got it. Leave it to me. At this moment, Jang Teodong hurriedly ran to the meeting place. She thought it wasn't a big deal. She hadn't completely lost yet. She still had leverage over that woman. As long as she used that evidence to negotiate well, there was still a way out. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have given that to Van Mack. She bent over, exhausted. She put her hand on her chest, sighed, then touched the wall. Now she had to stay calm and negotiate well with them. Surely they wouldn't discover anything. Jiang Teodong didn't realize that the blue-haired woman had already taken position behind the wall with a gun. She seemed certain that she would eliminate Jiang Teodong. Her eyes were terrifyingly cold. She intended to shoot Teodong. Jiang Teodong was oblivious. Suddenly, Van Mack came speeding in on a vehicle. Jiang Teodong was surprised and asked Van Mack, why are you here? The woman behind pointed the gun at her and asked, any last words before you die? Jiang Teodong turned around, stunned. The woman said, there's no time left for talking anyway. At that very moment, Van Mack rushed in and grabbed Jiang Teodong. She turned her head back to look and heard a swishing sound. Then somehow she was already on the vehicle. She held tightly onto Van Mack. He reminded her to sit tight. The two sped away on the bike, passing right in front of the blue-haired woman. She was furious. Damn that girl, how can she be so lucky? She turned and said, she's seen my face now. I absolutely cannot let her go. Jiang Teodong, sitting behind, asked, how did you know I was here? Did you put a tracker on me? Van Mack replied, if you feel grateful, why don't you say thank you? It's fine if you don't understand. I'll explain it to you slowly later. She hesitated. What the hell are you talking about? He turned back and said, we'll settle our debts slowly. Now there are other matters to deal with. She asked, what? Van Mack sped up the bike, not forgetting to remind her, hold on tight to me. They both looked back. She was stunned. How could it be? The blue-haired woman was in a car chasing them. A loud roar. She sat in the car, looking like she wanted to devour the two of them. Nuka said to her, that must be the young master of the Van family. Do you really want to go all the way? Aren't you afraid the eldest son of the Van family will cause trouble for you? She laughed. I obey my young mistress's orders. She pulled the gear shift and sped towards the two of them. Van Mack carried Jiang Teodong on the bike towards a desolate forest. Jiang Teodong asked anxiously, what should we do now? Have Fangra's people gone crazy? Van Mack spoke up. Fangra? He glanced back. All right, we'll deal with this matter after we're done. Let's solve the immediate problem first. Jiang Teodong glanced at the car behind. What do you plan to do? Luke Trach Uyen and the others should be on their way. We just need to buy some time. After saying this, Van Mack carried Jiang Teodong deeper into the mountain road. She let out a yelp. Jiang Teodong's arm grazed a tree branch. She winced in pain. Van Mack glanced at her and sped on. Jiang Teodong's eyes widened. What are you trying to do? Van Mack turned to look at the car following them. He grabbed his helmet, then threw it straight at the damned car. The car swerved and crashed into a nearby tree. Boom. Van Mack drove the motorcycle carrying Jiang Teodong away. Jiang Teodong worried. Is she all right? Van Mack frowned. If you have time to worry about her, you'd better worry about us instead. The gray-haired woman drove towards them, seeking death. Jiang Teodong's jaw dropped. She's chasing us again. Then the gray-haired woman dropped her gun from inside the car. Die. A bullet fired. Jiang Teodong fell off the bike down the cliff. Van Mack reached out Teodong. He dove straight down with Jiang Teodong. Van Mack plunged down and embraced Jiang Teodong. The two rolled down the cliff, then hit a tree below. Jiang Teodong's hand grasped a tree branch. Van Mack? She reached out and grabbed Van Mack's wrist. The two were suspended between life and death on the cliff face. Jiang Teodong, face covered in sweat, asked, why did you jump down after me? You're just causing more trouble. Van Mack was surprised that Jiang Teodong would say that. The tree branch cracked. Van Mack tensed up. This branch couldn't bear the weight of two people. It would break. Van Mack smiled wryly. Looks like I really am trouble after all. Luke Ka will definitely find you here alone. Jiang Teodong shouted, shut up. Who said you could let go? Who else can save me but you? Hold on tight. You're not allowed to let go. Understand? Van Mack looked up at Jiang Teodong. You're always like this. Jiang Teodong scolded. You always decide on your own. You think you can make decisions for others. Do you think you're a hero? Don't be so childish. Van Mack panicked. You're injured. He looked at Jiang Jiang Tiodong's arm. It was from the bullet earlier. The wound had reopened. You need to let go quickly. Doesn't it hurt like that? The wound is bleeding. Let go. Jiang Tiodong said painfully. I won't let go. It doesn't hurt. You shut up. Van Mack slowly loosened his grip. Their two trembling hands held onto each other. Jiang Tiodong struggled to hold on. I'm about to lose my grip on you. Van Mack, what should we do? Hurry and grab onto me. I'm begging you, Van Mack. Quickly catch me. Van Tu Mack looked sad. Jiang Tiodong said, I'm so scared. Don't leave me alone. She cried out, Van Mack. Van Mack grabbed Jiang Tiodong's hand. The branch cracked a bit more with a snap. Jiang Tiodong stared at the branch wide-eyed. Van Mack worriedly said, Let go. If you're alone, at least you can wait until they arrive. Jiang Tiodong, with tears in her eyes, said, No. If you go down there, I'll fall with you. I don't want to be alone anymore. Even if I die, I want to die with you. Van Mack smiled softly. All right, we'll be together. He looked down. Even if it's 1,000-foot deep abyss below. Jiang Tiodong replied, That's fine. Van Mack looked confused. Jiang Tiodong raised her voice. What are you doing? Van Mack said, It's not that. Didn't I say not to let go? With a snap, the branch broke in half. Both panicked, saying, Don't move. A moment later, Van Mack walked away. He was carrying Jiang Tiodong in his arms. Jiang Tiodong looked at Van Mack in confusion. He stepped closer to the cliff. Jiang Tiodong blushed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Did you want to make me look foolish? Put me down quickly. Van Mack said, Don't move around. This place isn't safe either. 2 hours later, the rescue team finally arrived. The rescue team used ropes to pull Van Mack and Jiang Tiodong up. Jiang Tiodong was immediately taken to the hospital. The two victims have been rescued. The suspect, accused of attempted assassination, was arrested at the scene, then taken in for questioning. Based on the suspect's testimony and video evidence, the police have begun investigating the Fong family. The news editor reported, It seems the Fong family is also involved in kidnapping charges and the disappearance of a person 10 years ago from a major clan in Bakthan, but now they have completely collapsed. It's truly astonishing. At the hospital bed, Lam Tian-Wet asked Luke Trach Uyen, So my disappearance as a child wasn't an accident. It's really related to the Fong family. Luke Trach Uyen turned off the TV. Luke Trach Uyen fed Lam Tian-Wet a piece of apple. This matter isn't concluded yet. Don't worry. Just leave it to the police. They'll give you a solid answer. Lam Tian-Wet ate the apple and replied, Luke Trach Uyen put down the apple plate. Luke Trach Uyen caressed Lam Tian-Wet's cheek. Are you thinking about the Ko family? Lam Tian-Wet said sadly. Old Ko said I've been awake for so long, but still refused to see him. Am I blaming him? Luke Trach Uyen said, Actually, all these years he never stopped looking for you. This misidentification was indeed his fault, but Lam Tian-Wet lowered her head. Are you trying to speak well of him? Luke Trach Uyen crossed his arms. He couldn't even recognize his own sister. This brother should just leave. Don't care about him. Lam Tian-Wet blushed and giggled. I'm just teasing you, she said cheerfully. Actually, I'm not angry. When I learned he was always looking for me, I was very happy. It's just, Lam Tian-Wet puffed her cheeks. It's just seeing him so stressed because of me. I can't help but want to tease him. Luke Trach Uyen heard this and cried. Lam Tian-Wet said with a satisfied expression, This feeling of being cared for, the feeling of being coddled by a brother, turns out to be so wonderful. Lam Tian-Wet pointed at Luke Trach Uyen. I'm not done playing yet. You can't tell him, okay? Luke Trach Uyen smiled. As you command, Your Majesty. Lam Tian-Wet was surprised. What are you saying? Luke Trach Uyen took Lam Tian-Wet's hand. Nwet, our wedding has been delayed for a long time. You've also found your family. Shouldn't we proceed with it now? Lam Tian-Wet made a soft sound. Luke Trach Uyen held her hand tightly. Then he leaned close to Lam Tian-Wet. Nwet. In this romantic setting, suddenly Ko Tong came running in crying. Nwet, can you let Big Brother hug you? Big Brother misses you so much. Luke Trach Uyen angrily said, Get out. At the wedding hall, the elderly couple of the Lam family entered. No invitation, no entry. Tung-Yet shouted, We are the bride's parents. Why can't we enter? The security guard said, Everyone knows the bride is from the Ko family. The Ko family's master has already announced this. Who do you think you are? Tung-Yet crossed her arms. Lak-Than, you came at the right time. This security guard dares to not let us in. You must come out and teach him a lesson. The security guard hesitated. Young Master Lam, this. Lak-Than immediately said, If Tian-Wet didn't invite you to, then you should leave. Tung-Yet angrily said, How can you side with outsiders like this? Lak-Than turned around. Accept the reality. She's no longer the second young miss of the Lam family that you can bully at will. At this moment, Lam Tian-Wet in her beautiful wedding dress, accompanied by Todudu and Namlak, saw Lak-Than enter. Lam Tian-Wet happily said, Brother, why are you here so late? Lak-Than waved. and Lam Tingwet asked, "Where's Lam Tuyet Nhu? Why didn't she come with you? I sent her an invitation too." Lak Then smiled awkwardly. Lam Tingwet frowned. "She's not still holding a grudge, is she? I've already let everything go." Lak Then put his hand on his forehead. "No, she asked me to send her best wishes to you." Lam Tuyet Nhu had said to Lak Then then, "Don't use your status as a brother to pressure me. You were once a brother. Did you ever care about me?" She wore those dark glasses instead of me. "Thank Lam Tinwet for not holding me responsible. I won't attend the wedding. I'll go abroad to find a handsome guy. Congratulate her on her good fortune. We'll meet again. Bye." Lam Tinwet put her hand on Lak Than's shoulder. "Congratulations, you finally lost your sister." A moment later, "Now, please, the bride will throw the bouquet. Best wishes to the lucky person who catches it." Lam Tinwet excitedly threw the bouquet. Tududu quickly hugged her. "Throw the bouquet away." Turning to Nam Lak, she made a sound. "Now the groom can kiss the bride. Ha!" The priest stood dumbfounded, thinking, how impatient. Luke Trakuyen gave Lam Tianwet a warm kiss at the altar. The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like, share it to motivate me to make more videos. Remember to subscribe to watch the next episodes. Wishing you a day full of energy.